Ability: planting level 2 production, collection level 2. Attributes: attack E+, defense E-, speed D, constitution D, energy E+. Talent: life burning. After entering a frenzy state, at the cost of burning life energy, increase all attributes by 100%. Looking at Earl's full-body photo and the information panel, Lynn's eyebrows slightly raised. The 16-year-old Earl did not have a tall build, about 1.67 meters or so. Yet he possesses a burly frame not inferior to Rose, and those eyes are full of bright light. Moreover, his talent is somewhat interesting, actually using life energy as a cost to enhance all attributes by 100%. With such a skill, perhaps he can play an unexpected role when facing a desperate situation. Now Earl is only 16 years old. Maybe he can be specially trained by Rose. Closing the panel, Lynn spoke. Let the guard notify him. Return to the dining hall before dinner tomorrow. I will conduct an award ceremony for him. Kesey was a bit surprised, but she had no doubts. Answered, all right, master. The matters needing to be explained were finished. Lynn, Kesey, and Red entered into a quiet meal. After finishing the meal, Lynn sat once more in the armchair beside the fireplace. As he was planning the future development of the territory in his mind, a sound of footsteps came from the distant red brick steps. Lynn and Red turned to look, only to see a guard running over quickly, stopping 5 or 6 meters from the armchair. The guard bowed and explained, Master, Jeremy is waiting at the castle gate, saying there is important news to report. Lynn's eyebrows slightly raised. Let him come up. The guard answered and hurriedly retreated, going to call him. A few minutes later, the guard brought Jeremy to the second-floor hall, stood before Lynn. Perhaps due to excessive cold, Jeremy's voice was trembling. Master, I have intelligence to report. Looking at Jeremy's shivering body, the clothes had bouts of dampness. Lynn spoke. Approach the fireplace and warm up, no rush. Listening to Lynn's words, Jeremy felt slightly moved in his heart. He almost rode a horse back to the territory overnight. Because the road was slightly icy, the running horse fell twice. Not to mention him riding on horseback. Jeremy's speech still trembled. He walked to the fireplace, warming up his damp clothes. After a few minutes, a burst of steam rose from his clothes. Jeremy's face was full of embarrassment. Naturally, Lynn saw this scene, said nothing. Jeremy continued warming his body and clothes by the fireplace, while speaking. Master, Marquis Duca's army has arrived at Morgantown. I inquired. They came to Morgantown to suppress bandits. Lynn's eyebrows were slightly furrowed. What else did you hear? Jeremy slightly shifted his body and continued speaking. The camp of Duca's army is built 10 miles outside Morgantown. The number of troops is at least above 3,000. Lynn responded, Go on. Jeremy recalled for a few seconds. However, the commander who led the army to Morgantown is not Marquis Duca. They said it was Marquis Duca's brother, Lord Lawrence Duca. Jeremy wasn't sure about Lynn's relationship with the Duca's clan. Addressing Lawrence as Lord would surely avoid any errors in title. Lynn's mind contained some memories concerning Lawrence Duca. Killing was his vice, yet he liked residing in brothels, the previous Marquis's second son. Lynn had heard of Lawrence's deeds, yet Lawrence did not know of his existence. People like him, Donovan Duca, and naturally didn't want more exposure, especially when his mother is a textile workshop worker. To Lynn, this was a good thing. Lynn continued asking, anything else? Jeremy recalled. After Lord Lawrence arrived in Morgantown, Jonas Manor Lord along with several other manor lords immediately arranged a banquet at the tavern to welcome him. However, I heard some tidbits of news. Lynn raised an eyebrow. Tidbits of news? Jeremy nodded. He spoke hesitantly. As soon as Lord Lawrence entered the tavern, he drove several manor lords out. Moreover, he had Jonad Manor Lord find 4 or 5 voluptuous women, and they were those nearing 30 or 40 years old. Lynn's face showed no change. Regarding Lawrence's notorious deeds, he was more than clear. Age 22, average build, strong and robust, doesn't fancy young beauties, prefers married ones. Seeing Lynn silent, Jeremy explained, the intelligence I gathered is mostly that. Lynn responded, thanks for your effort. Jeremy felt a wave of gratitude. Master, your words are too kind. This is our duty. Lynn nodded, turning his gaze to Kesey. Take Jeremy to the kitchen for a meal, then fetch out 1 gold pound for him. Kesey, waiting nearby, did not hesitate. Yes, master. After the meal, go and reunite with your family for a while. The departure time is up to you. Hearing this, Jeremy felt even more grateful. Thank you, Master Lynn. You are a considerate and understanding lord. Looking at Jeremy's nearly 95% loyalty, Lynn spoke. If you gather more intelligence, I need you to send it back to the territory promptly. In the face of storm and rain, they're helpless, even if it means sacrificing their lives. It must not be spared. Because the intelligence concerns the safety of the entire territory, the safety of everyone. Jeremy's body instantly stood upright. Yes, sir. Lynn dismissed Jeremy and, under Kesey's guidance, headed to the kitchen in the castle. Watching the two walk down the hall stairs, Lynn withdrew his gaze. In his mind, he quickly pondered Jeremy's words, using them to infer more intelligence information. Lawrence, the second son, led a large army to Morgantown to suppress the bandits. The army soldier count is at least over 3,000. Upon arriving at Morgantown, Lawrence is greeted by several manor lords together. The information isn't much, but crucial information is still grasped by Lynn. Lawrence brought an army of 3,000 to suppress bandits, and since it's within Marquis Duca's territory, supplies can be replenished nearby, so they surely wouldn't carry many logistics soldiers. According to the conventional logistics soldier ratio, they have at least 20%. This means, among the 3,000 troops, there are only about 2,400 soldiers with combat capability. The remaining 600 are all drivers, horsemen, and cooks, etc. Only with enough logistics soldiers transporting supplies can the normal needs of a large army be ensured. Secondly, the Iron Blood Brotherhood Bandit Corps and even the Storm Mercenary Corps have been completely wiped out, resolving Morgantown's bandit crisis. Will Doran's turn the army and attack his territory? On his territory, there are 3 salt mines, with an abundance of labor force. Such a territory is a tempting prize, not just for bandits, but even for a great lord. So far, aside from some unclear grievances with Aiden Manor Lord, other manor lords might not even know of his existence. It's very likely that when Lawrence comes to Morgantown, after some investigation, he'll find no more bandit presence and return to court directly. But Lynn still habitually prepares for the worst-case scenario. Lawrence somehow learns of the 3 mines' existence, or perhaps because of Aiden's grievances, Aiden reported the situation of this territory, leading Lawrence's army here to besiege. If this is the case, facing an attack of at least 2,400 men, just the 10-meter-high wall alone can't hold them off. The Duca's clan has always undergone systematic physical and even military training. Naturally, they cannot be compared to a temporarily assembled bandit mob. A strong sense of crisis enveloped Lynn. Fortunately, it's winter now. If the worst happens, they can still use the wall's sturdiness to maneuver against Lawrence's army. Realizing this, Lynn couldn't help but lament the lack of foundation. His territory has developed too briefly. There aren't enough war horses, enough armor weaponry, nor enough soldiers. Completely incapable of arm wrestling with a great lord. The number of soldiers is indeed insufficient, but Lynn can find ways to make it harder for siege enemies by enhancing defensive machinery. He must speed up the efficiency and speed of track construction to have more labor force to produce defensive machinery. As Lynn was pondering, the night had deepened. In a small town with neatly arranged buildings, the glow of lamps shone through wooden windows, illuminating the empty streets. Not even a patrolling guard was in sight. In a 2-story wooden and stone building, a coquettish voice echoed around. The sound of feet briskly running along the floor, accompanied by excited shouts, resonated within. "Beauties, where are you?" Lawrence leaned forward, arms outstretched, exploring ahead. A silken red sash tied at his eye corners. He could vaguely see those fair bodies ahead. Those fair bodies let out joyful laughter as he took steps to chase them. The plush, snow-white outlines in front of them continued to rise and fall. Though Lawrence could only see faintly, this indistinct beauty oddly excited him. Lawrence suddenly took a few steps forward, lunging at a plump woman ahead, spreading his arms to embrace her, but was met with empty air. "Don't run, beauties." For armor-clad soldiers, faces serious, stood guarding the door. Though a few minutes later, strange shoutings accompanied by clapping figures sounded from inside the door. Their expressions showed no trace of anomaly. As Lawrence's knight and advisor, Godfrey has always been by Lawrence's side. No matter when Lawrence handled serious matters, he never strayed far. Godfrey leaned against the corridor by the door, took a big swig from his drink, driving away the chill seeping through window cracks. Godfrey's gaze rested on the two tightly shut wooden doors, the sounds on the other side becoming clearer and more intense. Having just gulped his drink, he couldn't help but frown. Godfrey clearly remembered that Lawrence became a knight's squire at 7. Back then, he was timid and shy, not even daring to kill a chicken. To boost Lawrence's courage, Godfrey subjected him to various courage and bravery training. Lawrence's eagerness to learn and ability to accept new things were unmatched by other children. Starting from caring for the horses, making Lawrence familiar with equipment and warhorses. Then to the enlightenment of military training, teaching some basic weapon use methods, like daggers and small shields. Meanwhile, also teaching him basic riding techniques. Lawrence mastered using a short sword and round shield, and could easily mount a horse unassisted. Up to the middle stages of learning, Godfrey considered Lawrence a diligent genius. Within a few months, he learned the techniques of the long sword and long spear and could skillfully apply them in fights. Even in one anti-bandit operation, Lawrence slew 3 bandits under his protection. Back then, Lawrence was just 14. By 20, when Lawrence was bestowed the title of a knight, he became a true knight. But barely a year later, Godfrey discovered Lawrence's true colors. He thought Lawrence was frustrated about always just being the second son, never getting the Marquis Duca title. He exerted all efforts to teach Lawrence, hoping to lend him a hand. Yet, it turned out, Lawrence, having lost the Ducas Marquis succession, instantly became a man dominated by his lower desires. If he merely liked young women, extending the family line, it'd be one thing. But instead, he had a penchant for married women. Years of teaching and effort, all for naught. How could Godfrey not be disappointed? The sky rarely cleared up, and the gray clouds were dispersed. A ray of sunlight penetrated through the fog, sprinkling down on the earth brightly and transparently. The temperature rose along with the brightness. After having breakfast, the townsmen returned to their workstations to continue with their labor. They were already very satisfied to have a day of rest. The construction of the wooden tracks was also continuing building. According to the current efficiency of repairing 1,000 meters a day, at most half a month is required to complete the repairs. Within half a day, the woodworker workshop and blacksmith workshop could precisely collaborate to finish production. If more labor could be mobilized, the progress of this work could be further advanced. Just as Lynn stood on the stone road, inspecting the construction of the wooden track. At the exit of the forest, a large troop could be clearly seen heading towards the direction of the small town. A dozen or so large carriages were at the forefront, followed by rows of people lined up 2 or 3 abreast. On all sides of the convoy stood soldiers holding winged spears and dressed in standard plate armor. Under Lynn's gaze, the carriage and human formations drew nearer. Lynn finally made out the man at the forefront of the carriage fleet, riding on a tall horse. It was Grayson Brown. Lynn was somewhat surprised, now already into the cold winter. Yet Grayson managed to transport a batch of slaves to his domain. He had presumed that Grayson wouldn't be able to come before spring. As the horse stepped towards Lynn's front, Grayson understandingly dismounted first. Handing the horse to the guard beside him, Grayson walked towards Lynn with a smile. Arriving in front of Lynn, he performed a standard merchant's courtesy and said with a smile, "Master Lynn, it seems like you're somewhat surprised. Surprised that I managed to transport here again, arriving at your domain?" Lynn, without any concealment, nodded and said, "Indeed, somewhat surprised. One must know that from Kakasong City's Fisherman's Wharf, setting off from the Karidi Empire, it takes at least several days. Not to mention, crossing Gibraltar Strait to reach the Portland's Empire takes time." The last time Grayson arrived at his domain was just a bit over half a month ago. Grayson smiled more evidently, explaining, "If following normal transportation time, it would indeed be impossible to reach Master Lynn's domain before the inland rivers freeze. But, coincidentally, I met Audrey." Lynn raised his eyebrows slightly. Grayson continued. Because of winter, the wars in the Portland's empire reached a stalemate. Audrey happened to have some matters, needing to return to the Brown clan, so her shipborne slaves were transported by me. Hearing this, Lynn glanced at the carriages behind Grayson. Grayson explained, Master Lynn, you don't need to look. Audrey did not travel with the convoy. Master Lynn, you wouldn't have eyes for my sister, would you? Her figure and temperament certainly don't lose to young girls, maybe even better. But her age, far older than yours. Lynn rolled his eyes at Grayson. You're overthinking. Compared to Audrey's figure and temperament, what intrigued Lynn more was how she had managed to earn the capital to fund a war for imperial authority on her own. Audrey was by no means an ordinary person. Grayson grinned, ceasing his kidding. Over this period of trading, his relationship with Lynn indeed became much more familiar. But this didn't mean he could make jokes without boundaries. A lord who, by his own efforts, built such a prosperous domain. In Grayson's mind, Lynn could even be compared to his sister Audrey. Walking side by side with Lynn on the stone road, Grayson glanced at the townsmen leveling the ground. Grayson curiously inquired, Master Lynn, what are you planning to construct? Grayson noticed that the fields, already sprouting wheat seedlings, were being leveled using iron shovels and picks. Lynn followed his gaze for a glance, explaining, wooden tracks, preparing to build rail cars, transporting coal mines. There's too little draft horsepower in the domain. If you have a channel for transporting draft horses or oxen, I can exchange for fine salt at prices higher than the market. Upon hearing this, Grayson raised his eyebrows. Master Lynn only mentioned having fine salt, never explicitly stated that the domain also had coal and iron mines. But, visiting Master Lynn's domain so frequently, he had long seen small boats in the Aladia River, transporting black iron ore, and draft horse carts transporting cartloads of coal mines. Lynn didn't explain, and hence, he didn't mention it. What Grayson admired was that Master Lynn actually thought of using rail cars for transportation and had already started construction. This imaginative capability and execution were truly formidable. With fine salt as economic support, iron or bolstering military armament, and coal as fuel for rapid development. In Grayson's mind, he couldn't help but recall what Audrey mentioned when she visited Master Lynn's domain. His ambition might be for the entire Caridi Empire. As long as Master Lynn is granted enough time, he could rise from nothing to dominate the entire Caridi Empire. Grayson couldn't help but feel thankful once more in his heart. Initially, through George's introduction, he sold the first batch of slaves to Master Lynn, and he has maintained a friendly trade relationship ever since. If one day, Master Lynn truly changes allegiance to the Kaladi Empire, then, as his partner, he would naturally be one of the beneficiaries. By then, he would no longer have to endure the painful tax rates of the Kaladi Empire. The Brown clan, being one of the few remaining great merchants of the Merchant Guild on the Garonia continent, can naturally engage in traveling merchant activities across the continent. But this doesn't mean that the Brown clan does not need to pay entrance and transaction taxes, and so on. These taxes serve as economic trade protection for an empire, and also ensure the monopolistic economic profits for the few other major merchants of said empire. If Master Lynn becomes the emperor of the Kaladi Empire, as his most important trade partner, he would, though unable to act as freely as Audrey, selling captured Portland's empire slaves indiscriminately. He would at least not have to pay such exorbitant entrance and transit taxes. His trade profits would increase once again. At this thought, an inexplicable sense of anticipation arose in Grayson's heart. Suppressing his wild thoughts for the moment, Grayson responded, Draft horses are somewhat easier. As for oxen, it is indeed a bit tricky. Master Lynn, you know the efficiency of land reclamation with the light plow is extremely slow. Lords have always required a large number of fully grown oxen to ensure all the land in their territories could be cultivated. Lynn naturally understood that it wasn't easy. Indeed, after so many trades, his territory to this day only had a few dozen draft horses and a few dozen fully grown oxen. Turning the conversation, Lynn asked, Mr. Grayson, how many slaves did you bring this time? Grayson explained, Master, it's the same, 600 slaves in total, all from the Portland's Empire Imperial War. Compared to the ordinary folks last time, This batch of 600 slaves includes at least 300 war captives. Audrey asked me to remind you that your territory contains many slaves from the Portland's empire. While having a large number of slaves can indeed increase labor efficiency, there is also the fear of being retaliated against. Listening to Grayson's words, Lynn nodded. Please convey my gratitude to Lady Audrey for her kind reminder. I have my own judgment. Lynn roughly estimated in his mind. About 80% of the townsmen in his territory were originally from the Portland's empire. If it were any other lord, they might have already been overthrown by these thousands of slaves. But he had no reason to worry or feel tense. He had provided such favorable living conditions for these townsmen, and if they still planned to rebel, then they definitely deserved death. The cemetery behind the hospital was large enough to bury these rebellious slaves. He, who could see the loyalty of the townsmen, could immediately detect and identify those who intended to rebel, strangle them in the cradle. Either obediently become his townsmen, work properly, live well. Listening to Lynn's confident tone, Grayson felt a surge of admiration. Besides the 600 slaves, there are also 60,000 pounds of barley. When disembarking the slaves, I happened to see a crop merchant about to sell them. So I bought them all and transported them to you. Lynn nodded. What's the total price of the slaves and grain? Grayson replied directly. It's still the old price, Master Lynn. 5 shillings per slave, 1 penny per 5 pounds of barley. Lynn began calculating in his mind. I can give you 1,400 pounds of fine salt. How about it? Upon hearing this, Grayson couldn't help but smile. Thank you, Master Lynn, for your generosity. However, if possible, Master Lynn, could you exchange them for glazed bottles for me? Grayson had long calculated this on his way here. The price of slaves and barley combined could at most be exchanged for 1,333 pounds of fine salt. Yet Master Lynn was willing to give him 1,400 pounds, 67 pounds more than that. Upon conversion, it amounted to nearly 2 gold pounds more. Although it might not seem much, this was Lynn exchanging his goods and slaves at the lowest market price for fine salt. Simply put, this was extra profit. However, this time, Grayson wished to exchange for glazed products. Lynn looked at Grayson without having to ask. Grayson took the initiative to explain, Master Lynn, I won't hide anything from you. The glazed products made in your territory workshop have gained the favor of noble lords. I only brought 5 different styles of glazed bottles to the auction, and each one sold at a high price. Lynn wasn't too surprised. The number of workshops capable of producing glazed products was limited. There might not even be a single glass workshop in a whole city. Plus, due to the backward production technology and high difficulty in making glazed glass, the rarity made them valuable. Selling at a high price was no surprise to Lynn. Lynn spoke, of course. Based on the price agreed last time, 2 gold pounds per piece, I can exchange them for 100 glazed bottles for you. Furthermore, I can take you to the glass workshop and let you choose as you like. Grayson's face lit up with surprise. Thank you so much, Master Lynn. If these 100 glazed bottles can be successfully shipped out and sold at the price of the previous batch, after deducting various taxes, he could still earn at least 4 gold pounds per bottle. 100 glazed bottles, that's 400 gold pounds. Converted, that would be 16,000 pounds of fine salt. As Lynn and Grayson spoke, they walked onto the open square in front of the town. George, who had long been standing with dozens of assistants, was already waiting. He quickly stepped forward to Lynn. Master, Mr. Grayson. Lynn responded, then spoke, unload all the goods, and then lead the carriage team to the pottery workshop. Without any hesitation, George replied, Yes, master. Then, Lynn turned to Kesey, instructing the soldiers to settle and guard the slaves on the open square and to prepare some hot food. Only then did Lynn lead Grayson towards the handicraft workshop district. Grayson, standing beside him, listened as Lynn methodically organized the arrangements, and the stewards decisively executed the various instructions. Grayson felt a sense of admiration well up within him. Is this Master Lynn's management capability? Is this the kind of territory steward trained by Master Lynn? Grayson admitted that even if he were fortunate enough to acquire a piece of land and become a true lord, he could not manage the territory as orderly as Master Lynn. Following behind Master Lynn into the workshop district, Grayson curiously observed everything around him. Chimneys of high furnaces 10 meters tall, workshops full of workers. Their expressions were serious, their work quick and efficient. Even when Lin, along with him and the guards walked through, the workshop workers did not turn their heads to look, as if they were deeply engrossed in their tasks. After a few glances, a thought suddenly crossed Grayson's mind, and he asked curiously, "Master Lin, what can be produced on your territory now?" After speaking, Grayson immediately felt that his words were somewhat abrupt and offensive. In his view, it was mere curiosity. However, for a lord, this was akin to probing into the intelligence of his territory. If Master Lin didn't trust him and considered him a spy worthy of beheading, it would also be reasonable. Grayson apologized full of regret. "I'm sorry, Master Lin. I've been offensive." Lin didn't mind at all and said, "No worries, Mr. Grayson. I trust your character." Grayson was somewhat moved by his words. Lin continued, "Currently, on this territory, the things that can be produced are many, so many that you might think it unbelievable. Iron or mined out, transformed into iron by the smelting of the furnace, then crafted into standard plate armor by blacksmiths and apprentices. Bow and arrow workshop, used for producing longbows and arrows for warfare. The linen cloth and coarse wool you sent, processed in the textile workshop to create hemp ropes, clothing, and bedding. The fishery workshop processes river fish caught from various places into fish glue and fish oil. Fish glue is used for gourmet cuisine and binding glue. Fish oil for lubrication and lighting, among other things. The glass workshop is used for crafting various glazed glass products. Glazed bottles, glazed cups, tableware, and wine glasses, etc. Listening to Master Lin's explanations, Grayson was full of amazement. From military to daily life, almost everything was all-encompassing. Plus the plots of farmland cultivated. Grayson felt that Master Lin's territory was on the verge of achieving true self-sufficiency. With sufficient armed forces firmly holding this territory, guarding the walls at the mountain pass, Master Lin's territory would become a country within a country in the Karidi Empire. Secure the footing, then plan for the realm. This is not merely a dream. As Grayson was reflecting, Lin's footsteps suddenly stopped. Grayson looked over with curiosity. On the wooden frames near the workshop walls, various colored and varying types of glazed glass artifacts were arrayed. Under the sunlight, they shimmered with strange brilliance. With just a few glances, Grayson felt a dazzle before his eyes. Such an overwhelming amount of glazed glass. Is this Master Lin's glass workshop? Looking away, Grayson quickly turned to Lin. "Master Lin, can I?" Lin nodded and said, "You may go in and choose. Pick freely, regardless of style or color." For Lin, who possessed the technology and workshop workers, even the most beautiful glazed glass items were just silica. As long as there was enough time, Bila could continuously produce various glazed glass items for him. The technology is his, the workers are his, and even the anthracite needed for glazing is his. In Lin's view, there is virtually no cost. Even if Grayson sells them at the high price of 7 or 8 gold pounds to those noble lords, only offering him 2 gold pounds as the purchase price, Lin doesn't mind at all. Originally, he had 3 mineral veins. If not exchanging the goods, but selling them, the wealth he possessed would be endless. Glazed bottle products are merely goods that create value, making the rich even wealthier. With Lin's permission, Grayson hastily stepped into the glass workshop. His enlarged eyes swept over each glazed glass product made with prohibitions. Lin also took steps and walked into it. Bio, who came out of the firing area, looked at Grayson in confusion and then approached Lin. Bio asked, puzzled, "Master, this is..." Lin glanced at Bio. "Grayson Brown, one of my collaborators. It's he who transported your glazed glass outside the territory, receiving much favor from nobility and lords. He's willing to use slaves and grains to exchange for 100 glazed glass products." After hearing Master Lin's explanation, Bio's eyebrows involuntarily raised. If it was before knowing the process of making glazed glass, Bio indeed felt the glass products were exquisite and precious. Bio had an inexplicable feeling in his heart. Extremely ordinary glazed glass products in his eyes were treasures in others' eyes. Bio understood that under Master Lin's leadership, his mindset and vision changed. He was no longer the small ceramic worker who was once amazed and shocked by glazed glass products. Only then did Bo realize how important it is to master technology. Lin continued, arrange a few apprentices to follow Grayson and mark the glazed glass products he selects. Once the caravan arrives, assist him in loading them onto the carts. Bo responded promptly, yes, master. Afterwards, Lin spoke a few words to Grayson, allowing him to continue selecting here, accompanied by Bo. Lin left the glass workshop first, with Red still closely following. After all, there were still 600 slaves on the open ground square, awaiting his arrangement. Passing through the handicraft workshop district and turning past rows of red brick houses, Lin arrived at the open ground square of the small town. On the open ground square, rows of huddling slaves crowded together, trying to keep warm through mutual contact. But even so, it was in no way able to stop their bodies from trembling. After a long journey, lacking food inside, they couldn't generate more heat. Even though today's temperature clearly rose, they were still pale with cold. Lin stepped forward a few steps to the forefront of the slaves. Taking a breath of cold air, Lin spoke solemnly. Everyone, I am the lord of this territory, Lin. After I finish this talk, you will receive hot meals. Upon hearing this, dozens of slaves raised their heads, widened their eyes, curiously looking at Lin. You are not the first batch of slaves to come to this territory, and even won't be the last batch. But the fact that you came here is the luckiest thing in your life. Lin saw a batch of slaves, their faces showing a touch of disdain or even ridicule. Lin didn't mind at all and continued saying, my requirements for you are very simple. Through your hard work, become townsmen of the small town, and you will receive food and a place to live in the red brick houses. If your children are by your side, they can receive education from scholars of the territory, learning to read and write. If any of you are sick or uncomfortable now, you can raise your hand to indicate. I will have guards take you to the territorial hospital to see a doctor. More slaves raised their heads, even disregarding their cold bodies, and stood up. Their eyes were filled with hope, looking at Lin. Having experienced wars, they naturally wished for a stable and safe life. Kisi ran to Lin's side, reminding, Master, the food has been cooked. Lin acknowledged and said to the crowd of slaves, the hot food prepared for you has been cooked. You will orderly receive the food under the guard's guidance. The slaves were surprised upon hearing. They just arrived here in about an hour. This young lord already prepared food for them? Is this truly the treatment slaves ought to have? Under the leadership of 60 to 70 guards, the slaves began to enter the dining hall in batches. When they saw those steaming pots of pork and peas stew and piles of barley bread, their eyes instantly brightened, their mouths watered, involuntarily starting to swallow. If not for the guards holding one-handed swords, they might have rushed forward, starting to grab. They were really too hungry. Queues of slaves received their share of food from the chefs. A big bowl of pork pea stew and 2 pieces of barley bread. After the aroma of pork pea stew poured into their nostrils, they couldn't suppress their hunger any longer, biting and chewing vigorously. Several mouthfuls of bread swallowed, then a sip of pork pea stew. They could clearly feel a touch of comfortable heat passing through their bodies, reaching the stomach, and a sense of fullness emerging within them. Only at this moment did they realize that what the young lord said was true. Immediately, a hint of goodwill appeared in their eyes toward Lin. Watching the loyalty of these slaves slowly increase, Lin nodded in satisfaction. No matter from which empire, as long as you provide them food to fill their stomachs, they will offer their loyalty. Half an hour later, all slaves finished dining. After receiving food to fill their stomachs, the faces of these slaves clearly improved, with a faint redness appearing on the pallor. The strides taken were steady and powerful. Lin distributed an iron tool to each of them and drove them to the wasteland where the wooden tracks were being constructed. Even if they couldn't build tracks, leveling the land with iron hoes and iron shovels would be manageable for them. If that's too difficult, they can be assigned to transport the processed timber from the wood workshop. After eating and drinking enough, of course it's time to start working. While working, they can become familiar with this territory and learn about the patterns of labor and life. In a matter of days, these 600 slaves would assimilate into the townsmen of the village. Watching the slaves being led by guards outside the town, Lin turned his gaze to Kisi. Are there still vacant red brick houses available for them to reside in? Kesey didn't hesitate in the slightest. Master, there are. Last time, when the red brick houses were insufficient, I instructed 100 construction workers to expand the red brick houses. Housing 600 people poses no problem. Lynn gave Kesey an approving glance. Well done. As the territory continues to develop, Kesey consistently manages various work positions, noticeably improving her capabilities. Many small matters don't even require his intervention, as Kesey can already anticipate and arrange for workers to execute them in advance. This is what makes a qualified steward, assisting the Lord in managing the entire territory, arranging small matters independently, and reporting significant ones to the Lord for decision-making. After arranging for the slaves, Lynn stepped back towards the glass workshop. Before he even got close, he could see from afar that a dozen apprentices were already loading glass products onto carts. Grayson, standing at the doorway, had a cautious look on his face, occasionally issuing reminders. Be careful, these glazed glass products can fetch a good price. Observing Grayson's overly cautious expression, Bo and the dozen apprentices felt a mix of complex emotions. It's important to note, as long as the glass liquid is fired and poured into molds, a large number of such glazed products can be produced. Many glazed products that had slight imperfections were even sent to the residential area for the townsmen's everyday use. The palpable sense of disparity was indeed overwhelming for them. Grayson's peripheral vision caught sight of Lynn approaching. With a tone full of regret, he said, "Master Lynn, it's truly a pity. If your territory had a navigable river, our trade efficiency would massively improve. I could dock my longship directly on the Aladia River near your town and unload a large amount of goods and slaves, instead of having to rely only on horse-drawn transport every time. When that happens, your territory will certainly begin to develop rapidly." Lynn looked playfully at Grayson. "Mr. Grayson, you could also swiftly transport more fine salt or glazed glass products across the continent for sale." Grayson showed no guilt, his grin knowing. "Of course, then it will be a win-win situation for both Master Lynn and me." Over half an hour passed. 100 glazed glass papers were packed into custom-made wooden boxes. The wooden boxes were lined with some straw to provide cushioning during transportation. Lynn and Grayson walked along the town streets. Grayson lamented, "If it weren't for this damned weather, I could continue delivering slaves to you, Master Lynn." This time, after passing through some of the waters beyond the Gibraltar Strait, ice started forming. Fortunately, some fearless merchants broke the ice, allowing my longship to reach Kakasong City. "Next time I want to come to your territory, Master Lynn, it'll have to wait until spring next year, after the ice and snow have melted." Lynn nodded in response. Natural environments and weather changes are not things us mortals can alter. Aside from a few curses, all one could do was endure silently. Before reaching the village, Grayson suddenly thought of something and looked at Lynn as he spoke. "Oh, Master Lynn, Audrey seems to really like your glass products. She directly snatched 2 from me. Perhaps when spring arrives, she might come to your territory as well." After saying this, Grayson bid farewell to Lynn. Grayson mounted his horse, leading a dozen horse-drawn carts, gradually leaving in the direction of the mountain forest gorge wall. Until he disappeared from view, Lynn withdrew his gaze. His mind was still pondering over the words in Grayson's mind. Will Audrey come to the territory again? If Audrey truly comes to his territory, there's an opportunity to establish a long-term collaboration. With the information he currently obtained from Grayson, he can vaguely infer. In the Portland's Empire's imperial battle, Audrey's supported Kronos has greater odds of triumph, which could mean Audrey might control the entire Portland's empire. If he can reach a cooperation with her, then he will never have to worry about an insufficient number of slaves. Currently, this is merely a plan of his. How exactly to proceed will only be known when Audrey arrives. As for Grayson's mention of ship navigation, Lynn couldn't help but feel a bit troubled. The waterfall beneath the territory seems like a big hand, firmly choking the potential of waterway transportation. Given the current conditions, it truly can't be resolved, requiring a delay for further handling. Suppressing his thoughts, Lynn arrived at the wooden track construction site. With 600 slaves joining, the speed of construction has visibly improved a lot. Lynn thought about it. and felt it was normal. Now, the townspeople building the entire track have reached 1,400. If it were any slower, someone would surely be slacking off. According to this construction speed, perhaps it can be completed in 6 or 7 days. Rolling up his sleeves slightly, Lin stepped into the crowd working on the track. He took an iron hammer and nails from a townsman and began nailing sections of track timber onto the laid sleepers. Construction experience, +1. Construction experience, +1. Construction experience, +1. Experience was accumulating bit by bit, until the sky gradually darkened and the temperature noticeably dropped, enveloping them in a cold sensation. Lin instructed the guard to tell the townspeople that they could return to the town to rest. In the astonished eyes of the 600 newly arrived slaves, they followed the crowd back to the town. It was just a little dim, so why was work ending already? They asked the surrounding townspeople in confusion. Is this all the work we do in one day? Yes, the sky gets dark earlier in winter. It's probably only around 5 or 6 in the evening now, right? Is it really the end of the workday? A few townspeople who had been in the town for several months smiled with pride and explained. The questions you ask are the same ones I asked when I was first brought here. Rest assured, it really is the end of the workday. You can now go to the town's canteen and wait for the cooks to serve the meal. Although Master Lin is the Lord, don't worry, he's a good man. Yes, even though we work every day, since coming here, my whole family has never gone hungry. Soon my child should be getting out of school, just in time for us to have dinner together. Looking at the faces with contours similar to theirs, filled with smiles of contentment, the newly arrived slaves realized they all came from the Portland's empire. The smiles on their faces were genuinely full of satisfaction, hence such expressions. This territory and the lord of this territory were not quite as they imagined. If it really was like what they said, becoming a townsman of this territory was indeed a fortunate thing. At least they wouldn't have to live in constant fear of being slain by Chronos soldiers like they did in the Portland's empire. The sky became darker and darker. The townspeople returning from work also formed long lines back to the town. At this moment, Lin was standing in front of thousands of townspeople. 2 burly men in nothing but plate armor followed Kisi to Lin's front. The arrival of the 2 plate armor soldiers immediately captured all the townspeople's attention. In their eyes, there was admiration, longing, tension, or fear. Each person's experiences were different, so their expressions when looking at the soldiers varied distinctly. The 3 of them arrived at Lin's side, and Kisi was the first to speak. Master, Instructor Ross has brought Earl along. Lin's gaze shifted to Ross and Earl, just as he had seen in the full-body photos on the resident information column. Earl was not tall, but extremely robust. Earl bent his waist, standing in the back, showing respect. Kisi was the steward, Ross was the instructor, but Earl, an ordinary soldier, naturally did not dare to speak at the same time as them. Lin responded with a nod. His gaze shifted. Lin looked to the front, where the canteen was already filled with numerous figures. Despite the presence of thousands, not a single person whispered or made any sound. They were all wide-eyed, looking at Lin, their lord. Lin scanned the crowd, speaking deeply. Gentlemen, I am your lord, Lin. The familiar opening, the familiar words. The voice wasn't very loud, but due to the silence in the canteen, Lin's words reached everyone's ears. There is something I need to announce to you all. A wave of curiosity swept through the eyes of the townspeople as they waited for Lin to continue. Standing next to Lin, Earl's breathing gradually became tense. On the way back to town from the city wall barracks, Ross had already informed him of the reason for returning. The master of this territory, their master Lin, was going to hold an award ceremony for him. Furthermore, he was going to fulfill the promise made during the day of the defense battle. Several days ago during the defense battle, I promised that whoever could become the top enemy slayer would be awarded 100 pounds of fine salt, 100 pounds of wheat, and promoted as Instructor Ross's assistant. And this hero, during the defense battle, single-handedly slayed 15 invading bandits. Upon hearing this, the townspeople turned their gazes, looking at Earl with astonishment. Feeling the gazes concentrated on him like a river streaming toward him, Earl's breathing became accelerated and rapid, but his body stood firmly, unwavering. Therefore, I will keep my promise to reward him with what he deserves and appoint him as Instructor Ross's assistant. Even though Earl is only 16, a hero is not judged by origin, nor by age. Lynn called out loudly. Earl Mendez, step forward. His words entered Earl's ears, reverberating like thunder. Earl's heart and face were firm, striding forward to stand before Lynn, answering loudly, Lord. Lynn looked directly at Earl. From this moment, you will serve as Instructor Ross's assistant. When needed, you will lead soldiers to carry out tasks. Even if facing death, you must not abandon your duty for a moment. Listening to such resolute words, the hair on Earl's body stood on end instantly. He answered loudly, I can do it. Lynn continued to look at Earl. Lift your head. Look at me. Earl did not hesitate, quickly lifted his head and opened his eyes widely, looking straight at Lynn. Louder, can you do it? This time, Earl almost used all the strength in his body, shouting loudly, I can, I can, I can. The final, I can, even broke with emotion. This shout, filled with determination, echoed through the canteen. Both the newly joined townspeople and those who had been there for a long time had eyes full of excitement. Under the repeated shouts of, I can, they became eager to try, even clenching their fists tightly. Earl took deep breaths. Lynn nodded with satisfaction. Very good. His gaze moved. Lynn looked at the standing townspeople. I need 200 soldiers. 200 strong and robust soldiers. Who can withstand the bitter cold wind? Who can endure the wind and rain? Who can endure high-intensity training? Who can protect the walls? Who can defend the territory behind the walls? Who can safeguard the townspeople working on the land? Who can go to battle and charge bravely? As Lynn's words fell, a unified shout reverberated in the canteen as if it would blow off the roof. I am willing. I am willing. I am willing. The sound was like a drum breaking through the night. Listening to these orderly shouts, Lynn felt inexplicably emotional. Alone, hunting in this wilderness, constructing, surviving. But now, he had already become the lord of thousands. Every word and action of his was watched by these townsmen and would be carried out as commanded by them. Suppressing the emotions in his heart, Lynn nodded and said, Very good. Next, Instructor Ross will be selecting among you. Those selected will begin their training with Instructor Ross starting tomorrow. Lynn glanced at Ross beside him. After bowing in salute, Ross, along with his newly appointed assistant Earl, walked into the crowd. The next round of soldier selection began, expanding the army. Under the hopeful eyes of many men, Ross and Earl were making their selections. The men who were passed over wore expressions of regret and disappointment. Those chosen to step out from the crowd were filled with excitement and pride. Seeing those joyful faces, Lynn felt a bit complex in his heart. He didn't know when it started. These townsmen could do it, knowing well the sacrifice that becoming a soldier entailed. During each recruitment and expansion, they did not hesitate a bit and would resolutely join the ranks of soldiers. They longed to wear that standard plate armor, to hold that 5-meter-long winged spear, to elevate their status from the bottom-tier workers. They longed to have their fates in their own hands. Only by becoming soldiers could they rapidly elevate their status through valorous deeds. Time ticked by bit. One stout man after another was selected, until an hour later, Ross, accompanied by Earl, emerged from the crowd, standing in front of Lynn. Ross bent slightly. Master, 200 soldiers have been selected. Lynn nodded. Start training them tomorrow, from whichever step you decide. Then, dispatch 100 soldiers who pass physical training to Wesley's archery range for archery training. Ross showed no surprise. Understood, Master. As Lynn spoke, he walked towards the outside of the canteen. You weren't present at the last castle meeting. Did Wesley convey the meeting's content to you? Ross, with Earl following closely, replied, Master, Instructor Wesley has already conveyed it to me. Since that day, I have been organizing the soldiers for town defense training. Lynn nodded. As a military instructor, you know full well what that wall signifies. If the soldiers can't hold it, and the invaders rush into our land, the only ones who will suffer are the townsmen. Ross's face instantly grew solemn. As Lynn continued walking, wisps of white mist billowed from his mouth with each word. You should have gathered information about Morgantown from Jeremy, yes? Ross responded, Yes, Master. Lord Lawrence has brought a large army to Morgantown. preparing to eradicate the bandits. Lynn looked at Ross and asked, "What are your thoughts?" After a few seconds of thought, Ross explained, "Master, I believe this is not a good thing for your territory." Earl, closely following Lynn and Ross, listened intently to their conversation. Since Master Lynn hadn't dismissed him, it meant these words were meant for him to hear. Engaging in blind training alone, no matter how skilled, would still be a brutish tactician. Only by being well-versed in various intelligence and familiar with various factions, and mastering various military strategies, can one be considered a competent leader. Earl could feel that Master Lynn wanted to cultivate him. Otherwise, a simple decree or a guard's relay of orders, and he could become Instructor Ross's assistant. Master Lynn did not do that. Instead, he introduced and praised him in front of thousands of townsmen, appointing him as an assistant. The grand aspect of such ceremonial proceedings is one thing. His name and face were firmly remembered by these thousands of townsmen. They will all know that there is an assistant named Earl on this land, and he will become a target for many townsmen to pursue and surpass. If such a young man could become an assistant, they too could achieve it. Lynn naturally didn't know Earl's thoughts at that moment. He watched Ross with great interest, waiting for him to continue speaking. Lynn had originally thought Ross would say, "It would be a good thing for this land." Ross continued to speak. "The Iron Blood Brotherhood bandit corps have been annihilated by Master Yu, and the remaining refugees and captives are all guarded in the coal mine for excavation. Lord Lawrence's arrival with a large army would then become a futile task. Dispatching a large army without any battle experience and returning empty-handed is a major taboo for any commander or general, one that would cause the Lord to lose trust in them. If Lord Lawrence wishes to make a mark, he will surely find a way to make it happen to showcase himself. Then any force near Morgantown would be in danger. Even as a vassal or a manor lord of Marquis Duca, he could accuse them of inaction, surge his army, and crush them. It just so happens, providing a suitable explanation for bandit raids on villages and small towns." Lynn gave Ross a look of approval. His analysis was very correct, logical, and methodical. Rose's words continued. "As for the safety of the Master's territory, it depends on how familiar the Master is with Marquis Duca. Otherwise, if Sir Lawrence finds out that there are so many mines and slaves on your territory, I feel it would be the first target to be attacked." Lynn turned his head to glance at Rose. Not yet speaking, Rose hurriedly said, "Master, this is just my wild guess. If there's anything wrong, please punish me." Lynn shook his head and said, "You guessed correctly. My relationship with Marquis Duca is indeed not very good. He almost had me killed, that's all." Rose, with her head lowered and Ully behind, upon hearing this, their eyebrows shot up, faces full of horror. As the lord of this territory, Lynn was naturally infected by Marquis Duca. However, Marquis Duca almost killed their master? The reasoning behind this, even Rose was somewhat unable to fathom. Lynn continued speaking. "You and Wesley should intensify the soldier training. One day, if Lawrence's army attacks, you will be at the forefront of the war." Rose's body stood upright suddenly, and she responded with a shout, "Yes, Master." After sending Rose and Ully away, Lynn, accompanied by Red, returned to the castle. Kesey, who returned first, was already organizing the maids to set up today's dinner. Lynn sat down again in the armchair by the fireplace. Whether Lawrence's army would attack his territory was not a decision he could make. He could make use of the resident information column to rationally utilize all townsmen with different abilities and talent skills. Lynn took a look around. Apart from a dozen people with skills like swordsmanship, hunting, and riding skill, there were no other special talents and abilities. The townsmen with these skills were almost all selected by Rose to become soldiers for physical training. The remaining townspeople with level 2 or level 3 skills were all involved in handicrafts. He relayed their names to Kesey, instructing her to bring them to different workshops tomorrow. After reviewing 3 or 4 times to ensure no talents were overlooked, Lynn then entered the private chamber. While soaking in hot water, he enjoyed a massage from Kesey. Lynn lay comfortably on the large bed, gradually falling asleep. In a closed room of a 3-story building, the logs in the fireplace were burning. Perhaps because the wood still contained moisture, smoke was rising in thick puffs, and pea-sized bubbles were forming at the ends. accompanied by a faint sizzling sound. 7 or 8 figures sat around a round table, and the candlelight from the candelabra at the center illuminated each of their faces. Seated at the head, Lawrence's gaze swept over the faces of several manor lords. He said in a deep voice, "Gentlemen." Upon hearing Lawrence's words, they all turned to look. There was tension and constraint on each face. Lawrence continued, "I believe you gentlemen know the reason I came to Morgantown. Let's talk. Where is the Iron Blood Brotherhood bandit corps, which has left you helpless now?" Sitting at the far end, Aiden, with his head down, eyes constantly moving, seeming to be thinking rapidly about something. Seeing them exchange glances without responding, Lawrence instantly raised the volume of his voice. "What? Is no one willing to speak? Or is there someone among you who is an insider for the Iron Blood Brotherhood? As the second son of the Duca's clan and the commander of this bandit suppression operation, I warn you, even if your villages are attacked by bandits, causing peasants to flee, and your cultivated land area to decrease, none of this has anything to do with the Duca's clan. The taxes you should pay, not a pence less." Listening to Lawrence's words, the expressions on everyone's faces grew ever more grave. The thin man sitting to Lawrence's right slightly adjusted his position, speaking with a hoarse, powerless voice. "Lord Lawrence, indeed, we haven't heard information about the Iron Blood Brotherhood bandit corps marauding and looting villages for some time." Lawrence's gaze immediately turned, falling on the thin man. "Old Jonas, are you implying that I brought 3,005 soldiers, enduring hardships, just to sightsee in your remote area?" Startled, Jonas quickly bowed his head, saying, "The Lord misunderstood. Old Jonas didn't mean that." With a cold huff, Lawrence moved his gaze from Jonas to the other manor lords. "You are vassals of the Duca's clan, so you must be loyal and responsible to it. If I discover you conspire with the bandits, sorry, no matter how many generations your manor lord position spans, or how many descendants you have, all will be executed." Upon hearing the last 4 words, the bodies of the manor lords sitting in their chairs shuddered violently. If anyone else had spoken these words, they might have doubted them somewhat. However, the one speaking now was Lawrence Ducas. Just as Lawrence's words fell, a reminder came forth in the meeting room. "Lord Lawrence, this time, the bandits are rampant and have affected the Aiden Morrison Manor Lord the most. Manor Lord should know the whereabouts of the bandits now. Yes, I clearly remember that Aiden has been to Kakasong City twice, and on both occasions, he hired mercenary corps to attempt to annihilate the bandits." Aiden, sitting at the far end, listened to their words with his eyes glaring fiercely at them. These guys are betraying him. In the face of Lawrence's inquiry, they were the first to throw him under the bus. "Fine, very well, excellent. Once I occupy the land behind the city wall and gain inexhaustible salt mines, I'll rise and kill you all." Lawrence, with a curious look, followed the gaze of several manor lords to Aiden. A sudden and immense pressure appeared in Aiden's heart. Jonas glanced at Aiden and added, "Not only that, my lord. Previously, Aiden had also come to my territory, claiming there were many bandits that he couldn't handle. However, at that time, I was unwell and really couldn't leave to assist him in suppressing the bandits." Lawrence's gaze fixed on Aiden, his words filled with curiosity. "Aiden Manor Lord, are their statements true?" Everyone's eyes fell on Aiden, and he panicked slightly, to the point where his layers of fat gently quivered. Aiden took a deep breath, exerting all his effort to calm himself. "Lord Lawrence, it is true." No sooner had Aiden finished speaking than Lawrence's authoritative voice suddenly boomed. When questioned by the Duca's clan, "What right do you have to sit?" In his heart, Aiden was horrified. He hastily stood up and painstakingly performed the vassal's courtesy. "My apologies, Lord Lawrence. It was disrespectful of me. Please forgive my offense." The faces of several manor lords showed schadenfreude. Jonas just took a glance, continuing to droop his eyelids as if it had nothing to do with him. Lawrence challenged, "Faced with the threat of bandits, if you cannot resist them, why didn't you immediately go to the Duca's clan for help? You are vassals of the Duca's clan. While you pay taxes to the Duca's clan, you also enjoy the protection of the Duca's clan. Could it be that Aiden Manor Lord even forgot this basic principle? Or does Aiden Manor Lord disdain the protection of the Duca's clan?" Aiden, with his head down, suddenly widened his eyes, and a surge of intense anger emerged from within him. Since the Iron Blood Brotherhood roamed into his territory, he did intend to solve it on his own. However, upon discovering ineffectiveness, he immediately sent Ford to Marquis Duca's mansion. Ford was directly executed and expelled from Bordeaux City. He had no choice but to travel to Carcassonne City, spending a fortune to hire a mercenary corps to suppress the bandits. After enduring so many hardships, does he also have to endure Lawrence's questioning? Aiden forcefully restrained the anger within him, almost speaking word by word. It was Aiden's intention not to trouble Marquis Duca, and I took the liberty to act on my own. I hope my lord forgives my offense. Of course, he knew that if he mentioned anything about seeking help from Bordeaux City and being driven out, that would only be further shaming Lawrence. Besides that, there's no benefit. Jonas and the others also sensed the change in Aiden's tone, but none stepped forward to explain for him. They still wore expressions of schadenfreude. In fact, two of the lords even folded their arms in front of them, leaning back against their chairs. Lawrence's eyelids narrowed slightly as he asked, Aiden Manor Lord, tell me, where has the Iron Blood Brotherhood bandit corps gone now? You all know, Mark Duca has just inherited the title of Marquis. He needs achievements to prove he has enough ability to show the Emperor of the Empire, to show those who covet him. Therefore, this time the army's march can be both to eradicate the rampant bandit corps and to overthrow the lords who betrayed Marquis Ducas. The hearts of many manor lords suddenly sank. Lawrence's words were already simple and clear. Under Lawrence's intense gaze, Aiden's angry emotions instantly cooled, his mind quickly pondering. He truly didn't know where the Iron Blood Brotherhood bandit corps had suddenly gone. They had seemingly vanished into thin air. However, Lawrence must require achievements. Without bandits, they might possibly treat him as the achievement. Should he tell Lawrence about the Lord of the Land behind the city wall? This notion emerged but was instantly dismissed by Aiden. Under no circumstances should he tell Lawrence. No matter the risk, he must not expose that land to anyone. Even if he was to lose his current land, not one word must be said, because that land has salt mines for mining and extraction. With salt mines, you have everything. At this point, Aiden spoke steadfastly. Lord Lawrence, I truly do not know where the bandit corps suddenly went. They plundered over a dozen of my villages, killed so many of my peasants. No one hates them more than I do. Just as several have said, I spent hundreds of gold pounds, a huge sum, to hire mercenary corps to eliminate the bandits. But, Lord Lawrence, I still do not understand why, despite there being so many villages in Morgantown, the bandit corps only plundered my villages, killing my peasants. The few manor lords who had just been gleeful suddenly changed their expressions dramatically. They widened their eyes, staring straight at Aiden. Aiden, what do you mean? Are you suggesting that we invited the bandit corps? So that's why our lands haven't been attacked by bandits. Facing the rebuke from several manor lords, Aiden showed no fear. Manor lords, I have never said such words. You are falsely accusing me in front of Lord Lawrence. The words of the manor lords suddenly softened, and they turned to look at Lawrence. Sure enough, his expression turned grim, and they hurriedly shut their mouths. Lawrence extended his right hand, gently massaging his temples to relieve minor headaches. He murmured to himself, So, where did the bandit corps go? The manor lords had no words, lowering their heads. Jonas also frowned slightly. Standing in place, Aiden spoke up. Lord Lawrence, could it be that due to the fear of your army, the bandits fled Morgantown early? Bandits usually roam around. Lawrence seemed not to hear his words and continued speaking. Since we've arrived at this frontier town, let's wait and see. Jonas seemed somewhat restless, raising his head to speak. Lord Lawrence, since the bandits have fled, there's no need for you to endure hardship here. We assure you, if the bandit corps attacks Morgantown again, we will unite and exterminate them. The manor lords glanced at Jonas perplexedly. They had no understanding as to why Jonas would suddenly speak like this. Lawrence's eyebrows raised in a taunting manner. Now you know how to unite for extermination? What were you doing before? Or is it that my 3,500-strong army has come to Morgantown for just a few days and already made old Jonas Manor Lord uncomfortable? If that's the case, I will call upon the tax collector to carefully review whether Morgantown's annual tax payment is accurate." Jonas lowered his head and explained, "Lord Lawrence, I didn't mean it like that. I—" Lawrence waved his hand, interrupting Jonas's words. Somewhat displeased, he said, All right, we'll end it here for today, dismiss." Jonas and the others heard this, stood up, respectfully bade farewell to Lawrence, and walked out of the meeting room. In the meeting room, only Lawrence and the middle-aged knight Godfrey, who had always stood behind him, remained. Lawrence rubbed his temples with both hands, speaking coldly. "Godfrey, what do you think?" Godfrey stepped forward from behind, entering the candlelight of the room. He recalled for 2 seconds and said, "Perhaps they really don't know the whereabouts of the bandit core. Some people must know other hidden truths, but they don't want to tell you, Master." Hearing more ambiguous words, Lawrence exhaled 2 breaths from his headache. Lawrence stood up, walking towards the door of the meeting room. "Godfrey, you can deploy the soldiers as you wish. I give you 1 week to investigate clearly. If after a week you still can't find the bandit core, we'll leave Morgantown." Godfrey spoke up, "Return to Bordeaux City?" Lawrence stopped in his tracks, looking back at Godfrey. "No. Target, Duke of Red Dragon." Godfrey's pupils instantly contracted. Attacking the Duke of Red Dragon? Coming to Morgantown to exterminate bandits was just a guise? The true target is the neighboring duchy of the Red Dragon? If not for Lawrence telling him this information, he would be completely unaware of the real objective of this outing. Godfrey pondered for a moment. It all made sense. If it's just to eliminate a gang of roaming border bandits. As Marquis Mark Ducas, he only needs to issue a few orders to unite the manor lords around Morgantown for a joint bandit extermination. Mark Ducas didn't do this. Instead, he sent Lawrence and a 3,500-strong army. Everything makes sense. As for why this would happen, Godfrey thought briefly, vaguely guessing some reasons. Perhaps it is related to Mark Ducas attending Princess Yuna's coming-of-age ceremony. If Marquis Ducas's soldiers, without permission, directly press forward, war is about to begin. Downstairs in the 3-story building, 5 figures stepped out the door. Numerous biting cold winds blew against their bodies. Several of the followers quickly approached their masters by the carriage, wrapping them in a thick wool cloak. Aiden tightened the cloak Ackman put on him, just about to head towards a distant carriage. A sharp voice sounded from behind. "Aiden, what do you mean by what you just said?" Aiden's steps instantly halted, turning to look behind him. A middle-aged man with short hair and beard was glaring at him with wide eyes. Aiden stared directly at the middle-aged man. "Theodore, whatever meaning you think I said, that's what I meant." Theodore's expression was cold. "Aiden, do you really think I don't dare to act against you? With the strength of your manor, I could level it within a single night." Aiden stared back fearlessly. A few seconds later, he turned his head to look at Jonas walking in the distance, speaking, "Sir Jonas, kindly leash your dog. I think Lawrence wouldn't mind earning more merits for Marquis Ducas." Theodore shouted, "Aiden." Jonas's hoarse voice rang out, "Lord Theodore, it's getting cold. You should head back early." Listening to Jonas's words, Theodore glared at Aiden a few times before withdrawing his gaze and walking toward a distant carriage. The other 2 manor lords also glanced at Aiden and, supported by their followers, headed to their respective carriages. With the sound of carriages being driven away, 5 carriages left the 3-story building and vanished into the night. On the gravel road outside the town, the carriages were moving at a steady pace. Inside the carriage, an oil lamp emitting a faint glow swayed continuously. The creaking sound of swaying echoed constantly within the carriage. At this moment, Aiden's face was full of coldness. His eyes looked through the swaying curtains into the distant darkness. Until 10 minutes later, he called out to the outside of the window, "Ackman." Ackman, who was riding on a horse in front, heard this and quickly slowed down the horse, coming to the right side of the carriage. Ackman's voice was full of respect. "Master?" This time, Aiden actually called his name correctly. Aiden wasted no words, directly saying, "Once we return to the manor, I need you to send a letter to Viscount Chambers's castle at Windhill." Ackman's eyebrow raised. He quickly responded, "Yes, master." In a blink, 3 days passed. Lynn habitually woke up early. After eating the nutritious breakfast prepared by Kesey, he stepped out of the castle. walking across the red brick ground, through the lime square, and along the extending lime road. Lynn arrived at the site where the wooden tracks were being constructed. Watching the busy townsmen, Lynn's gaze looked into the distance. From where he was standing, the open-pit coal mine was only about 2 miles away. He could even see the workers at the foot of the open-pit coal mine breaking up coal chunks. The more labor force, the faster the efficiency of work. By dusk today, the wooden dual tracks from the town's entrance to the open-pit coal mine could be completed. An inexplicable sense of anticipation rose in Lynn's heart. Amidst the curious gazes of the townsmen, he stepped in and joined the track construction team. Construction experience, +1. Construction experience, +1. Construction experience, +1. Sleepers were laid on the ground and fixed. Tracks were nailed onto the sleepers. Time was passing swiftly. In the blink of an eye, it was already afternoon. At this time, Lynn was already less than 100 meters from the open-pit coal mine. Piles of sorted and crushed coal were stacked not far away. Each pile was nearly 3 to 4 meters high, with a total of 16 or 17 piles. As long as the track cars could run smoothly, it wouldn't take long to transport all this coal back to the town, fundamentally solving the issue of insufficient transport capability. With the final few curved tracks nailed and secured, a 20-mile-long wooden dual track was finally completed. Next, what remained was the final testing. Colin walked briskly to Lynn and asked, "Master, shall we start the test run now?" Lynn glanced at the 20 hand-cranked mine cars that had been brought over. "Begin the test run." Colin respectfully bowed slightly. "Yes, master." With Lynn's permission, Colin immediately began arranging for workers to lift the hand-cranked mine cars onto the tracks. Several workers worked together to shovel coal into the mine cars until the carriages were completely loaded. As a carpenter apprentice climbed onto the mine car and continuously turned the hand crank, the power was transmitted to the car wheels through the drive mechanism. With the axle assemblies in place, it reduced the driver's required force direction and saved half the effort. Even for a carpenter apprentice, they could handle the fully loaded mine car and transport it back to the town. Under the carpenter apprentice's cranking, the mine car began moving slowly. Furthermore, its speed began to increase, becoming faster and faster. Along the lime road, for carpenter apprentices jogged alongside. If an accident happened, they would immediately perform a rescue. The scene was reminiscent of learning to ride a bicycle for the first time. Under Lynn's gaze, the mine car rolled over tracks, heading towards the town. The speed was smooth, driving steadily, and could accelerate on slight downhill slopes. Colin's gaze also followed the mine car as it moved away. There was a clear look of hope and tension on his face. This was his first time making a track mine car, and naturally, Colin didn't want to end in failure, especially since Master Lynn specifically drew the production blueprints for them. Until the front mine car gradually disappeared from view. Lynn spoke to Colin. "Continue." Hearing Lynn's instruction, Colin continued to arrange for an apprentice to lift a mine car onto the track. After the carriage was fully loaded with coal, an apprentice climbed onto the mine car again to operate and drive it. These mine cars were crafted by the joint effort of the carpenter workshop's apprentices. Compared to construction workers, they were more familiar with the operation of the mine cars. One after another, the fully loaded mine cars drove towards the town. Quickly, Lynn noticed several issues with the mine cars. Firstly, the starting speed of the mine cars was too slow. To use the drive mechanism to start a car loaded with 1,500 pounds of coal required the driver to exert a lot of energy. There is a propulsion device. The starting efficiency can be improved. Secondly, there is a strong friction between the mine car and the wheels, which results in weakened power of the mine car. Although the wheels and track would have been polished with an iron planer, the problem of excessive friction still cannot be solved. Perhaps only by replacing all the track wood and wheels with iron can we see improvement. Finally, transporting coal requires the combined efforts of several people. The workers loading the coal, the workers operating the mine car, the workers at the town who need to unload the coal, and the workers responsible for track maintenance. A reasonable shift system must be implemented. As Lynn pondered, a reminder voice reached his ears. "Be careful. If something happens, it won't be a joke." Lynn's gaze shifted to a point not far behind him. There, a relatively strong man was helping a thin man who had fallen to the ground to stand up. As the thin man gratefully thanked him, the burly man continued. Thankfully you weren't injured. Be more careful next time. Lin's mind moved, and a panel appeared before his eyes. Demi Heck, loyalty 90%, planting level 2, production level 2, construction level 2. No talent or skills, and even the skill level isn't very high. Closing the panel, Lin directly called out, Demi Heck. Upon hearing his name called, Damien immediately turned his head to search. After searching around, Demi found Lin looking at him, and his heart tightened instantly, stepping quickly to Lin's front. Demi bowed and said, Lord, did you call me? Lin nodded and said, Yes, it was me who called you. Demi became even more nervous, with a hint of shock in his heart. Master Lin actually knew his name. Lin looked straight at Demi. I need you to become the foreman managing the transport of wooden tracks, responsible for the workers' shift rotation system and maintenance of the tracks. Listening to Lin's words, Demi's chest fluctuated more and more noticeably. He quickly said, Lord, although I have never been in management, I am willing to try. If I can't do it, I'll report and resign to Steward Kesey first thing. Lin gave Demi an approving look. All right, from now on, you are responsible for managing track transport as the foreman. I don't want to see any issues in track transport due to your personal desires, understand? Demi stood very straight. I understand, Lord. Among the townsmen who also lacked management ability, Lin naturally chose a stout, tall man to act as a temporary manager. At least under the pressure of his physique, many townsmen who like to slack off will behave themselves. After instructing Demi, Lin withdrew his gaze and continued looking at the wooden tracks ahead. The first minecar, transporting coal, returned to the departure point. Filled with hope, Colin quickly asked, Were there any problems along the way? The carpenter apprentice who was asked was somewhat out of breath. Master Lord, sir. There weren't any major problems with the transport. The only issue is that the unloading efficiency is too slow. We can only use iron hammers and iron shovels to shovel it off one by one. It took more than 10 minutes just to unload it. If we could unload it all at once, it would definitely improve efficiency. Lin looked at the carpenter apprentice with surprise, not expecting him to have such innovative thinking. This problem he had naturally thought about as well. But with the current conditions, Lin could not make a mechanical unloader. He could only leave an opening door method to improve coal loading and unloading speed. Colin also furrowed his brows, thinking for a short moment, but finding no clues. Lin said, As long as there are no problems, that's good. One minecar after another returned to the coal loading point. After inquiring one by one, they also felt no problems. The track minecar can officially be put into use for transport. Lin looked at Demi and said, I will assign 100 townsmen to you, and you will coordinate them for coal transport. How to arrange shifts is up to you. However, I need to see 60 cars of coal transported back to town every day. There are 20 hand-cranked mine cars in total, each transporting 3 trips daily. That makes 60 cars. Each mine car can carry a coal weight of 1,500 gene. That means 90,000 gene of anthracite can be transported back to town every day. 90,000 gene of anthracite is not much. Just by making dozens more mine cars, compared to a carriage, it can reach a critical mass. As for further increasing transport capacity, as long as we create metal tracks and mine cars, it can be achieved. Lin assigned 100 people from the townsmen building wooden tracks to Demi. What needs to be done, how it needs to be done, Lin has already explained to Demi. What remains is to wait for the transport workers to load these screened and sorted anthracite onto mine cars and bring them back to town. With the mine car arrangements complete, Lin turned his gaze to the open-pit coal mine. One after another, bodies were continually swinging the cross pickaxes in their hands, vigorously digging out the coal in front of them. The workers currently digging coal have already reached more than 700 people. 500 workers in charge of digging, and 220 bandit captives. As bandit captives, they were merely refugees conscripted by the Iron Blood Brotherhood Bandit Corps. The territories need to expand. Handicraft development lacks anthracite as fuel. The arrival of these captives just fills the gap Lin wants in expanding coal mining. As for whether there will be grievances in letting them dig, Lin has never been worried. The kitchen at the foot of the coal mine provides 3 meals timely, along with warm, airtight red brick houses for them to live in. In terms of warmth, there are coarse wool long robes and blanket cushions. With such good treatment, if they still harbor thoughts of resistance, he would have no choice but to execute them one by one. Even though the current total population of the territory has reached 7,400 people, Lin still feels short on labor. Unless absolutely necessary, Lin is unwilling to waste this labor force. There are many things that need to be arranged by Lin, things that need to be done by these townsmen. First, the Wung City. Currently, Lawrence has brought an army of over 3,000 to Morgantown, and they could launch an attack on this territory at any moment. To increase the success rate of defending the city, it is essential to construct a Wung City that can enhance offensive directions. Second, siege machinery. The woodworker workshop needs to produce various large-scale siege machines. Then, chevaux de frise, ditches, watchtowers, beacon towers, and outpost fortresses, etc. With chevaux de frise and ditches, they can delay the speed of enemy cavalry attacks, preventing them from charging directly in. Watchtowers can increase the field of vision, occupying a visual advantage. Beacon towers and outpost fortresses can set roadblocks on the necessary paths through the territory. To attack the territory, they must first resolve the outpost fortresses to delay the enemy's formation setting for the territory. Next, the wooden tracks leading to the salt mine salt factory. Only by using track transportation throughout can draft horses be completely liberated, enhancing transport capacity. Currently, the soldiers in the territory number 1,100, but only 500 soldiers under Rose are equipped with full armor. The guards and archers are still only wearing chest armor and helmets. The production efficiency of armor must be accelerated. In Lin's continuous planning in mind, he had already, with Colin, passed through the woods and arrived under the city wall. Colin quietly followed behind Lin, afraid to disturb him in any way. Until Lin's gaze turned towards him, he quickened his pace to Lin's side. Colin responded, "Master." Lin spoke, "Produce 10 more hand-pulled minecarts. Then have the woodworker workshop change direction and start manufacturing siege machinery. Start with simple siege machines and fortifications. Make chevaux de frise and dig horse-resistant ditches. As for the Wolf Fong Club, Seaman Knife Car, Qianjing Gate, and pushing the Cloud Ladder, those can be done gradually. The newly appointed stonemason workshop, Avery, needs to build various houses and buildings. The excavation work can only be handed to Colin's woodworker workshop." Lin looked at Colin again. "Old Colin, I know your woodworker workshop has been working nonstop, with barely any rest. But you also know that not only have you not rested, but many townsmen have been working continuously for the development of the territory." Colin bowed slightly, his words full of respect. "Master, I understand." Lin nodded, walking into the tower under the gaze of soldiers undergoing physical training and climbing onto the city wall. A cold wind carrying a chill blew from the open wasteland ahead, stirring his hair and the robe he wore. Lin's gaze scanned in a circle and continued speaking. The ditch should be set 50 meters outside the city wall, extending into the distance. The width of the ditch is about 5 meters, and the depth is about 3 meters. There might be more rain in the winter and spring, and some planks and branches can be used for reinforcement. Sharp stakes can be set at the bottom of the ditch. Such ditch dimensions can effectively obstruct enemy attacks, especially cavalry units. After the last direct cavalry charge that reached the foot of the wall, Lin had learned his lesson. Colin responded with a "Yes, master." Lin continued speaking. "As for chevaux de frise, the prepared chevaux de frise can be placed on the outside of the ditch, forming the first line of defense. The interval between placements can be about 2 meters. However, to prevent the enemy from easily pushing the chevaux de frise away, they need to be reinforced. It's best to drive in stakes first, then use ropes to bind the stakes to the top." Colin responded again, "Understood, master." Listening to Master Lin's detailed explanation, a different feeling arose in Colin's heart. Their Master Lin spends almost all his time on territorial construction. Master Lin is indeed the busiest and most continuously working person in this territory. After confirming there were no omissions, Lin said to Colin, "I will allocate 100 more laborers to you. How to dispatch them will be up to you." Colin's eyes lit up. "Thank you, master." Lin said, "Go ahead and get busy." After dismissing Colin, Lynn looked at Red and said, "Call Avery over. He's near the city wall." Red responded, looking at a guard to start making arrangements. After a few words from Red, that guard quickly left, running down the city wall. Lynn once again looked at the far-off wasteland outside the city. Whether it's the near Morgantown's Lawrence or the distant Marquis Mark Ducas, or even the impending Imperial Authority War. With the armed forces he currently has, there's no way to contend against them. Although his territory has a population of 7,400, seemingly large in number, but the actual fighting force is only about 1,100 people. In front of 3,000 systematically trained soldiers, wearing armor and wielding weapons, they're just a disorganized mob. Perhaps a single charge would result in over half being killed or wounded. If Lawrence really comes to breach the city, he can only prepare chevaux de frise in advance, dig the ditches well, and rely on the city walls for the fight. Preparations for an impending battle must be well made. A sound of footsteps arose from the rear. Lynn turned to look and saw the guard who had just left, bringing Avery over to him. Coming before Lynn, Avery hurriedly bent at the waist, bowing deeply. He spoke respectfully, "Lord." Looking at Avery in front of him, Lynn replied, "Avery, has the task I assigned to you begun?" Avery didn't dare lift his head, responding, "Lord, after these days of searching, we believe that the location for the Watchtower should be outside the city walls." Lynn said, "Continue." Avery continued to explain, "The position of the city walls is good, but apart from being able to observe the vast area directly ahead, the views on both sides are blocked by peaks. Only by constructing outside the city walls can the entire outside environment be in full view." Lynn turned his head for a glance. "Okay, then let's construct the Watchtower outside the city walls." Upon hearing Lynn's affirmative response, Avery's heart slightly relaxed. He continued, "Lord, because the terrain outside the city walls is relatively flat, a height of 20 meters for the Watchtower is sufficient. However, right now, we only have 3 people, our power is limited, and we need you to allocate some labor forces. I need to use these labor forces to construct a stonemason workshop behind the city walls for storing materials transported from the town, and it can also be used for producing some tools." Lynn nodded. "I will allocate 400 people to you. How you use them is up to your discretion. If you need any materials, you can go directly to the town for transportation. If you need some special tools that need production, you can tell Steward Kesey. Steward Kesey will assist you in coordinating and handling it." At this point, Lynn paused his speech. "These labor forces are not just for the construction of the Watchtower. I also need you to go outside the city walls, find a suitable place, and construct an outpost fortress with a beacon tower on top. This is something he urgently needs right now, be it using wolf smoke as a warning or having sentries return on horseback to report. He needs to know immediately if enemy troops are approaching the territory, to arrange soldiers and make defensive deployments in advance." Avery quickly responded, "Yes, my lord." After arranging Avery's matters, Lynn stood on the city walls for a while and observed. Then, Lynn stepped down from the city walls. Underneath the walls, groups of soldiers continued various training exercises. Perhaps noticing Lynn's gaze, Rose handed over the training to Earl, and he ran to Lynn's side. Rose spoke respectfully, "Master." Lynn replied, "Colin and Avery will subsequently go outside the city walls to build defense fortifications. Arrange the soldiers well and take care of them." Rose bowed his head and responded, "Yes, master." Letting Rose continue his tasks, Lynn stepped towards the direction of the town. It wasn't just the soldiers under Rose's command. All the archers Wesley trained were also near the city walls. The city walls are the first line of defense for the territory and also the most important one. As soldiers, they naturally have to stand firm at the forefront. Lynn did not ride a horse, but walked back on foot. Red, with a few guards, followed closely behind. Lynn's gaze occasionally swept over the mountains and forests on both sides. The forests near the city walls have already been cleared, constructing red brick houses and military camps. The sides of the lime road at the back are still all timber forests. However, this happens to be suitable for the upcoming construction of defenses. Make use of local materials to improve work efficiency. Reaching the forest's exit, at the territory's edge, Lynn halted in his steps. Looking at this gourd-shaped forest exit, ideas flashed in Lin's mind. If there were more labor forces, another city wall could be constructed at the forest exit as a second line of defense. Of course, for now, this is just a thought. Currently, aside from fixed positions within the territory, there aren't many townsmen available for flexible deployment. In Lin's mind, a plan for the use of labor forces began to form. When felling trees, there were 1,600 townsmen available for flexible deployment. Later, Grayson sent 600 slaves, bringing the number of deployable townsmen to 2,200. Apart from the 200 apprentices in the woodworker workshop, there are also 2,000 townsmen. 200 townsmen were assigned to Garcia, letting him continue to harvest logs, providing raw materials for the 200 workers in the wood workshop. Logs were processed into sleepers and rail timbers, with the stripped bark used in the papermaking workshop for paper production. 100 townsmen were dispatched to Demi, tasking her with leading the transportation of coal mines. Then, 100 townsmen were separately dispatched to Colin and 400 to Avery. Until now, only 800 townsmen can be deployed. The blacksmith workshop needs to expand in scale, requiring more population investment. The excavation of the open-pit iron mine also requires expansion and population investment. The textile workshop is soon to engage in the weaving of armor plates, which also needs an increase in labor forces. 800 labor forces are far from enough for Lin to utilize. The weather is becoming increasingly colder. Grayson transporting more workforce to the territory must wait until after spring. It's necessary to wait for almost 2 months. All other places needing labor forces, he has already secured completion. Out of the 800 workers, 300 were allocated to Earl's blacksmith workshop to construct 2 more blacksmith workshops and a blast furnace, smelt iron ore, cast chest armor, and forge jaw armor plates. 200 were allocated to the open-pit iron mine to increase iron ore production. 100 were allocated to the weaving workshop to have them embroider padded armor. 100 were distributed under Rose's command for physical and military training to expand the armed forces. With 1,200 armed soldiers, if trained rigorously, relying on defenses and city walls, they might stand a fighting chance against nearly 3,000 regular troops. What he needs most now is time. As for the remaining 100, Lin needs them to go to the edge of the mountains, quarry large stones, and transport them back to the town. As Lin was about to walk back to the town, a combined group of 700 townsmen approached in a grand procession, driving draft horse carriages laden with all kinds of iron tools. It was Colin and Avery leading the apprentices and townsmen, preparing for the construction of defenses ahead of the city walls. Upon seeing Master Lin, they all saluted in respect. Lin nodded in acknowledgement. The distance from the town to the city walls is also 20 li. Although it takes a lot of time on the way, due to the lack of horses, they can only walk. Until the high-powered rail cars are built from the town to the city walls, this problem can be resolved. High-powered rail cars. Apart from magic-related ones, it can only be steam engines. However, with the current metal smelting and manufacturing technology, it's impossible to make pistons and cylinder devices. It could become a direction for future territory development. If steam engines could really be made, it would mean a revolutionary change in production methods. From relying on traditional manual and animal power to a variety of machinery and equipment, mining and metallurgy would also see tremendous advancement. The problem of insufficient transportation capacity would also be completely solved, allowing for the direct production of steam locomotives, even steam trains. By then, the entire territory will enter the industrial age. Lin only mused briefly before dismissing the thought. It was a bit too far-fetched. Lin began organizing the remaining 800 idle townsmen, assigning them to different positions. Lin led 300 townsmen to the blacksmith workshop. The continuous forging sounds ebbed and flowed within. One by one, the blacksmith apprentices swung their iron hammers uncertainly, hammering a piece of iron plate on the anvil before them. The forging of iron plates needed for padded armor does not require much skill. Keep hammering the red-hot iron block into square iron sheets, then process them into the required size of armor plates using an iron saw. After quenching, trim, perforate, and polish to complete an armor plate. Almost every blacksmith apprentice can participate in the making of armor plates. As Lin surveyed the blacksmith workshop, Aurelio strode up quickly to greet him. He spoke with utmost respect. "Master." Aurelio's gaze shifted past Lin to the rear. Seeing these figures, a look of delight appeared on his face. Aurelio quickly inquired, "Master, are these townsmen sent to the blacksmith workshop?" Lin nodded. "Yes, the 400 townsmen you wanted. I can't fully provide for you at the moment, so I can only give you 300 first. From now on, they are all at your disposal and command. Whether for constructing the blacksmith workshop or forging armor plates, you decide." Upon hearing this, Aurelio's delight became more apparent. For the production of Ja armor plates, apart from the apprentices casting chest armor and helmets, the rest were all dedicated to forging armor plates. The process of forging armor plates is not complicated, but the quantity needed is vast. As per Master Lin's instructions, a set of padded armor requires at least several hundred plates. Such a large quantity requires more labor. The 300 laborers brought by Master Lin could completely alleviate his urgent need. Aurelio's voice became excited. "Thank you. Thank you, Master." Aurelio called over a middle-aged man, none other than Alton Berry, who also possessed level 3 forging skills. Previously, Lin appointed him as Aurelio's deputy to collaboratively manage the entire blacksmith workshop. Lin also instructed Aurelio to select a squad leader from among the apprentices working in the same type of post in the blacksmith workshop. The squad leader would manage the apprentices on the same post, and Aurelio would oversee these squad leaders. This way, the entire blacksmith workshop could be managed more orderly. Otherwise, with Aurelio managing alone, it often becomes prone to oversights. One's energy, after all, is limited. After Alton took the 300 townsmen into the blacksmith workshop, Lin turned his attention to Aurelio. Even before Lin could inquire, Aurelio spoke up first. "Master, with these 300 blacksmith apprentices, the total number in the blacksmith workshop reached 1,100. The 100 or so people who first followed me still find it a bit challenging to graduate, but at least they've learned the basics of forging. They can start assisting in teaching blacksmith apprentices without any experience." Lin nodded. "Very good." The scene Lin had initially envisioned appeared. A qualified blacksmith leading a team to learn forging techniques. Once this team masters it, they will spread out and teach more apprentices the art of forging. Given enough time, he could have a large number of blacksmiths. With a large number of blacksmiths, they could forge a substantial amount of armor and weapons. After Aurelio bowed, he continued, "According to the progress with the previous 800 people, each person can forge for armor plates a day on average. That means, in the blacksmith workshop of 800, they could produce 3,200 armor plates daily. The produced armor plates have already been transported to the textile workshop." Lin pondered for a few seconds. In the situation where plate armor and helmets are cast using a sandbox, each set of armor still requires 200 to 300 plates. In conversion, it's roughly 10 sets of padded armor. Even though these plates still require workers in the textile workshop to sew them into pieces of belly armor, back armor, shoulder armor, arm armor, and skirt armor, etc. However, producing 3,200 armor plates a day is already a lot. Adding the 300 townsmen just joined, according to the average, they could produce 4,400 armor plates daily. Compared to casting using a sandbox, the number of armors produced has decreased, but the performance of composite armor is far superior to standard plate armor. Lin looked approvingly at Aurelio, saying, "Very well done, but it's not enough yet. I still need more blacksmith apprentices who can forge to forge more blacksmiths." Aurelio's face was resolute, speaking firmly. "Yes, my lord." Lin nodded. "Go ahead and get busy." After dismissing Aurelio to continue his tasks, he still needed to assign roles to the 300 townsmen who had just arrived. Lin walked toward the neighboring blacksmith workshop. In Flint's blacksmith workshop, it was much quieter. There were no metal clashes, nor any noisy commotion. All there was to be heard was Flint's stern teaching voice. Due to his short stature, Flint had to stand on a wooden platform, holding a stick in his right hand, pointing back and forth at a completed set of black scale armor with chain liner. This set of scale armor with chain liner had noticeable differences from the one Flint had handed over to him. There were no flowing patterns like golden threads, nor the silvery white glimmer like stars in the dark for decoration. With a thought, a string of text appeared in Lin's eyes. Fine lightweight scale armor with chain liner, forged by dwarf master blacksmith Flint, balancing defense and flexibility, exquisitely crafted, suitable for combat and defense, etc. The armor of the same, fine grade had identical text descriptions, but the appearances were markedly different. Flint's words continued. First, to create well-made scale armor with chain liner, you need quality metal materials. The iron that the Lord possesses is the most basic and common. Better than iron, there's steel and even magic ore. Secondly, the chain armor part usually consists of small chain links. Then, the scale armor part. The plates of the scale armor are shaped like fish scales, presenting in oval and round forms, with the size of the plates determined based on actual needs, generally 3 to 6 centimeters long. Both chain and scale armor require production, and next you need to combine the scale armor with the chain armor. Opposite Flint, 200 blacksmith apprentices listened intently, with wide eyes and attentive ears. Even if these blacksmith apprentices couldn't fully absorb Flint's teachings, as long as a few dozen or even 10 apprentices with exceptional talent mastered it, such advanced forging techniques could spread continually. Just as Aurelio mentioned earlier, the initially trained batch of blacksmith apprentices had already mastered the forging techniques. They could even start teaching other inexperienced apprentices. This is how knowledge spreads. Lynn did not disturb Flint's on-site teaching. After watching for a few moments, he headed towards the distant textile workshop. Upon reaching the textile workshop, inside the workshop, the 300 textile workers were divided into 3 circles. At the center of the circles were Rachel and 3 others, instructing on how to stitch the armor plates. Seeing the scene before him, Lynn nodded in satisfaction. Despite not having given the instruction to start the lesson, Rachel and the others had already begun on their own. Such strong initiative even left Lynn a bit amazed. After seeing the loyalty levels of these textile workers, Lynn found it reasonable. Apart from some townsmen who had just arrived shortly, the loyalty levels of the rest of the textile workers were nearly all above 90%. This high level of loyalty was all due to Lynn providing them with stable lives in such tumultuous times, with every meal they were fed helping to bring it about. As the workshop was naturally carrying on with the labor, Lynn wouldn't forcibly interrupt the engaged workers just to assert his authority. After watching for a few minutes, Lynn left the handicraft workshop district and moved to the front of the town. 100 townsmen each held a tool in hand and were driving several draft horse carts. Upon seeing their lord leave, their eyes instantly gleamed with bright light. Surprise, excitement, admiration, reverence. Lynn glanced at them, taking in all their expressions. He spoke. Perhaps you don't know why I've chosen to leave you 100 people behind. What you're going to do next relates to the entire territory and to all the townsmen who have sacrificed and contributed to the territory. The 100 townsmen grew increasingly puzzled. Lynn continued, I'm going to take you to the edge of the mountain range to quarry large blocks of stone and create a monument statue. The names of those unfortunate sacrificed townsmen will be engraved on the monument, to be remembered by the living and future generations. Upon hearing this, the doubt on the townsmen's faces instantly vanished. They recalled what Master Lin said that night in the dining hall. It turned out that Master Lin had never forgotten. Their breathing became rapid and their chests started to heave quickly. Lin called to the crowd, set off. Destination, the edge of the mountain range. The unified response resounded from the mouths of all the 100 townsmen. With great momentum, those working and passing nearby looked on curiously. Lin also joined the crowd and headed into the distance. Now the task of quarrying and transporting stone blocks was nothing like the initial work of making grindstones. With only 4 people at the start, it was necessary to break the stones to a suitable size at the foot of the mountain before they could be transported by ox cart back to the village. Now, 100 sturdy laborers held expertly crafted cross pickaxes, iron hoes, and iron hammers, and even pulleys. The ground was lined with smooth limestone roads. Both the difficulty of quarrying and transportation had been significantly reduced. After more than an hour, Lin and the group arrived at the edge of the mountain range. Despite reduced difficulty, to produce a statue nearly 10 meters high, they could only adopt a block-by-block method to transport several tons of granite back to the town, then stack the granite and carve it. Watching as each townsman found a whole stone and began separating it from the mountain. Lin didn't idle, but joined the stone collection himself. Each strike of the cross pickaxe rang out with a clear and pleasant sound. Collection experience, +1. Collection experience, +1. Collection experience, +1. A huge block of granite weighing almost 10 tons began to loosen. Voices of townsmen warnings resounded from above. Watch out for rolling stones. Watch out for rolling stones. Get further away, quickly move further away. When the townsmen below retreated, Lin, with dozens of townsmen, pushed a dozen meters long iron rods wedged between the granite and mountain surface towards the rear. The originally cracked granite block began to wobble. Nearby, dozens of townsmen quickly threw granite pieces into the cracks, firmly wedging the granite to prevent it from reverting to its original form. Lin and the crowd again inserted iron rods into the base, exerting force to knock the granite again, repeatedly continuing the process. Where Lin and the crowd stood was nearly halfway up the mountain. Pulley systems could not be set up. Without the use of explosives, they resorted to the most primal mining methods. Fortunately, with enough manpower, collaboration in mining was possible. Otherwise, relying on a few people's power was impossible. After half an hour more, the separation angle between the granite block and mountain surface became increasingly apparent, nearing 45 degrees. Ready to roll down with just one final pry. Lin looked behind him at dozens of townsmen as they gasped for breath with mist endlessly emitted from their mouths and nostrils. Even their cheeks bore the heavy beads of sweat. Lin spoke, "Hold on, one more pry," and it succeeded. "Once transported back, I'll have Lex send you wine." At Lin's words, the 100 townsmen's faces lit with surprise. "Lord, we heard that Lord Lex produced gin, golden and bright." "Yes, yes, they say the gin is very potent." Lin raised an eyebrow, looking directly at the few townsmen speaking. "Who did you hear this from?" Seeing Lin's gaze fall on them, the previously lively townsmen lowered their heads somewhat reluctantly. They dared not look Lin in the eye. One townsman, unable to withstand the pressure, nervously said, "My lord, it was Lord Flint bragging to us when we heard." Watching their cautious expressions, Lin's lips curled up. "Yes, as long as you manage to transport this granite weighing over 10 tons back. I'll let you all taste the gin." The townsmen almost unanimously raised their heads, exchanging glances of disbelief. After confirming they didn't mishear, they shouted in surprise, "Thank you, Master Lin. Isn't it just a dozen tons of stones? We can definitely transport them back." Lin smiled and said, "Had enough rest? Then let's continue." Seeing the smile on Master Lin's face, the townsmen were filled with emotion. It turns out Master Lin is just like them, with a down-to-earth side. A short interlude appeared, and the townsmen got rest, which heightened their enthusiasm for work. With the sound of shouts, everyone kept pressing down the ancient iron bars in their hands. The force in everyone's hands lightened, and the giant stone on the verge of falling instantly rolled downward. Every roll made the mountain slightly shake, causing a roaring sound. After 6 or 7 rolls, the granite struck down upon the wasteland. The momentum was so strong that it even scattered the surrounding withered grass. The roaring noise spread towards the distance continuously, as Lin led dozens of townsmen down the mountain, standing on the granite boulder. The sound of galloping hooves erupted from afar. Lin turned his head to look, and it was Rose leading a team of cavalry rushing over. As Lin and Red emerged from the crowd, Rose quickly dismounted. Rose asked in confusion, "Master, what are you doing?" The sound of the stone rolling down was incredibly loud. Even the mountain wall at the forest gorge's entrance, perhaps due to the echo, was clearly audible. Lin calmly said, "Quarrying stones to build monument statues." Rose instantly realized something. His master wants to quickly build monuments and engrave names for the fallen soldiers? Rose thought. His master always does what he says. He sent Rose back to the walls to continue training and guarding. Lin turned to see 100 townsmen looking helpless and troubled. This granite boulder is at least 15 meters in diameter, weighing at least over 15 tons. Expecting the 100 laborers and a few horses to pick up and transport it back to town is impossible. Feeling the slight disappointment in their eyes, Lin strode onto the granite boulder. He looked all around and took a cross pickaxe from a townsman. In the screeching sizzle, The hard head scraped across the granite, leaving a white mark. Lin spoke to them. Along this white mark, use iron chisels to make holes. Then continuously drive your iron wedges into them. Listening to Master Lin, they exchanged glances. Though they didn't understand the reason, they had no doubts. Townsmen climbed onto the granite and started chiseling holes with iron chisels. The crisp sounds echoed continuously with the mountain resonance. Lin directly divided the 100 townsmen into 3 groups for wedge splitting. Sound after sound of stone cracking echoed. The nearly 15-meter-high granite split into 6 parts. Each granite piece had neat cuts with only slight curves. They could be built up and carved into statues. Moreover, once granite split into 6 pieces, it could be dragged using draft horses and logs. In the curious gaze of the townsmen, they kept busy, tying the thick ropes, one end to the granite, the other to the draft horse carriage frame. A dozen townsmen took care of rolling logs back and forth, while others pushed from behind. The nearly 5,000 or 6,000-pound granite moved on the lime road with everyone's combined effort. Although the speed was not too slow, the distance meant transporting all 6 pieces back before nightfall was impossible. After cycling 3 times back and forth, the night began to grow dim and dark. Looking at the 100 townsmen in front, their faces clearly showed regret. Lin spoke, "Everyone go to the brewing workshop immediately, find Lex, and claim 10 pounds of gin each. Just say it's a command from me." Upon hearing Lin's words, the townsmen's regret turned to hesitation. A man's voice rang out amongst the crowd. "Master, we didn't achieve the goal we set ourselves. We're not worthy of receiving gin." With that voice, echoing sentiments followed. "Yes, Master, we only accomplished half of the task. Sorry, Lord, we betrayed your trust." Lin glanced at the townsman, speaking firmly. "If not finished today, then finish tomorrow. But one thing, obeying orders is your responsibility. My orders shouldn't need repeating." The townsmen's faces became resolute, standing straight. "Yes." With that, they marched towards the brewing workshop. Though still a bit anxious, Lin could see their loyalty was rising. 1,000 pounds of gin, to Lin, was trivial. Lex had mastered distillation technology, simply providing enough liquid to distill gin. But to these townsmen, it was their aspiration. 1,000 pounds of gin exchanged for increased loyalty, meeting their curiosity. The night grew darker and temperatures dropped more. In the howling cold wind, a group of townsmen walked along the lime road, returning to the town. Lin glanced at the weather forecast. Though not completely dark, temperatures had dropped to 0. By deep night, temperatures would drop further. He provided these townsmen with enclosed red brick houses, warm wool cloaks and bedding, and burning anthracite for heat. If not for these, many townsmen might not survive the winter. Lin returned to the castle with Red. Upon reaching the castle, climbing to the second-floor hall, the sky was completely dark, transforming into a black curtain over the world. Maids had already lit all the oil lamps and candles in the hall. The orange-yellow flames illuminated the entire hall brightly. Kisi led a few maids in setting out dishes. Seeing Lin, Kisi quickly bowed slightly. "Master, once the final carp soup is cooked, dinner can begin." Lin nodded and sat down at the head of the dining table. As Kisi cut Lin's steak in the dish, a maid pushed a wooden cart towards the table. On the cart was steaming carp soup. Kisi looked at the maid pushing the cart past, puzzled. Kisi directly stopped her. "Leave the cart here. You can leave. I'll serve the master's meal." The maid kept her head down. Her gentle voice replied, "Yes." Listening to the maid's voice, Lin paused with his fork in hand. Kisi, who had just served him soup, asked suspiciously, "Master, is the food not to your liking?" Lin withdrew his gaze from the departing maid and spoke, "No, don't bother. Sit down and eat with me." Kisi placed the bowl of soup in front of Lin and sat down on his right side in response. Watching Lin chew on the food in his mouth, Kisi began to report, "Master, 200 excavation workers have arrived at the open pit iron mine and have been arranged to stay in the dormitory area. The excavation can begin tomorrow. Additionally, 100 townsmen have been assigned to the textile workshop as you instructed and handed over to Foreman Yamini." Lin swallowed the food in his mouth and asked, "How is the salt factory doing now?" Kisi recalled slightly and continued, Now the 3 salt factories are producing 3,200 pounds a day, an improvement over before. Could it be because of the cold weather, causing evaporation and crystallization to slow down? Lynn spoke. Yes, evaporation and crystallization are affected by temperature. As long as growth can be maintained, it's fine. Kesey felt slightly relieved and continued. Master, there's one more thing I forgot to tell you. At the open pit coal mine, 2 captives from the fortress defense battle transformed a verbal argument with 2 townsmen into a fight. Lynn asked, what was the reason? What was the outcome? Kesey explained, they all suffered more or less injuries. The reason was that the 2 newly joined captives were townsmen, muddling along and not obeying the squad leader's arrangements. Lynn responded, the instigators will have their working hours increased by 5 hours, and those involved in the fight, regardless of reason, will have their working hours increased by 2 hours to return to normal working hours after 6 months. Engaging in a fight merits direct punishment. He won't kindly lock them in the dungeon. That would only allow them to idle away their time. Whenever order is violated, directly increase working hours. Kesey understood and nodded. All right, master. After Kesey finished her report, the dining table entered a quiet phase of dining. Lynn finished his meal. Outside the glazed windows, the cold wind blew, whistling. Luckily, with the tightly sealed glazed windows, not a trace of cold wind could enter the hall. Lynn sat by the fireplace, pondering the problems Kesey had just mentioned in his mind. Disputes among townsmen are unavoidable, but it must be punished if disputes result in fights. Fighting incidents have occurred several times already. He has also considered custom territorial law and constructing a territory court, but so far, he hasn't thought of implementing them immediately. The territory crisis remains. The nearby Manor lords of Morgantown, as well as the recently arrived Lawrence army. The distant Empire Imperial Authority battle is looming, and the unknown danger, a witch that can invade the soul. The focus of territory development must remain on production and armed force. Only by having sufficient armed force can a territory qualify to consider soft power development. Suppressing the thoughts in his mind, Lynn closed his eyes for a brief rest. The spacious reception hall was very quiet, quiet enough to hear the subtle crackling sound of anthracite burning with few impurities. It was unclear how much time passed. A light footstep echoed into Lynn's ear. Not just Lynn, Red raised an eyebrow and turned to look. A maid approached with a wooden tray, placing a bottle of gin and a wine glass on it, slowly walking towards Lynn. Stopping 5 meters from Lynn, the maid's gentle voice followed. Master, the gin you requested has been delivered. Hearing this familiar voice, Lynn glanced at her, then withdrew his gaze, speaking, Red. Red instantly understood, walked to the maid, and took the tray from her. The maid stealthily glanced at Lynn, bent down, and retreated. Walking through the slightly dim corridor, the maid's face was full of regret. She couldn't help but curse under her breath. That guy, isn't he being too cautious? A maid brings him drinks, and he still needs a guard to transfer them? Or is it? Has he discovered my transformation, and that's why he's so vigilant? Though the corridor was dim, it was completely unaffected for Yaya. Strides steady and balanced, the darkness posed no hindrance. Yaya's mind began to ponder. Where exactly did I expose my identity? Was it too obvious when delivering the carp soup? Certainly not there. Kesey instructed her to retrieve the carp soup, so both the act and timing of delivering it were correct. Then why is that guy so wary and vigilant? Is it his natural disposition? Thinking of this, Yaya was increasingly firm in believing it was due to Lynn's character. Otherwise, in such a secure castle, a person wouldn't have such strong vigilance, especially during the most relaxing dining time. Walking to a dark corner, Yaya crossed her arms, continuing to ponder. With the maid's identity, there's no way to approach that man. Must transform into someone's likeness and body. The most reasonable way to approach him is by being Kesey, the manager, or Red, the guard captain. As Yaya pondered, a footstep sounded suddenly. Yaya returned to her senses instantly, feigning her steps to walk past, a puzzled voice emerging. Polia, you've delivered the wine to the master so quickly. Hearing these words, Yaya turned her head to look forward. It was Kesey approaching her. Yaya's steps halted. She lowered her head and said, Yes, Steward Kesey. The gin has been delivered to the master. Kisi looked at Yaya gratefully. I don't know why, suddenly felt uncomfortable in the stomach. Luckily you're here. There should be nothing happening tonight. Hurry back and rest. It's quite cold. Yaya bent over, responding, Yes, Steward Kisi. Kisi nodded, her gaze shifting as she watched Polius step away, swaying her hips gradually into the distance. Watching that swaying motion, Kisi couldn't help but glance at her own behind. Flat and without any curves. Kisi pursed her lips somewhat displeasedly. 7 or 8 cavalry were galloping fast against the blowing cold wind. At the end of their galloping path was a 3-story mansion. Although it was now deep in the night, the beams of light shining through the window gaps of the mansion were still clearly visible. The cavalry arrived in front of the mansion. Several attendants responsible for guarding the mansion immediately drew the scimitars in their hands. However, upon seeing the armor worn by these cavalry, they nervously asked, Who are you people? Daring to intrude into Master Aiden's territory at midnight. The man atop a tall horse pulled down the wool scarf around his face. He gazed directly at the attendants and said, Commander Lawrence Ducas, accompanied by Knight Godfrey Harvey, is here to see Aiden Manor Lord. Quickly go and report. Hearing Godfrey's words, the attendants couldn't help but exchange glances. This Godfrey Knight, they naturally hadn't heard of him. However, from Chief Attendant Ackman's mouth, they had heard of Lawrence Ducas's presence. The Marquis, Duca's younger brother. One of the attendants spoke to Godfrey. Please wait a moment. Upon speaking, the attendant hurriedly ran towards the 2nd floor, initially intending to go to Lady Justine's room. Suddenly, he remembered that Ackman had already left the territory with several attendants. The attendant had to head to Master Aiden's room on the 3rd floor. Climbing the stairs, the attendant reached the door of the room. The 2 attendants at the door glanced at him, then withdrew their gaze. However, just as the attendant was about to knock on the wooden door, a series of applauding sounds erupted from within the room. Amidst the rhythmic clapping, there were also women's cries. The attendant immediately became somewhat hesitant. The attendant tasked with guarding Aiden's safety at the side glanced over, advising, I suggest you don't disturb Master Aiden at this moment. The attendant still knocked on the wooden door. Instantly, the clapping and cries inside the room ceased abruptly. Aiden's angry voice suddenly rang out. You better give me a reasonable explanation, or I will have you torn to pieces and fed to the greyhounds. The attendant's heart was full of tension. He hurriedly spoke. Master, Knight Godfrey, who claims to be the commander of Lawrence Ducas, is waiting downstairs. He asked me to quickly report to you. Accompanied by a reluctant woman's voice, a hurried sound of footsteps on the floor resounded. Amidst a rustling sound of dressing, the tightly closed door was suddenly opened. Amidst a mix of body sweat and sour odor, Aiden walked out of the room. He glanced at the attendant, asking, Have you confirmed the identity of the visitors? The attendant hurriedly explained. Master, on their armor's left chest, there's a symbol of a greatsword crossed with a shield. Aiden frowned. Without saying a word, quickened his steps downstairs. Arriving on the 1st floor, seeing the unfamiliar yet familiar face standing outside the mansion waiting, Aiden quickened his steps again. Obsequious words poured out from Aiden's mouth. Apologies, apologies, Knight Godfrey. I didn't expect you to visit my humble abode on such a cold night. What are you still standing there for? Quickly invite Knight Godfrey in. The attendants immediately lowered their heads. Godfrey glanced at a few soldiers, instructing them to wait outside the door. He said no unnecessary words, directly stepping inside, entering the mansion. As the mansion door closed, a faint warmth enveloped Godfrey. Brought by the attendants into the reception hall, Godfrey looked at Aiden, speaking bluntly. Aiden Manor Lord, I assume you know the purpose of my visit. Seated at the main seat, Aiden feigned ignorance, asking, Is it about the Iron Blood Brotherhood Bandit Corps? Knight Godfrey, I truly don't know where they have gone. Just as I informed Lord Lawrence before, I am the greatest victim of this bandit rampage. Now that Lord Lawrence is leading an army to suppress the bandits, if I knew, I'd definitely tell you immediately. Seeing Aiden's expression of having hardships he couldn't express, Godfrey nodded slightly. I believe Aiden Manor Lord truly doesn't know. Then let's put it another way, Aiden Manor Lord. Aiden frowned. Put it another way. Godfrey responded. Yes. I've heard elsewhere that you have hired 2 mercenary corps to serve you. The first is the Iron Thorns Mercenary Corps, which drove away the Iron Blood Brotherhood Bandit Corps from your mansion. I sense something amiss here. Why would the Iron Blood Brotherhood Bandit Corps occupy your manor? If I'm not mistaken, the Iron Blood Brotherhood was invited by you, Aiden Manor Lord, wasn't it? Aiden's face stiffened, and he quickly wanted to argue, but was interrupted by Godfrey's words. But what kind of existence would compel Aiden Manor Lord, a vassal of Marquis Ducas, to choose to collaborate with a group of bandits? This needs clarification from Aiden Manor Lord. Aiden remained silent, his expression growing somber. He had heard of Godfrey's renown, meticulous in thought. Yet he hadn't anticipated that Godfrey could deduce so much from these fragmented clues. Aiden's voice was slightly subdued. Knight Godfrey, I don't know what you're talking about. The Iron Blood Brotherhood Bandit Corps occupied my territory and manor. I am the victim here. Since Marquis Ducas won't intervene for me, I had no choice but to hire a mercenary corps. Godfrey raised an eyebrow. Marquis Ducas. Aiden nodded. Yes, my chief attendant took a letter to Bordeaux City, but was not even allowed to see the Marquis, and was subjected to a mouth punishment before being driven out of Bordeaux City. Knight Godfrey, what am I supposed to do? He realized the Ducas clan was rotting from the very root, but he hadn't expected it to be so conspicuous, collecting taxes from vassals, yet failing to provide corresponding assistance. Prolonged neglect would lead to losing the loyalty of the vassals. The final result, vassals no longer pledge loyalty to Marquis Ducas. Godfrey stared at Aiden. Aiden Manor Lord, I must reiterate, I'm ordered by Lord Lawrence to investigate the Iron Blood Brotherhood. And he specifically instructed me, I only have 7 days. After 7 days, he'll resort to other measures. Godfrey's tone shifted. So, Aiden Manor Lord, your time is running out. Aiden's expression grew even more serious, but he still shook his head. Knight Godfrey, I truly don't know. Even if Marquis Ducas earlier refused to meet my chief attendant, I never intended to betray Marquis Ducas. I can swear by the honor of the Morrison clan. Listening to the resolute words from Aiden's mouth, Godfrey nodded and rose to his feet. I understand, Aiden Manor Lord. Then I won't disturb you any further. After a slight bow, Godfrey proceeded to walk out of the manor. Aiden furrowed his brows slightly, didn't rise, only watched as Godfrey exited the manor. The sound of horses being driven rang out, and Godfrey left the manor entrance with his soldiers. Until they were completely gone, the manor finally sank into silence. Aiden remained seated in his chair, his brows tightly furrowed, his eyes moving back and forth, seemingly pondering something. Godfrey's sudden visit made him feel a sense of crisis. That feeling was as if Godfrey had already found some information about the Lord behind the thick walls. The tone was not inquisitive at all, more like an interrogation. As for 7 days after Godfrey spoke, Aiden didn't know what measures Lawrence would employ, but Aiden couldn't believe that Lawrence would strike against him, a vassal. As for the land behind the walls, it must never be revealed to anyone. That land would be his only chance to develop and expand the Morrison clan. Thinking of this, Aiden gazed beyond the manor, hoping Ackman, who went out, would bring back good news. For 3 consecutive days, the cold rain soaked the whole earth, then the cold wind, barely below freezing, blew directly, forming a 1-centimeter layer of ice. The only good thing is the Karidi Empire's temperate maritime climate, 4 or 5 degrees below zero, is already its limit. After breakfast, Lynn stepped on the cleared ice surface on the red brick road, heading towards the open space square in front of the town. A total of 6 pieces, weighing over 15 tons of granite boulders, had already been transported back by the townsmen. Using pulley mechanisms, they were neatly stacked. Now, there was a need for stonemasons with carving experience to sculpt them. As Lynn stood by observing the stacked stones, hurried footsteps approached him from afar. Lynn glanced sideways. It was Jode with level 3 construction. Coming before Lynn, Jode quickly bent in salute, speaking respectfully, Lord. Lynn responded, I heard from Avery that you have experience in carving. Jode dared not conceal anything. Yes, Lord. Previously my main work was carving patterns on stone columns, using stones to create statues. Lynn nodded, a very good ability. Jode. I need you to use this stacked granite to carve a statue. The front should be my body outline. As for the pose, you can freely decide. It can be holding a sword in one hand, holding a sword with both hands, or riding a warhorse. But one thing, I need you to leave ample width for carving the names of soldiers or townsmen who sacrificed for the territory. Jode, upon hearing this, turned to look at the stones behind him, his mind beginning to ponder. A few seconds later, Jode spoke up. No problem, my lord. Although the height of the statue he carved before was not as high as the one before him, it wasn't a big deal. He only needed to modify it according to the contours and dimensions of the Lord's body to achieve it. Lynn looked at Jode appreciatively. I will assign you 100 townsmen to assist you in the carving. Jode's eyes lit up with some joy as he said, Thank you, Master Lynn. He had just been thinking about asking the Lord for this matter, but the Lord had already allocated the labor for him. The Lord looked somewhat young, yet it was unexpected that he handled matters so meticulously. No wonder he could manage such a vast territory and so many townsmen. If he didn't have the manpower to help him, relying on himself for the carving, it couldn't be completed in a few years. Let the guard hand over 100 idle townsmen to Jode and let him use them as he saw fit. Lynn stepped away from the open square. Looking at the prosperity panel, the Lord statue had already been unlocked. Lynn originally thought that as long as the prosperity was adequate, he could directly obtain a Lord statue. But that wasn't the case. Instead, a well-crafted statue was needed to attach the abilities bestowed by the Lord statue upon it. Thinking over it again, Lynn found it more reasonable. A suddenly appearing, over 10-meter-tall exquisite statue would indeed be rather abrupt. He took a tour of the crafts workshop district. In the textile workshop, Yamini and Rachel, with the workers, had already begun the task of lacing the armor plates. Because of the high adjustability of the armor plates, even without perfect sizing, lacing could be done. After lacing, the wearer could try it on and adjustments could be made. In the glass workshop, it was still the daily production of glazed glass. The difference was that Layla was in charge of producing glazed glass products needed for daily life. Bio, on the other hand, was experimenting with the different qualities of glazed glass, based on varying proportions of silica sand as he had described before. As Lynn watched the increasingly transparent blocks of glazed glass, with quality improving, an idea came to his mind. Lynn called Bio over. If you're interested, you might try making a telescope. Hearing the unfamiliar term from Lynn's mouth, Bio raised an eyebrow and repeated, telescope. Lynn replied, yes, a telescope requires the crafting of two types of lenses, a convex lens and a concave lens. The proportions for these lenses are 70% quartz sand, 15% soda, and 15% limestone. Quartz sand you can find along the Aladia River bank, commonly white, appearing circular or near circular. Soda can be somewhat tricky to find, but you can continue using my method, extracting it by soaking with ash and water. Limestone doesn't need much explanation, does it? Bio listened earnestly and nodded. Lynn continued, if you can try making it, even a low threefold magnification telescope could discern the outlines of large objects kilometers away. With magnifications over 30 times, you might see even further detailed features of distant objects. An expression of anticipation and excitement appeared on Bio's face. What seemed like simple glazed glass could have such uses. Lynn opened his mouth and said, expand your mind and try boldly. The uses of glazed glass are far more than you can imagine. Bio bent over, respectfully saying, yes, master. Lynn acknowledged and let Bio continue his work, then walked away. The only consumption required for making glazed glass is manpower and resources. 200 glass workers, and the anthracite needed to fire the glazed glass. The glazed glass products fired by the glass workers could be traded to Grayson for revenue. This doesn't count as a manpower drain. And anthracite requires even less concern. With the railway carts built, there's a continuous supply of anthracite transported back to the town every day. There's no need to worry about anthracite consumption. Suppressing the thoughts in his mind, Lynn arrived at the blacksmith workshop. After the arrival of 300 new blacksmith apprentices, Earl was leading the apprentices in constructing an iron-smelting blast furnace and a blacksmith workshop. Lynn didn't disturb them. Under the reverent gazes of the blacksmith apprentices, Lin rolled up his sleeves and approached the anvil in the forging area. He picked up an iron hammer and began forging armor plates. With every swing of Lin's right hand, striking the glowing red-hot iron ore on the anvil, a crisp metallic collision resonated, followed by a shower of sparks. Forging experience +1. Forging experience +1. Forging experience +1. The experience rapidly increased as Lin continuously swung the iron hammer. In the cold winter, the skills available to hone were inherently limited. Animals had already gone into hibernation. Even those that didn't need to rarely ventured out for food due to the scarcity of grass and food. There was no way to go out hunting. Lack of herbal accumulation meant he couldn't grind more herbs and thus couldn't hone the medicine skills. In terms of construction, aside from the ongoing work on the city wall, such as making caltrops and digging trenches, and the building of the stonemason workshop, there weren't many construction projects. The skills he could grind were mostly limited to craftsmanship. With the war approaching, gaining experience in forging skills while forging Morja armor plates was the most suitable choice. When Lin immersed himself entirely in forging, the sky outside the workshop was rapidly changing. Lin, who had been grinding experience for almost a whole day, walked out of the blacksmith workshop and arrived at the open square in front of the town. Lin's gaze turned to the distance, where he saw horse-drawn carriages facing the cold wind, slowly making their way along the limestone road. Perhaps because the ground was too slippery after freezing, the speed of the carriage team was slow. A journey that seemed little over 2 kilometers took nearly an hour. Even the guards on horseback were leading the horses at a walking pace. When the carriage team reached the open square and had parked all the carriages, Boar walked over to Lin. Following behind him was Mike. Standing in front of Lin, Boar bent deeply and said, "Master Lin." Lin smiled slightly. "Mr. Boar, I thought you had given up on trading with me." Looking at Boar in front of him, he looked noticeably older compared to before. In his early 30s, strands of white hair had appeared. Despite surviving the last bandit corps attack by luck, Boar had not had an easy time. Boar forced a smile and said, "Master Lin jests. As long as Master Lin hasn't refused me, Boar wouldn't dare give up on you." Lin nodded, glancing behind Boar. Perhaps due to the cold weather, the draft horses standing in place were constantly snorting. Boar naturally noticed Lin's gaze and hurriedly explained, "Master, the carriages are loaded with 40,000 pounds of barley, 10,000 pounds of wheat, and 4,000 pounds of vegetables." Lin said, "Give me a quote, Mr. Boar." Boar did not hesitate at all and said directly, "Master Lin, at the market price will be fine. Barley is 5 pounds for 1 penny. Wheat is still 1 pound for 1 penny, and the vegetables remain the same as before." Lin began calculating the exchange in his mind. "I can exchange for you 3,400 pounds of fine salt. What do you think, Mr. Boar?" A hint of emotion finally appeared on Boar's face. "Thank you so much, Master Lin." Boar naturally knew that Master Lin had given him an extra few dozen pounds of fine salt. It's not just this time. In every previous trade, Master Lin always gave an extra few dozen pounds of fine salt. Lin nodded, then asked, "Mr. Boar, you came from Morgantown, right?" Without much thought, Boar replied, "Yes, Master. These foods were purchased from Kakasong City, passed through Morgantown, and delivered to your territory." Lin continued to ask, "Did Mr. Boar hear any intelligence or information in Kakasong Town or Morgantown?" Upon hearing this, Boar began to ponder. Boar spoke, "There's not much intelligence from Kakasong City, but what everyone is talking about is that there are almost no longships at the Fisherman's Wharf in Kakasong City." Lin nodded, quietly listening. Boar continued, "But there's some in Morgantown. Marquis Ducas's brother Lawrence brought an army to Morgantown, saying they're going to suppress bandits. Little do they know, Master Lin had already wiped out the bandit corps of the Iron Blood Brotherhood completely." Boar's voice grew noticeably louder. "If it weren't for you, Master Lin, waiting for the army to suppress bandits would have cost even more lives." Lin did not respond to Boar's remarks, but instead stared directly at him. Boar immediately understood, his face resolute, firmly saying, "Master Lin, rest assured. Even facing death, I wouldn't mention a word about you, not to mention revealing your information to others." Lin nodded, "That's for the best." Feeling the aura from Lin gradually dissipate, Boar felt slightly relieved. Lin spoke to Boar, Let's go, Mr. Boar. It will take some time to unload and load the goods. Shall I take you to taste the distilled spirits Lex has just brewed? Boar seemed a bit lost until Mike's reminder from behind brought him back. Distilled spirits? This is the first time I've heard of it. Lynn and Boar walked side by side toward the tavern. George remained on site, organizing the townsmen to unload the grain. Lynn and Boar sat at a round table. Boar held a nearly transparent glazed cup, his eyes filled with wonder. He had the fortune to see glazed wares before, but he never expected Master Lynn's tavern to entertain guests with glazed cups and bottles. After examining it for a few moments, Boar poured the golden liquor from the glazed cup into his mouth. A rich aroma swirled in Boar's mouth. A hint of surprise surfaced in Boar's eyes, and as he swallowed the gin, his astonishment grew. Boar couldn't help but praise, "Excellent wine. With just one cup, I feel the chill in my whole body dissipate. Master Lynn, this wine is." Lynn smiled slightly and responded, "Lexus gin, distilled from the brewing workshop in the town." Boar widened his eyes and looked at Lynn, hesitating to speak. Lynn directly said, "If Mr. Boar likes it, before you leave, I'll have someone place a barrel on your carriage." Boar expressed his gratitude. "Thank you so much, Master Lynn. Such strong liquor is perfect for getting through the winter, especially during winter trade transport. Even a small sip can make you feel warm all over." George came into the tavern. "Master, the goods have all been unloaded, and the fine salt is loaded onto Mr. Boar's carriage." Lynn acknowledged. "Have someone go to the brewing workshop and load a barrel of gin onto Mr. Boar's carriage." George didn't hesitate. "Yes, master, I'll go right away." George withdrew and left the tavern. Lynn and Boar also stood up and walked out of the tavern, heading toward the open square. Once the gin was placed on Boar's carriage, after saying goodbye to Lynn, the carriages began heading toward the distant mountains and forests. On the limestone road, leading the horses, Boar glanced back at Mike, finding him with his head lowered, silent. Boar asked, puzzled, "What's wrong? Do you also want some gin produced from the Lynn territory?" Mike still kept his head down, not daring to respond to Boar's words. Boar frowned, suddenly realizing something, and shouted, "Stop!" The drivers pulling the carriages all tightened the reins, and the draft horses neighed loudly. Boar looked directly at the Mike in front of him and said aloud, "Mike." Mike still kept his head down. Boar's voice grew louder. "Mike, I told you to look up." The newly hired guards and drivers around watched the scene in confusion. Under Boar's imposing pressure, Mike lifted his head. In his eyes, there was a look of struggle. Boar asked straightforwardly, "Did you tell anyone about this bandit attack?" Mike's face was full of hesitation, but he didn't dare to speak. Boar said sternly, "Speak." Feeling Boar's change in demeanor, Mike finally spoke, "Master Boar, I didn't tell anyone else. I just told my aunt." Boar's eyes widened instantly, perhaps from excessive anger, causing his chest to rise and fall rapidly. You could even faintly hear the sound of his breathing through his nostrils. Boar quickly extended his right hand, gripping Mike's left wrist, and started back toward the town. Feeling Boar's grip and seeing the town's outline, Mike panicked instantly. "Master Boar, what? What are you going to do?" "Master Boar, let go of me. I really just told my aunt. She wouldn't tell anyone else." "Master Boar, believe me." Boar's words were cold. "I believed you. Believed you wouldn't tell anyone about these things, just as I believed your Uncle Ryan. But now, you've betrayed my trust." As Boar pulled him along, Mike was forced to head toward the town. Looking at the town ahead, fear appeared in Mike's eyes. If Master Lynn knew about this, what would the consequences be? He didn't dare to imagine. He had indeed seen with his own eyes Master Lynn ordering his soldiers to behead dozens of mercenaries. Neat one-handed swords came down, and dozens of heads rolled off, the blood spurting and staining the ground red. Mike quickly began to struggle. "Master Boar, please let go of me. If Master Lynn finds out, he'll definitely kill me." Boar's right hand continued to hold Mike firmly, without any slack. "Master Boar, that's my aunt she's asking, kneeling in front of me where my uncle went. How could I possibly hold back from telling her? It was my uncle who brought me out of the village. It was my uncle and aunt who raised me, Master Boar. He took me out, but only I went back." Boar shook Mike's arm suddenly, but it only lasted for a moment. Boar still held Mike's right hand, heading toward the town. Under Boar's pull, expressions flickered across Mike's face. He even gripped the handle of the knife at his waist. But seeing Master Boar's familiar yet unfamiliar back, Mike ultimately chose to give up. When the bandits caught up, it was Master Boar who had him hide in the woods. Until finally, Mike gave up resisting and let Boar drag him to town. The two returned to the town, standing before Lynn. Looking at Master Lynn, Boar turned his head towards Mike behind him and shouted, "Kneel." Mike didn't say a word, falling to his knees in despair in front of Lynn. In Mike's shocked eyes, Boar also knelt down, ignoring the dampness and cold of the ground. Before Lynn could ask anything, Boar spoke first. "Master Lynn, I'm sorry, Boar failed your trust." Lynn stared directly at them. "Speak." Boar explained, "Mike. Mike leaked the information about you wiping out the bandits." Lynn immediately frowned. After listening to Boar's explanation, Lynn glanced at Mike, then turned to Boar. "Mr. Boar, Mike is your guard. Deal with him as you see fit." Hearing Lynn's indifferent words, Mike was somewhat surprised. Let Master Boar handle it himself? Does this mean he still has a chance to live? Boar turned swiftly, drawing a dagger from his waist, and plunged it into Mike's chest. The cold, biting, intense stabbing pain spread quickly. Mike looked at Boar full of disbelief, reaching out to grip Boar's arm, still holding the dagger. His words were broken. "Boar. Master. It hurts." In a voice that sounded comforting, Boar's broken words came out. "Child, when you've done something wrong, you must face punishment. It's okay, it's okay. Once you sleep, it won't hurt anymore." Mike's grip on Boar's hands weakened and finally fell to his sides. Boar released Mike and once again looked toward Lynn, his words filled with apology. "Master Lynn, Boar leaves himself to your punishment." Mike's body lay on the ground, blood flowing. Boar knelt, fists clenched, head bowed, perhaps due to the intense pain in his knees. Or perhaps it was because of Mike's death that Boar's body trembled slightly. Lynn said solemnly, "Mr. Boar, you may rise. You have already paid the price." Upon hearing this, Boar slowly stood up. Looking at Lynn before him, Boar gratefully said, "Yes, Master Lynn. Then let's leave first." Boar bent down and used both hands to slowly lift Mike's body from the ground. With heavy steps, he walked toward the waiting carriage caravan, until the caravans headed off into the distance. Lynn withdrew his gaze, contemplating in his mind. The siege battle was becoming known to more and more people, making his territory increasingly dangerous. He also understood that as more merchants arrived for trade, carrying large quantities of grain and batches of slaves here, this piece of land would eventually be known to more people. He couldn't ensure that everyone who visited this territory would choose to keep silent. The only thing he could do now was to continually strengthen the armed forces of the territory, relying on the walls and the defenses currently under construction to fend off threats. As the ice layer on the ground gradually lessened, Boar gave the order for everyone to mount the carriages and horses. The sky gradually darkened. They had to quickly head to the next camp where they could stay. Otherwise, once the temperature fully dropped, neither people nor horses could endure it. Passing through the forest lined with limestone roads, it wasn't long before the caravan arrived beneath the city wall. Rose glanced at Boar's caravan and then commanded the soldiers to open the heavy iron gate. The wooden gate, measuring several centimeters thick and covered with a layer of iron, emitted a heavy sound each time it opened and closed. Under Boar's appreciative gaze towards Rose, the iron gate swung open. Boar led the caravan out of the city wall, galloping towards the distant wilderness. The heavy closing sound echoed once more. As the iron gate clattered shut beneath the city wall, apart from the sounds of soldier training, no other noises remained. Figures of 4 or 5 cavalrymen stood atop. At the front, the middle-aged man draped in a wool cloak kept his gaze fixed on Boar's caravan as it receded. Nearby, a young man in leather armor drove his horse over to the middle-aged man's side and asked, "Godfrey, would you like me to lead some men to intercept them?" Godfrey replied blandly, "No need, just an ordinary businessman." Shifting his gaze, Godfrey looked toward the distant city wall. Despite being 3,000 meters away, he could still make out the towering wall. He couldn't judge its exact height, but he could distinctly perceive that its height was no less than that of Bordeaux City's outer wall. Godfrey clearly saw figures busy digging and working on the open ground outside the city wall. As an experienced knight, Godfrey naturally understood that those people were constructing defenses. On the desolate land several kilometers away from the city wall, a team of a dozen members was surveying the surrounding environment. Godfrey speculated they were site selection. Desolate land, observing the surroundings, and outside the city walls. It's likely they were selecting sites for watchtowers. Godfrey looked unwavering. He spoke, saying, "Give me the map of Caldi." The young man who previously spoke promptly retrieved a roll of parchment from the leather pack bound to the horse. Godfrey reached out to take it, unrolling it slowly, and his gaze quickly searched the map. As he continued searching, Godfrey's brow furrowed more prominently. Murmuring to himself, he said, "Strange. No markings on this map. No houses, no city walls." Which implies that the territory developed only recently. The version of the map he had was a mere 3 years old. The vast domain of the Karidi Empire meant mapmakers didn't visit this southern boundary region, resulting in that territory not being marked on the map. It was indeed a possibility. But, from the outline and color of the city wall to the ongoing excavation and construction of defenses, it didn't resemble a territory passed down for centuries. If it had truly been inherited for such a long time, how could he have never known? Did Marquis Ducas recently ennoble someone as a lord? No one could answer him. Godfrey found himself deeply curious about that territory and its lord behind it. What kind of presence could construct a wall as tall as Bordeaux cities in such a short time? A bold thought crossed Godfrey's mind. Could the collaboration between the Iron Blood Brotherhood and the Storm Mercenary Corps be due to their coveting that territory? Coveting the territory, assaulting the walls, then annihilating all the lords behind the walls. This could explain why all the manor lords in Morgantown were unaware of the bandit corps' whereabouts. If all these speculations prove accurate, Godfrey still has one last doubt in his mind. What kind of existence lurks behind the walls that entices the bandits to covet? What the bandits care about: gold pounds, food, and women. Food and women he could eliminate directly. Having speculated to this point, Godfrey felt a vague sense that he had grasped something. His eyes turned, looking at the man beside him. "Danke, take some men to catch up with the carriage team that just left and see what goods are loaded on their wagons. Remember, it's just a routine inspection. Don't alarm them." The young man addressed as Danke raised his eyebrows and promptly responded, "Yes, Lord Godfrey." Danke led 4 soldiers and chased in the direction the carriage team had gone. Godfrey, mounted on his horse, looked into the distance before retracting his gaze and heading towards Morgantown. Behind him, several soldiers urged their horses forward to quickly follow. A bonfire was burning fiercely, casting light that illuminated the entire cave. The space inside the cave was not very large, but enough to accommodate Boar's entire carriage team for a temporary rest. Sheltered from the wind, it had a continuous dripping spring for drinking and cooking food. The light of the bonfire shone on Boar's somewhat solemn face. His gaze was fixed on the red-hot coals in the fire, as if pondering something. The sound of galloping hooves reached Boar's ears. He immediately snapped out of his thoughts and looked towards the guards patrolling outside the cave. After clearly seeing the figures rushing over from afar, a guard quickly ran into the cave to report to Boar. "Master Boar, a small group of soldiers on horseback is approaching." Boar's brow furrowed slightly. Why would soldiers appear here? A bad premonition arose in Boar's heart. He stood up from beside the bonfire and walked towards the cave entrance. He gazed into the distance. Sure enough, as the guard said, a small unit of cavalry dressed in leather armor was heading towards the cave. The cavalry arrived at the cave entrance. A young soldier nimbly dismounted and walked towards Boar and his group. His gaze swept around as he asked, "Who are you?" Boar's face quickly donned a humble smile, explaining, "Sir, I am Boar Hansen, a trader from Morgantown, and also a registered merchant with the Kakasong City Merchant Guild. This is my registration document. Sir, you can take a look." Boar took out a piece of parchment from his bosom, bearing registration information and the Merchant Guild seal. Danke reached out to take it, glanced over it, and then handed the parchment back to Boar. His gaze passed Boar and landed on the wagons in the cave, asking, "Boar Hansen, what goods are you transporting in your wagons?" With the Morgantown bandits not yet eradicated, all people outside need to be inspected. Even if you have a Merchant Guild registration document, you still must be inspected. Without waiting for Boar to respond, Danke stepped into the cave. The 4 soldiers behind him immediately followed. Boar's heart tightened slightly as he accompanied them, explaining, "Sir, these goods are." The sound of swords being drawn echoed in the cave. Boar and his guards all wore stern expressions, though it was their first time accompanying Boar to trade beyond the city wall territories. They knew very well the importance of fine salt. If soldiers saw it, the consequences would be unimaginable. Some of the guards' right hands even gripped their sword hilts. At Boar's command, they would draw their swords without hesitation. Fortune favors the bold. A tenth of the profits was enough incentive for them to willingly take this risk. Besides, no one would know what happens in this wilderness. As the soldiers said, the bandits were not yet eliminated. Watching the 5 soldiers approach the wagons, Boar halted his steps, the expressions in his eyes changing rapidly. With the help of other soldiers, the linen tarp covering the goods was pulled open. Dozens of packed bags came into Danky's view. Without hesitation, Danky drew the long sword and inserted it into the bag. Boar's face turned increasingly stern, the right hand hanging by his side tightly clenched. The guards behind Boar also tightened their grip on their sword hilts. When Danky withdrew the sword, the blade was coated with a thin layer of crystalline particles. Danky raised his eyebrows, pinched a few grains with his left hand from the sword, gently smelled them, and then placed them in his mouth. Hearing Danky's inquiry, Boar hurriedly explained, "Yes, sir. These are all fine salt, purchased from Kakasong City, for selling in various villages and towns." Danky paid no heed to Boar's explanation and continued to inspect. Danky looked again into the mouth of the bag pierced by the sword, and indeed saw a layer of fine, crystalline particles. Understanding what was inside the bag, Danky wiped the sword clean on his leather skirt. The metallic sound of friction sounded again as the sword was sheathed. Danky turned his gaze to Boar, saying, "Be careful. Such a large quantity of fine salt must be worth a lot, and with the bandits' whereabouts unknown now. If you encounter a bandit corps, these few dozen guards wouldn't even satisfy their teeth." Listening to Danky's words, Boar's heart was somewhat astonished. This soldier was only conducting an inspection? He even reminded him to be safe? Boar hastily responded, "Thank you for the reminder, master. Thank you." Danky nodded repeatedly, and just as he was about to order the others to leave, he noticed Boar discreetly slip a gold pound into his left hand. Giving Boar an approving glance, Danky called out to the 4 soldiers, "Continue the patrol." At the mouth of the cave, Boar and his guards watched as the 5 cavalry figures gradually faded into the distance. The smile on his face slowly disappeared. Luckily, these soldiers did not see Mike's corpse. Otherwise, there would be no way to explain it. More worrying than Mike's body was the fine salt from Master Lin's territory. Now, all he could do was hope the soldiers believed his words. If they continued to pursue, it wouldn't be long before they reached Master Lin's territory. As for killing the 5 soldiers on the spot, Boar had considered it, but ultimately abandoned the thought because of the soldiers' reminder. He didn't know the strength of these soldiers. If he could kill them all, so be it. If even one managed to escape, the consequences would be unimaginable. Because on the leather armor of these soldiers, Boar clearly saw the emblem of a great sword and shield crossed. They were soldiers from the Sword and Shield Corps of the Duca's clan. The newly appointed guard Captain Leander stepped forward to Boar and inquired, "Master Boar, what should we do now?" Boar glanced at Leander and with a solemn voice said, "Set off. Leave Morgantown overnight and head to Kakasong City." Leander responded, "Yes, Master Boar." Immediately, Leander looked behind him and shouted, "Everyone, pack up immediately and prepare to set off." Watching the guards and coachmen, who had rested for less than an hour, preparing to set off again, there was a hint of weariness on their faces. Each time goods were transported, it consumed a significant amount of physical and mental energy, especially in such a cold winter. Survival was more important than exhaustion. Although Kakasong City was also under the territory of Marquis Ducas, Kakasong City had Fisherman's Wharf, and if necessary, he wouldn't mind taking a long merchant ship to temporarily avoid trouble. These soldiers would not get the precise location of the territory from his lips. Half an hour later, the freshly set up tents were packed away, and the campfires on the ground were extinguished with dirt. The convoy braced against the cold winds and the approaching dusk, continuing their journey. As the convoy crossed an open wasteland and entered the forest where Boar was previously captured by bandits, the open wasteland once again became desolate. Aside from the cold wind swaying the withered grass and the occasional woo-woo sound of the wind, no other figures could be seen. Under the night sky of Morgantown, aside from a few figures and some horse riders hurriedly rushing through the streets, few people were around. The winter wind was too chilling. The townsmen preferred to curl up at home, warming by a wood or charcoal fire. When several horses passed through the streets, stopping in front of a 3-story building, Danke leaped off the horse and handed it to the soldier behind him, then pushed open the wooden door and entered the building. After a brief search, not seeing Godfrey, Danke went up to the second floor. Looking around, Godfrey, sitting in front of a burning red pot of charcoal, came into Danke's view. Without hesitation, Danke approached, but before he could speak, Godfrey spoke first. "No rush. Warm yourself by the fire first. Although we are in the Kakalati Empire, I didn't expect this border area to be so cold." Danke was a bit puzzled, but followed Godfrey's words. "Yes, master. It's starting to ice up outside again." Godfrey gave Danke an approving glance. Just as Danke finished speaking, footsteps sounded next door, approaching. Recognizing the familiar weight and rhythm of the steps, Danke instantly understood. A figure turned the corner. It was Lawrence Ducas. Danke immediately stood up, moved behind Godfrey, and bowed to show respect. Lawrence glanced at Godfrey and Danke, then casually said, "I'm going to rest on the 3rd floor. Unless it's urgent, do not disturb me." Godfrey respectfully replied, "Yes, master." Lawrence acknowledged and proceeded toward the staircase to the 3rd floor. Sounds of playful chatter came from the room on the 3rd floor. "Beauty, haven't seen you for a few hours, and you seem even more refined. So fair. Huh? You're new here, right? I thought you looked unfamiliar. Then tonight, you'll accompany this commander." Godfrey turned to Danke. "Have a seat." Danke hesitated for 2 seconds, then finally sat to Godfrey's right. Godfrey picked up the iron tongs beside him and added some charcoal to the fire pit. While arranging the charcoal, he said, "No need to speak yet. Let me guess what's on the carriage first." Danke, once tense, immediately relaxed. Such was Godfrey, always able to easily relieve his tension from facing Lawrence. Moreover, just with a sudden change in the way Godfrey spoke, he could relax. Godfrey glanced at Danke, his words plain. "Fine salt." Hearing those 2 words come out of Godfrey's mouth, Danke's eyes widened instantly. He hurriedly said, "Sir, how did you know?" Whether before coming to Morgantown or after arriving, as a knight's follower, he had always been with Godfrey. It was only recently, during a brief investigation of that convoy of wagons, that they were separated. Even though he hadn't started reporting, how did Godfrey already know? Seeing Danke's surprised expression, Godfrey glared at him. "As a knight's follower, your horsemanship, swimming, swordsmanship, hunting, poetry reading, and even archery are all very skilled. Only in chess have you not been able to get the basics. Do you know why?" Danke was taken aback, inquiring, "Why?" Godfrey said disappointedly, "Chess is a game that requires strategy and intelligence. Through chess, one can cultivate logical thinking, analytical ability, and decision-making skills. Just like you asked how I knew. With logical deduction, you can deduce 8 out of 10, with the remaining 2 needing only validation." Danke remained silent, listening quietly. Godfrey patiently explained to Danke. While observing on the hill, that convoy of wagons entered with all wagons fully loaded. But upon exiting, only 2 or 3 wagons were loaded with tarpaulin-covered goods. What does this mean? Danke pondered for a few seconds, ultimately shaking his head. Godfrey sighed and explained, "This means that the value of the goods in those 2 or 3 wagons equates to a fully loaded convoy. The goods being transported out are of high value." Upon hearing this, Danke's eyes lit up. "Currently, what are the high-value goods? Gold, silver, coal, salt mines, or more precious and rare magic ore?" Godfrey continued, "The city wall was just recently built, indicating that the territory is still developing and lacks a large workforce and tools. Among these ores, which can be mined without a lot of tools and labor?" Listening to Godfrey's explanation, Danke understood profoundly, firmly stating, "Salt mine. Salt blocks are the easiest to mine, and if there's an open-pit salt mine, It's even easier. Godfrey nodded. Exactly. Having a salt mine is one thing. But what's surprising is the salt-making technique to process it into fine salt. Until Danke returned, recounting his deduction to a considerable extent, Godfrey finally understood why the bandit corps were rampaging near Morgantown. Just as his speculation suggested, the bandit corps coveted the salt mine behind that territory. Therefore, the Iron Blood Brotherhood Bandit Corps and Storm Mercenary Corps joined forces. Even Aiden Morrison, whom he visited, likely harbors designs on that territory too. That's why he initially called the Iron Blood Brotherhood Bandit Corps to join forces. Later, due to unequal distribution, the two sides might have ended up at odds, with the Iron Blood Brotherhood Bandit Corps backstabbing them, overthrowing and occupying his manor. Aiden had to enlist the Iron Thorns Mercenary Corps to disperse the Bandit Corps. As for how the Iron Blood Brotherhood and Storm Mercenary Corps vanished into thin air from Morgantown, Godfrey speculated they were annihilated by the armed forces behind the city wall. Otherwise, there would be no trace of information. Godfrey still recalled rumors that Morgantown's Bandit Corps had expanded to over 1,500 members. If annihilated by the Lord's forces behind the wall, what sort of armed forces does that wall conceal? Deep within Godfrey arose a desire to enter the wall and meet that Lord. Even calculating by the construction time of the wall and the time on scholars' parchment maps, it's been just 3 years at most. In 3 years, they built a stone wall over 10 meters high, completely isolating the outside world from the territory beyond the wall, forming its own kingdom. The term kingdom seemed apt to Godfrey. After building that wall, as long as there's no army invasion, no powerful extraordinary beings, that wall could shield at least 80% of the crises. Then relying on the steep mountains, the wall's strength, and the value of fine salt, they could frantically develop and expand. Plus, outside the wall, they're digging trenches, constructing watchtowers. Evidently, the construction of that wall was not merely lucky or coincidental. The Lord behind the wall has their own intelligence network and is aggressively gathering external intelligence. They already know a crisis is approaching, preemptively building defensive structures. With such strong decision-making and execution abilities, how could Godfrey not be curious? Seeing Godfrey silent, Danke also remained quiet, letting the campfire warm his somewhat stiff body. Compared to the quiet of the second floor, the third floor was already filled with the sounds of bodies colliding, and accompanying came the unmistakable moans of voluptuous women. After breakfast, Lynn sat beside the fireplace burning with charcoal. In his hand, he held a small stone mill. His left hand held the mill, and his right hand held the grindstone, moving back and forth, the grindstone grinding on the stone plate. A faint cracking sound continuously emanated from it. Medical experience, +1. Medical experience, +1. Medical experience, +1. Outside the castle, it was drizzling. Though not heavy, in temperatures around freezing, even light rain was intolerable. Lynn allocated the townsmen who needed to work outside to various workshops, temporarily boosting manpower for the production in the workshops. As for him, he had old John bring some dried herbs to be ground into powder. Not only could they be used for future treatment needs, but he could also grind medical skills experience. While grinding the herbs in his hand, Lynn opened the weather forecast panel. In the next few days, the weather and temperature were expected to remain around freezing. However, as Lynn checked, his brows furrowed. In a week, the temperature would drop to -5 degrees, accompanied by heavy snow. -5 degrees, the wheat seedlings could still withstand. But snow was a fatal threat to the wheat seedlings. After heavy snow, when the snow melts and the temperature drops, ice will form. This will cause fatal frost damage to the budding wheat seedlings. Although the planting of winter barley was done by strip sowing, there are ridges on both sides of each ridge where melted ice water can flow through, but it will still have an impact. Precautionary measures must be taken against the incoming heavy snow weather. He didn't want the millions of pounds of winter barley planted to yield nothing. Lynn looked at a guard. "Go get Wilbur and Gavin." The guard responded and withdrew. Until a dozen minutes later, several somewhat hurried footsteps sounded from the distant stairs. Led by the guard, Gavin and Wilbur arrived at the hall and approached Lynn. Standing 5 or 6 meters in front of Lynn, Gavin and Wilbur bent slightly, respectfully saying, "Master." Lynn asked, How many farmers are under your command now? Gavin and Wilbur exchanged a glance, and Gavin explained, Master, there are 200. Because it's winter now, the rain has caused the soil to form blocks, so we arranged for them to do soil loosening work. Recently, other industry developments had been ongoing, leaving no time to tend to the wheat seedlings in the fields. But fortunately, with Gavin and Wilbur, plus it's winter now, there isn't much labor needed for care. So he didn't have to worry too much. Lynn spoke to the two. You did well. But starting today, there are other tasks you need to do. In 7 days, there will be a heavy snowfall. I need you to lead your 200 farmers to keep the wheat seedlings warm and moist. Gavin and Wilbur asked, puzzled. Warm and moist? Lynn nodded. Yes, cover the wheat seedlings with gathered weeds, at least 5 centimeters thick. The weeds and wild grass cleared from nearly 50,000 acres of wasteland had long been collected. Whether used as fodder for the pastures or straw for livestock rest, it was a good choice. Now, these weeds and wild grasses can naturally be used to keep the wheat seedlings warm. Gavin and Wilbur responded in unison. Yes, Master. After listening to Master Lynn's instructions and advice, the two retreated and left the hall. Not until reaching the first-floor corridor did Gavin and Wilbur remember what Master Lynn had just said. How did Master Lynn know there would be snow? And precisely in 7 days? However, recalling Master Lynn's precise prediction of rain last time, this prediction of snow wasn't surprising either. Gavin and Wilbur calmed down. After arranging the farming matters, Lynn returned to the grinding of herbs. Medical experience +1. Medical experience +1. Time was swiftly passing. Until afternoon, the drizzle in the sky finally stopped. All the townsmen who joined the handicraft workshops left and returned to their positions. Lynn walked through the town, watching the townsmen begin to busy themselves. Yet, when they saw Lynn with Red, they stopped and bowed to Lynn. Lynn nodded in return and walked past. He arrived at the open square in front of the town. Jode was leading 100 townsmen, carving statues. Several erected wooden frames surrounded the stacked granite. Jode, along with a few apprentice sculptors, each bound with a thick hemp rope, stood on the granite, carving the initial shapes. On the granite, there were numerous white markings. Clearly, these were preliminary sculpting lines drawn by Jode. Given that it's the early stage, even apprentice sculptors without experience wouldn't make major mistakes or errors by following the lines. No matter how many times Lynn checked around, he couldn't see what pose Jode was preparing to sculpt for the statue. He wasn't really concerned. As long as the complete statue was carved and the attributes of the Lord statue could be attached, it would be enough. After observing for a short while, Lynn reached the edge of the open square. Gavin and Wilbur were already organizing and arranging their 200 farmers for work. One wheelbarrow after another, loaded with weeds, continuously headed toward the farmland, piled by the lime road. One farmer after another spread the piled weed stacks evenly onto the cultivated land as much as possible, to insulate and moisturize the dormant wheat seedlings. Over 50,000 mu of cultivated land, as vast as a plain. 200 farmers were evidently not enough. Lynn couldn't help but frown, needing to allocate more labor into the farmland for the covering work. It's important to know this 50,000 mu of farmland was nearly the product of thousands working together for over a month. With these 200 people's work efficiency, even if each worked 8 hours a day, covering 20 square meters per hour, it was only 160 square meters per day. Solely relying on the power of 200 people, it's an endless task. Lynn's gaze shifted and looked at Kesey in the distance, directly having a guard call him over. Approaching Lynn, Kesey called with a tone of inquiry, "Lord?" Lynn responded plainly, "Starting now, excluding the soldiers in the wall barracks and the blacksmith workshop and textile workshop. Divert half of the townsmen from the mining and other craft workshops. I need them immediately engaged in the current weed covering." Listening to Lynn's stern voice, Kesey promptly replied, "Lord, I'll go right away." Kesey paced swiftly towards the craft workshops. Upon encountering a group of patrolling soldiers, Kesey conveyed the orders Lynn had just issued. In orderly responses, the guards went to various workshops. Even a few guards rode horses toward workshops outside the town. Red brick workshop, papermaking workshop, the 3 major coal mines, etc. Military camp soldiers were responsible for guarding the city wall. No matter how significant the production issue within the territory, not a soldier could be dispatched from the wall. The blacksmith workshop and textile workshop were similarly so. Only by forging and producing more armor can this territory have enough power to fully establish itself in the Karidi Empire. If the grain runs out, more merchants could be sought for buying. If the production efficiency of the salt factory decreases, then minimize the number of times for exchanging other goods. But if we don't take precautions against the planted wheat seedlings, then next year, there is a great possibility of no harvest at all, as more and more slaves arrived at the territory and no water power for large-scale transport. Just relying on carts, transporting one by one, the pressure on food will grow. Until finally, even if Lynn has large quantities of fine salt for merchant exchange, ensuring the territory's safety, merchants still cannot achieve timely delivery. Because cart transport capacity is limited, plus the time needed for round trips. Self-sufficiency within the territory must be realized to completely alleviate food pressure. Until several hours later, nearly 4,000 townsmen stood before Lynn. Expressions of confusion and curiosity were on their faces. They couldn't clearly recall when was the last time they gathered in such numbers. Lynn stood atop a half-meter-high long table, his gaze sweeping quickly across the faces of each townsman. I know. Now perhaps you are confused, perhaps curious, or perhaps some of you know the purpose of my summon. Now I will tell you once more. In 7 days, the territory will enter its coldest day. Heavy snowfall, lasting at least 1 day. When the snow falls, everything on the ground will be covered. We can hide indoors and warm ourselves by the fire. However, the wheat seedlings in the farmland will be completely frozen dead. Your hard work over nearly 1 or 2 months, turning into nothing. In next summer, this farmland sown with 1,000,000 gene of barley will yield no harvest. Finally, all the townsmen understood. Their curiosity and confusion turned into a solemn look. Most of them were farmers engaged in cultivation. They naturally understood the consequence of frozen wheat seedlings. No harvest, an entire family craves, is dead bodies littering everywhere with the starving dead filling the wilderness. Lynn's words continued. Starting tomorrow morning, everyone joins in the insulating and moisturizing work. I need you quickly to cover all 55,000 mu of farmland planted with wheat seedlings, with wild grass and weeds. This is not only for the survival of the wheat seedlings, but to prevent everyone from starving in the territory. As Lynn's words fell, orderly voices echoed from all the townspeople's mouths. Understood. 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 Lynn nodded in satisfaction. You may now disperse for dining. Rest well tonight, and tomorrow morning join in the battle to protect the wheat seedlings. The orderly voices echoed in response once more. As the voices faded, the townspeople moved towards the cafeteria. Amid Lynn's words, the sky had already turned dark. Lynn stepped down from the long table, surveying these townsmen. Although they had learned from their lord's mouth about the imminent threat to the farmland, but rarely back in the town, there still held a trace of joy on their faces, especially the miners dwelling in the iron mines. Due to the distance, it's tough for them to return to the town even once. Until night fully set in, Lynn returned to the castle, preparing to enjoy dinner. The following morning, Lynn had breakfast and went to the open square. The 4,000 townsmen from yesterday gathered again in the open square. Lynn directly divided them into groups. For 1,000 people, divided into 8 groups, each with 500. And splitting from the 500, 80 were responsible for transporting grass, 20 for each group's water supply. The remaining 400 fully committed to the weed-covering work, with everyone assigned their tasks. Following Lynn's command, 4,000 townsmen grandly went to the farmland outside the town. Even the term densely packed seemed apt. Watching each townsman busy in the farmland, Lynn's heart slightly eased. No more merchants would come to his territory now. The majority of labor can be invested in the farmland. Even if the production efficiency in other industries is slightly slower, it's of no consequence. Rolling up his sleeves, Lynn stepped into the farmland, joining in. Gathering heaps of weeds, he picked them up and spread them evenly across the furrows that had sprouted wheat seedlings. While laying the weeds, Lynn checked the condition of the wheat seedlings on the furrows. Despite the recent cold weather, The wheat seedlings had turned a bit yellowish. However, the wheat seedlings were merely in a state of growth stagnation. Once spring arrives and the temperature rises, these wheat seedlings will burst forth with new vitality, thriving robustly in adequate fertility. Planting experience +1. Planting experience +1. Planting experience +1. Covering the wheat seedlings with weeds doesn't require much skill. It's something anyone can do. Therefore, 4,000 townsmen collaborated in division of labor, achieving high efficiency. It was only by afternoon that Lynn stopped his actions. He stepped out of the farmland and onto the lime road, scanning his surroundings. In nearly a day's time, at least 7,000 acres of farmland were covered with weeds. Lynn quickly calculated in his mind. With 6 days left until snowfall, at this rate of work, they could cover the remaining less than 50,000 acres of farmland completely. Lynn nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, many hands make light work. Suddenly, it was evening. With Lynn's command to finish work and eat, all townsmen working in the farmland let out a synchronized cheer. "Thank you, Master Lynn." They cautiously walked among the furrowed troughs, careful not to cause a misstep or fall that could crush the wheat seedlings. Lynn strode with the crowd, headed toward the town. As all townsmen returned to the town and entered the cafeteria, Lynn also headed toward the castle. Before Lynn reached the castle gate, the sound of fast galloping hooves arose behind him. The sound grew clearer as it approached. Lynn turned his head to look. The build was not tall, but evidently quite robust. The soldier's standard plate armor bulged around. The soldier dismounted swiftly, stepped forward, and stood about 5 or 6 meters from Lynn. He bent his waist, his voice ringing from the metal mask. "Master, there are 2 riders outside the gate seeking an audience with you." Recognizing the familiar voice, Lynn instantly knew this soldier was Earl, whom he had promoted to be Rose's assistant. Lynn frowned slightly, inquiring, "2 riders? Who are they?" Earl replied, "Master, they claim to be a knight accompanied by his knight's follower." Lynn pondered in his mind. Earl dared not inquire, standing honestly awaiting instructions. After a few minutes, Lynn spoke, "Bring them to the castle, then." Earl didn't hesitate, responding, "Yes, master." He approached the horse, agilely mounted the war horse. Pulling the reins, he directed the horse. With a press to the horse's belly, the war horse galloped toward the dim wasteland outside the town. Townsmen returning to the town made way for him. Watching Earl's receding figure, Lynn's frown deepened. This marked the second time outsiders came to his territory. Lynn had anticipated that with so many merchants frequently visiting his territory for trade exchanges, eventually, some observant individuals would discover the existence of his territory. To buy and trade for food, horses, livestock, and slaves, he couldn't avoid meeting with people outside the territory. If they were trailing him, it could only be Boar, who came recently. Returning to the castle, Kisi was already preparing dinner with maids. Before Kisi could speak, Lynn said first, "Prepare a few more dishes. Guests are coming." Kisi blinked, responded without inquiring, "Yes, master." Kisi turned to the maid beside her, whispering a few words. The maid bowed and retreated. Lynn sat in the armchair by the fireplace, slowly waiting, until nearly an hour later. Outside the castle, the sound of slowing hoofbeats echoed. The sound of footsteps climbing the stairs reached Lynn's ears. Lynn turned his head to look. Behind Earl, a middle-aged man and a young man appeared in the second-floor hall with a look of astonishment on their faces. Standing before Lynn, Earl reported, "Master, I've brought them." Lynn responded, standing from the armchair, addressing the two, "Shall we discuss over dinner?" The more Godfrey looked at the young lord before him, the stronger his surprise grew. Having said merely one sentence, Godfrey felt a sense of restrained and steady temperament, unflustered in dealings. The key was the lord before him truly so young? Godfrey pondered whether it was possible. Was the territory's development achieved under this young lord's leadership to this extent? The walls, barracks, farmland, water truck, town, and the castle beneath his feet now. If so, Godfrey couldn't fathom how it was accomplished. Suppressing the doubts in his heart, Godfrey bowed and performed a knightly salute, saying, "Thank you for your generosity, Lord." Lynn nodded and stepped toward the nearby dining table. Godfrey and Danke followed closely behind. Arriving at the head seat by the table, Lynn sat down directly, his words calm. "Knight Godfrey, feel free to sit." Godfrey nodded slightly. "Yes, Lord." Walking to the wooden chair beside Lynn, Godfrey, just about to sit down, his expression suddenly froze. His eyes widened in disbelief, staring at the young lord seated at the head. Godfrey's mouth twitched, but he forced down the inquiries he was about to blurt out, sitting upright on the wooden chair. He clearly remembered that since entering this territory, he hadn't told anyone his name. The lord before him. How did he know he was called Godfrey? A bewildering thought surfaced in his mind. Could it be, while he was monitoring this territory, the lord before him was also observing him? Or perhaps observing every move in Morgantown? If this was true, Godfrey acknowledged he had underestimated the lord beside him. Served and attended to by the maid, Lynn and Godfrey sat at the dining table for their meal. Regarding the safety of the food, Godfrey had no worries, because the food he was eating was taken by the maid from the same platter serving the lord. Furthermore, if the lord beside him wanted to kill him, there was no need to wait until now. After entering the city walls, they had no chance of escaping. A dozen minutes later, finishing their meal, wiping clean the grease from the corners of their mouths, and after the maid tidied up the tableware, Lynn's gaze fell on Godfrey. Lynn spoke. "Knight Godfrey, let's hear it then. What's your intention for coming to this territory?" Godfrey nodded slightly and explained straightforwardly. "Lord, since you know my identity, I won't beat around the bush. Godfrey Love, knight accompanying Commander Lawrence Ducas. Coming to your lordship's territory because I was commissioned by Lord Lawrence to investigate the whereabouts of the Iron Blood Brotherhood Bandit Corps and to carry out a bandit suppression mission. Coincidentally, during my patrol, I saw your lordship's city walls." So, Lynn stared directly at Godfrey, saying, "Knight Godfrey, there's no need to search any further." Godfrey raised his eyebrows, asking with some awareness of the answer, "Lord, you mean?" Lynn continued, "The Iron Blood Brotherhood Bandit Corps and Storm Mercenary Corps, totaling over 1,500 men, 1,300 have already been buried in the wasteland outside the city walls." Godfrey's heart sank. As he guessed, it was this lord who had annihilated the bandit corps. This led to the Manor lord in Morgantown being unaware of the bandit corps' intelligence. Godfrey was about to speak. Lynn continued, "Knight Godfrey, let's hear your true purpose for coming here." Godfrey looked taken aback, explained, "Lord, investigating the bandits' whereabouts is indeed the purpose of our visit." Lynn nodded. "No problem. Since Knight Godfrey already knows the bandit information, I won't keep the two of you. Earl, escort Knight Godfrey and the others out." Earl nodded hurriedly. "Yes, sir." Godfrey hesitated for a few seconds, finally asked, "May I know your lordship's name is?" Lynn stared directly at Godfrey. "Lynn Blake." Godfrey repeated the name several times in his mind, then continued to ask, "Sorry, Lord, I know pursuing you persistently might be rude, but I still want to know, how did you become the lord of this territory?" Lynn responded, "Certainly." With a glance, Lynn looked at Kesey, who instantly understood and withdrew. A moment later, Kesey returned to Lynn's side and handed over a document. Lynn took it with his right hand, catching it between two fingers, his words indifferent. "Do I need to read out the information within to Knight Godfrey?" Godfrey and Danke's eyes immediately focused on Lynn's fingers. On that document, stained with animal grease, was an emblem of crossed greatsword and shield, precisely atop the circular grease stain. That was the family crest of the Duca's clan. Godfrey quickly bowed his head, his words filled with apology. "Lord, there's no need. Please forgive me. As a knight of the Duca's clan, I am just safeguarding the interests of the Marquis Ducas. If there's any offense, please forgive." Lynn said, "Of course." Godfrey stood up, bowed slightly. "Thank you, Lord Lynn, for your hospitality. We won't disturb you any longer." Following behind Earl, Godfrey and Danke left the reception hall. Lynn remained seated, watching them depart, his brows furrowed tightly. Lawrence Ducas's accompanying knight, along with just an escort, came to his territory. But he understood that investigating the bandit corps' clues wouldn't be so simple. Was it to probe the strength within his territory? That's the greatest possibility. But on such a black night, what intelligence could they gather with just two people? Or could there be other purposes? When the knight arrived with the early report, many thoughts flashed through his mind. He considered keeping them outside the castle walls or even shooting them dead at the foot of the wall. It seemed possible to kill them and silence them from spreading any information about the territory. But Lynn was not sure if anyone else knew besides Godfrey and Danke. Blindly shooting might backfire and hasten the arrival of Lawrence's army. He could only invite the two into the territory, to some extent, showing goodwill to Godfrey. He took out all the evidence he currently had to prove that his claim to the territory was legitimate, that he was indeed the true lord of this land. Thus, it was to buy more time for the development of this land. As for letting Godfrey leave, whatever consequences might follow, Lynn could not control. Along the winding lime road between fields, several figures on horseback galloped steadily. The sounds of hooves echoed nonstop, passing through fields, over hills and forests. Under Rose's watchful eyes, two riders left the castle walls, heading into the distant darkness. Danke held a torch in one hand and reins in the other, driving his horse beside Godfrey. He glanced at Godfrey and saw that Godfrey's eyes were unfocused, as if pondering something. The words in Danke's mouth were about to come out, but he decided to remain silent. Until several minutes later, Danke looked at Godfrey again and found that Godfrey's expression had returned to normal. Just as he was about to speak, Godfrey spoke first. "Danke, did you feel anything unusual about that, Lord?" Danke raised an eyebrow. "Unusual?" He pondered for a moment, then attempted to say, "Sir, are you referring to his calm demeanor? Or his unflustered manner?" Godfrey shook his head. "No, I mean his appearance." Danke recalled for a few seconds, then said, "Sorry, sir, I didn't observe closely." Godfrey sighed and said, "From his face, I saw a hazy outline of another face." Danke looked curiously at Godfrey. "Another face?" Godfrey sighed. "Yes, from his face, I saw the young face of Marquis Donovan. In his youth, Marquis Donovan was idolized by almost everyone in Bordeaux City. He was brave, resourceful, and the object of admiration for countless young women. But from this lord's face, I seemed to see Marquis Donovan in his youth." Danke still looked puzzled, but in the next second, he seemed to realize something. He suddenly looked at Godfrey and couldn't help but say, "Sir, do you mean?" Even though Danke didn't finish his sentence, Godfrey still understood the implication. Godfrey nodded. "Such a close resemblance, aside from being a descendant of Lord Donovan. I can't think of any other possibility. Even though this is a borderland, it is still within the territory of Marquis Ducas." Plus, the sealed document Lynn presented. As a knight in theft by the Ducas clan, he was naturally very familiar with the Ducas family's crest. That was a genuine sealed document. There couldn't be any falsification. Following this line of reasoning, Mark Ducas inherited the title of Marquis only a few months ago, so it couldn't have been him who enfeoffed Lynn as the lord of this territory. Before Marquis Donovan abdicated, he must have granted this territory to Lynn Blake, a young man whose name was unheard of, yet could receive the personal enfeoffment of Marquis Donovan. The only possibility is that Lynn is Marquis Donovan's unrecognized son. Lynn's surname is Blake, indicating clearly that Lynn had not received recognition from the Ducas family, unworthy of receiving the Ducas family surname, whether he was sent away or dispatched to the frontier to develop the land. Everything made sense. Godfrey suddenly thought of something. His eyebrows shot up. According to Ducas family customs, only family descendants over 15 years old would receive enfeoffment, allowing them to develop on their own, or they remain within the family, pledging allegiance to Marquis Ducas. Combining this with the facial resemblance seen earlier, Godfrey felt Lynn was just a teenager. In a very short time, Lynn cultivated a large area of wasteland in this remote border area, constructing a large-scale town and castle walls. Even organized an armed force to annihilate a bandit corps of 1,500 men. Thinking of this, Godfrey's heart was greatly shaken. If his speculation was true, then Lynn Blake's ability. Godfrey couldn't think of any words to describe it. If other Donovan Marquis descendants were compared to Lynn, what kind of useless people would they be? This was Godfrey's first feeling from the depths of his heart. Although Danke didn't possess Godfrey's strong logical abilities, hearing Godfrey's last statement, he couldn't help but open his mouth wide. The lord just met was a descendant of Marquis Donovan. Godfrey's heart was full of complexity. He glanced at Danke. "Let's go. We need to return and report to Lord Lawrence." Today is the final deadline. Danke responded, "Yes, my lord." Godfrey turned back to glance at the rear. In the darkness behind, a faint silhouette of a city wall could be seen standing between towering mountains, severing the lands behind the walls from the outside world. Godfrey sped up the speed of the warhorse beneath him, swiftly heading towards the direction of Morgantown. Danke followed closely behind, returning to Morgantown, handing the reins of his warhorse to the guarding soldiers. Godfrey led Danke, heading to the third floor of the building. Though Godfrey and Danke arrived at the second floor, the originally faint moaning sounds became more pronounced, accompanied by Lawrence's stream of vulgar language. Godfrey couldn't help but furrow his brows. Taking a deep breath, Godfrey climbed to the third floor and stood before a double door. He wanted to speak, but ultimately chose to refrain. Went to the corner of the corridor to wait quietly. Danke stood beside Godfrey, remaining silent. Listening to the rising and falling shouts, Godfrey's heart was filled with complexity. Having grown up in the Duca's family since childhood, he had witnessed Donovan's glory during his youth. Despite being merely a marquis, despite the armed forces on his lands being weaker than the three great dukes, relying on Donovan's bravery and powerful commanding ability. Even when facing the three great dukes, Donovan showed no fear. But as Donovan aged, the momentum of the Duca's clan gradually declined. As long as Donovan is still alive, all the vassals on the land feared his residual power. One day, once Donovan falls, and the remaining influence dissipates, what kind of predicament will the entire marquisate of Ducas face? The lords will rise one after another, annexing surrounding lords, and the flames of war will spread to every part of the marquisate. Even though Mark Ducas inherited the title and became the new Marquis of Ducas. But how could a young pup with nothing but ambition be a match for a group of old foxes? As for Lawrence in the room, he is just a well-built Bichon Frise dominated by his lower half. The Ducas clan is about to rot. The third floor finally quieted down, and Godfrey stepped toward the double wooden door. Danke hesitated for a few seconds, but decided to follow along. Reaching the door, Godfrey called towards the tightly closed wooden door, "Master." His voice fell, and Lawrence's slightly panting voice sounded, "Come in." Without any hesitation, Godfrey pushed open the wooden door. A mix of sour sweat and a strange body odor wafted into Godfrey's nose. He couldn't help but wrinkle his brow as he stepped into the room. Standing before a curtain, Godfrey bent slightly and said, "Master, I have come to report." A voice of confusion echoed from Lawrence. "Report? I have arranged for you to do something." Lawrence suddenly seemed to recall something. "Ah, yes. I had you investigate the whereabouts of the bandit corps. So, after 7 days, has Godfrey the Knight found any clues?" Godfrey was about to explain when a teasing voice emerged from behind the curtain. "What? Just finished and want to continue? Who was just saying they would break and need a rest?" Godfrey slightly raised his head. In the candlelight of the room, he vaguely saw the scene behind the curtain. On a large bed, at least 5 or 6 fair and plump bodies lay sprawled beside Lawrence. Moreover, he could see the rolls of fat on those bodies, and atop the fat bellies were several clearly sagging, round flesh mounds. At this sight, Godfrey immediately lowered his head. Godfrey just felt a wave of discomfort in his body. Nausea, revulsion, even the hairs on the back of his neck were standing. After Lawrence's teasing stopped, Godfrey began to explain. "Master, I took several squads of soldiers out to investigate for several days. Even visited the most suspicious Morrison Manor, yet still found no relevant clues. They seemed to have vanished into thin air." Behind Godfrey, Danke glanced at Godfrey with shock. He was lying to Lawrence Ducas, the commander. Godfrey was concealing Lynn Blake's existence. Lawrence's nonchalant voice echoed from behind the curtain. "If that's the case, let them be. Mere rabble wouldn't stir up any trouble." Godfrey bent slightly, responding, "Yes, master." Taking another look at Lawrence, Godfrey led Danke out of the room. However, the door had not yet closed. The sound of flesh colliding and clapping abruptly erupted. Godfrey hurriedly shut the double wooden door. Instructing the guards to watch over Lawrence, Godfrey led Danke to the second floor. The sound of leather boots echoing on wooden stairs continued. Godfrey suddenly turned to Dank and said, "Why? Do you feel I am no longer worthy of being the teacher you serve? Godfrey did not stop his steps. Instead, he walked to the brazier burning charcoal and sat on a chair. Danke followed behind, stood beside Godfrey, kept silent. Godfrey glanced at Danke and continued to ask, "Do you think I betrayed the Duca's family, betrayed Lord Lawrence?" Danke's gaze was full of questioning as he spoke. "Isn't it so? We clearly know that the bandits were completely annihilated by Lord Lin. Why did you choose to hide this, Master? Such actions that violate the knightly code." Godfrey also looked straight at Danke. A gratified smile appeared on Godfrey's face. "Very good. You still remember the knightly code." Danke was slightly stunned. Faced with his questioning and accusations, Godfrey could still smile and even ask him to sit down. Danke was somewhat confused and cautious as he sat opposite Godfrey. Godfrey smiled calmly. "Rest assured, you are my student, and no matter what happens, I won't harm you." The doubt in Danke's eyes did not diminish in the slightest. Godfrey spoke. "Danke, you grew up in Bordeaux City as the eldest son of a merchant. Because your father wanted to elevate his status and position in Bordeaux City, he sent you to be by my side." Danke said nothing, just nodded in response. Godfrey continued. "In other words, you have always lived in a happy and complete family since childhood, enjoying the wholehearted love of your parents. You are the eldest son, destined to become the heir of the family. Thus the love your parents give you exceeds that for all your siblings. As long as it's within the family's ability and capacity, your parents will place everything in your hands. The girl you fancy from another family, they will do their utmost to arrange for you. Anything you like, they will do their utmost to purchase it for you." Godfrey's words suddenly took a turn. "If a war suddenly broke out, destroying your family and killing your loved ones, leaving you the sole survivor, the source of this war, the Lord whom the knightly code demands your loyalty, what decision would you make then?" Danke spoke resolutely. "I would naturally continue." But halfway through, Danke paused. In his mind, he thought of his family and then the knightly code he believed in. Danke became hesitant. His words were fragmented. "Master, that I don't know." Godfrey looked directly at Danke. "Danke, you are about to become a knight indeed. However, I hope you become a knight with the ability to discern right from wrong. You must make your own judgments, rather than acting solely according to various rules and codes. That version of you would be no different from a puppet controlled by others." Godfrey changed his tone. "Danke, if you still regard me as your mentor, then from now on, you just need to follow my steps forward." Sensing the change in tone in Godfrey's words, Danke looked up at Godfrey. In Godfrey's familiar eyes, Danke found unwavering determination and the same expectation for him. That gaze instantly dispelled Danke's hesitation and confusion. He declared firmly, "Yes, master." With Danke's words, the second floor fell into silence, except for the occasional noise coming from the third floor. Only the cold wind outside the window made the whistling sound of woo-woo. For days passed in a blink. The work of covering weeds in the fields continued. With the tireless efforts of 4,000 townsmen, 55,000 acres of fields were nearing completion. At this rate, the fields can be completely covered before the snowfall, protecting the wheat seedlings as much as possible. The townsmen also understood. Master Lin's prediction of snowfall was not a baseless claim. Every day, the temperature kept dropping. Previously, it would only drop below zero at night or when it rained. But now, as it got closer to the 7 days Master Lin mentioned, the daytime temperature had already dropped to -2 or 3 degrees. As Lin was surveying the townsmen at work, a horse galloped down the limestone road in the distance. The sound grew closer. Lin turned to look. Jeremy jumped off the horse, took a few steps forward, and stood before him. Jeremy bent his waist and spoke respectfully. "Master." Lin responded, "Jeremy, what intelligence did you bring back from Morgantown this time?" Jeremy revealed a smile and quickly said, "Master, it's indeed good news. Lord Lawrence has led his army away from Morgantown. They didn't return the same way to Bordeaux City, but marched towards Wind Hill." Upon hearing Jeremy's words, Lin's eyebrows slightly rose. After discovering his territory, they showed no indication and directly left with the army? Was it due to the goodwill he expressed? Lin immediately dismissed this thought. Being Lawrence, the second son of Donovan Ducas, he possessed his own pride. Why would he care about the goodwill or hostility expressed by a minor lord? If Lawrence wished, with one command, he and his sword and shield corps could level the territory of a minor lord. The only possibility is Godfrey did not inform Lawrence of this land. Godfrey claimed to be Lawrence's accompanying knight. Then why would he hide such information from his master? Did he suspect his illegitimate identity? On thinking about this, Lynn roughly understood everything. Apart from this reason, he couldn't think of any other cause. As for why Lawrence led the army in the direction of Windhill, as long as Lawrence led his army away from Morgantown, that meant his territorial crisis was temporarily resolved. This was what concerned Lynn the most. He would have more time to continue developing his territory. After sending Jeremy away, Lynn walked towards the town, his steps becoming lighter. Upon learning that Lawrence had brought 3,000 soldiers of the Sword and Shield Corps to Morgantown, the pressure on Lynn instantly reached its peak. If Lawrence knew of his existence and reported his identity to Mark Ducas, 3,000 regular troops would attack the territory. Then, his nearly year-long efforts in developing the territory would turn into nothing, and he would even face life-threatening danger. If such a day truly came, even if there was an opportunity to escape, he would still choose to stay and fight. He would rather live and die with this land. Because even if he escaped, it would be hard to find another piece of land suitable for planting, or within such a close range, an open-pit salt mine, an iron mine, and a coal mine. Backed by the Aladia River, it boasted inexhaustible water and river fish resources. With a towering mountain range ahead, once a city wall was built, countless dangers could be kept outside the town. Paired with the merchants he got to know and the slaves acquired through purchase and exchange, this loyalty cultivated over this period of time. In less than a year, Lynn turned the barren land beneath his feet into a prosperous small town. He possessed the right timing, geographical advantage, and human resources. Additionally, with the impending imperial power struggle, he could not leave this place. This was where his roots lay. Returning to the town, Lynn approached the granite boulder being sculpted. After a few days of sculpting, the 10-meter-tall boulder finally revealed a general outline. On a rectangular pedestal a few meters high, a tall, imposing figure rode a massive horse. Since it was just a preliminary outline, both the human and horse figures appeared bloated and indistinct. He had previously instructed Jode to freely decide the statue's action and posture. Mounted on a galloping horse, it was quite impressive. After gazing for a while, Lynn stepped towards the textile workshop. Last night, Kesey reported to him. The textile workshop had already assembled several sets of padded armor and combined them with the modified chest armor. Arriving at the textile workshop, female workers were already engrossed in stitching armor plates, although their hands seemed slightly inexperienced to Lynn. Under Rachel's guidance, learning to stitch armor plates is, indeed, a strong testament to their learning ability. After a quick glance around, Yamini and Rachel approached Lynn with measured steps. Both bowed slightly, respectfully addressing, "Master." Lynn responded, looking at both. "Is the composite armor completed?" Yamini replied, "Yes, Master." Under Rachel's expert guidance, 2 sets of composite armor have been completed. "Master, please follow me." Led by Yamini and Rachel, Lynn walked through the textile workshop into the finished goods storage area, under the observant eyes of the female workers. Stepping through the door, 2 sets of armor hung on wooden racks came into Lynn's view. The helmets and chest armor were still cast using sandboxes. An integrated chest plate and helmet better protect the vital parts of the wearers. The shoulder, abdominal, and skirt armors were interwoven with armor plates and hemp ropes, and cut pieces of leather served as the armor's lining, ensuring the wearer's skin isn't directly exposed to the armor plates. While protecting soldiers from being scraped by the plates, it also provided cushioning. After a few glances, Lynn turned to Red and said, "Red, go and try it on." Afterward, all territory guards will wear composite armor. The greatest advantage of composite armor was its light weight, coupled with excellent protection. This was why he wanted to modify the standard plate armor. Without hesitation, Red stepped into the wooden rack and began the fitting with Yamini and Rachel's help. Piece by piece, the armor plates were fitted onto Red's body. The entire set of composite armor was successfully worn. Looking at Red, Lynn couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Red's physique was robust, and after donning the composite armor, in the blink of an eye, his entire body seemed impenetrable like a wall. His entire frame expanded by a full circle. Wearing the black-gray helmet, the unified chest armor in front, coupled with the padded armor woven from hemp ropes and black armor plates. The overall dark appearance was punctuated with brown leather and beige hemp ropes. The fierce metallic appearance was thus softened with touches of warmth. Ideal for use by the guards within the territory. Lynn addressed Red. Walk around and see if there's any discomfort. Red nodded slightly, stepping forward and walking around the storage area. Each step came with the soft clinking of armor plates. The composite armor, essentially layered plates, inevitably produced collision sounds. After several rounds, Red spoke. Master, there's no discomfort whatsoever. At this weight, I should be able to run or jump. Hearing Red's words, Yamini and Rachel were momentarily surprised. Wearing a set of composite armor, Red was still able to run and jump? When recalling the 30-pound weight of the composite armor, compared to Red's robust build, it indeed wasn't much. With satisfaction, Lynn nodded, turning to Yamini and Rachel. Make the future composite armor to these specifications. With the current manpower in the textile workshop, how many sets of composite armor can be made each day? Yamini remained silent, stepping back slightly and looking at Rachel, signaling her to explain to Lynn. Noticing Yamini's gesture, gratitude emerged in Rachel's heart. Rachel quickly explained, Master, with the current 300 people in the textile workshop, given the stitching required, the combining with chest plates, and making leather liners, we can't produce too many composite armor sets each day. Currently, at most, only 5 or 6 sets can be made. Lynn nodded and asked Rachel, if I want the textile workshop to produce 20 sets of composite armor each day, what assistance do you require from me? Rachel glanced at Yamini beside her, noticing Yamini looking at her and gesturing for her to explain. Rachel pondered for a few seconds and then spoke. Master, the first issue to address is the labor shortage. Currently, the textile workshop only has 300 people. To expand production and create 20 sets of composite armor, labor needs to at least double, reaching more than 600 people. Once the labor force is reached, they still need time for training. Secondly, one textile workshop is somewhat insufficient. It is necessary to expand the size of the textile workshop to ensure that the 600 people have enough working space. At least 2 additional textile workshops need to be constructed. Rachel paused for a few seconds before summarily stating, Master, that's about it. The speech is clear, with a concise explanation of the needs. Rachel would indeed be considered a competent manager. Lynn nodded, I understand. I will first help you resolve the workshop scale issue. As for the additional 300 laborers required, it will have to be postponed. The construction of workshops, given the red brick factory's daily output of red bricks, fired lime, and workers with construction experience, is not considered difficult. To expand the workshop scale, it is also necessary to wait until Jode completes the carving of the Lord statue. As for finding 300 additional laborers, this is something Lynn cannot readily obtain at the moment. Currently, in a territory with over 7,000 people, everyone is assigned to necessary roles. If 300 people are reassigned from other roles, the production efficiency of those roles will decrease. Lynn could only postpone it. Upon receiving Master Lynn's affirmative response, joy appeared on the faces of Yamini and Rachel. Just as Yamini had previously communicated to her, Master Lynn is a wise lord who can adopt suggestions from the townspeople. After Lynn finished his discussion with the two, Red queried, Master, this armor. Lynn looked at Red. Wear it. From now on, all guards of the territory will wear armor during daily patrols. Apart from rest periods, it must be worn at all times. The presence of the guard represents the Lord's authority. They serve either as the Lord's shield or as the Lord's sharp blade. Armor can intimidate those townsmen harboring distant thoughts. The guards might not always be utilized, but must certainly be present. Red quickly nodded. Yes, Master. He then sent Yamini and Rachel off, allowing them to continue their tasks at hand. Lynn walked out of the textile workshop, commencing a survey of its surrounding area. Initially, he constructed the textile workshop to process the linen and coarse wool delivered by merchants. With no linen grown in the territory, coats worth sheep yet to yield wool, and no leather tanning from slaughtered livestock in the pasture just yet. The tasks needed by the textile workshop were not extensive, and a single workshop was more than sufficient. However, with the new addition of armor plate stitching tasks, the situation has changed. In a manner of speaking, the current textile workshop has taken over subsequent phases from the blacksmith workshop, stitching armor plates, integrating them with chest armor, and crafting leather linings. In their hands, a complete set of composite armor is produced. To increase the daily output of composite armor, one workshop is no longer adequate. The artisanal district has ample open space. Whenever construction workers are available, additional 2 or 3 workshops can easily be built behind the current textile workshop. Having determined the locations for the future workshop expansions, Lynn departed from the textile workshop. Red followed closely behind. Walking down the street of the workshop district, townsmen who caught sight of Lynn, along with Red in his armor, appeared visibly surprised. Their gazes, initially filled with admiration, grew infused with a sense of awe. After touring the town, Lynn stepped outside the town, joining a group working to cover the wheat seedlings with straw. Planting experience, +1. Planting experience, +1. Planting experience, +1. As Lynn continued his repetitive labor, bit by bit, his experience accumulated. The once bright sky gradually darkened. A day's time almost slipped by in a moment. Beneath a slightly dim sky, 5 or 6 cavalrymen galloped swiftly along the stony road between plots of farmland. Before the sky turned completely dark, the cavalry halted at the entrance of a triplet-story mansion. Aman dismounted from his horse, placing his nearly frozen hands in front of his mouth, breath puffing warmth into his palms. While rubbing his hands together, he grumbled, "This damn weather. It's unbelievably cold." A follower approached beside him, grabbing the horse's reins. Aman looked at this guard and asked, "Where is the master?" The follower, who had just grasped the reins, hesitated and said, "The master has bought 2 young maids again. He should be in the room on the 3rd floor now." Ackman's brow slightly furrowed at the follower's words. He'd only been gone for a few days, and Master Aiden had bought 2 young maids again. Aman distinctly remembered that the last pair of purchased maids weren't here for more than a few months. Already tired of them, Aman did not respond to the follower, but proceeded to enter the mansion. After taking a few steps, he noticed Justin bending over, seemingly searching for something on the ground. Justin was completely unaware, as she leaned forward, her round, snow-white chest fully displayed in Ackman's eyes. Ackman raised an eyebrow, couldn't help but take a few more glances, as a nameless evil fire ignited within him. After Justin turned away, that snow-white sight disappeared. Only then did Ackman smack his lips and walk towards the nearby staircase. Arriving at the familiar double wooden doors on the 3rd floor, Ackman stopped and listened carefully. To Ackman's surprise, this time he didn't hear any obscene words. Ackman gently knocked on the wooden door a few times. "Master." There was no sound coming from the room. Ackman looked at the 2 followers guarding the door and asked, "Has the master gone out?" Upon hearing this, one of the guards hurriedly explained, "Chief Attendant, the master hasn't gone out. Perhaps he is resting." Ackman frowned and knocked on the wooden door a few more times. "Master, it's Ackman, I've returned." As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of bare feet stepping on the wooden floor resounded. Amidst the sound of the door latch being opened, a wooden door was opened. A young and delicate woman's face appeared through the crack in the door. Ackman's eyes shifted slightly. A glimpse of round Snow White entered his sight. Just one glance. Ackman immediately lowered his head. This was his first time seeing this young woman. He naturally understood that this was the young maid mentioned by the followers. Ackman wanted to speak, but found that a snow-white leg intruded into his vision. His heart couldn't help but speed up a few beats. The young maid softly said, "The master is resting." Ackman responded, "Then I will return later." He just intended to leave when Aiden's voice sounded from behind the door. Hearing Aiden's voice, the young maid gently opened the door, allowing Ackman to enter the room. When the door opened, the young maid's full figure was revealed in Ackman's eyes. A lithe, snow-white frame without any excess flesh, even with a distinct vest line visible on her belly. A body that makes one eager with anticipation. Ackman dared not look further, entering the room without shifting his gaze, and stood still. He slightly raised his head to glance at Aiden's bed. On Aiden's bed, there was yet another young maid. At this time, the young maid was halfway on top of Aiden's body. Her right hand's slender fingers were slowly tapping on Aiden's chest, like an elf, descending downward. What amazed Ackman was that the maid on the bed looked exactly like the maid who opened the door for him. While envy swirled in Ackman's mind, Aiden's somewhat weak voice sounded. "Ackman, you want to Windhill?" Ackman instantly snapped back, hurriedly bowing. "Yes, master. I went to Windhill, to the Viscount's castle, and met your friend, Viscount Chambers. And I personally delivered the letter you entrusted to him." Aiden's musing voice sounded. Well done. Did Viscount Chambers have a reply? Or did he say anything for you to convey to me?" Ackman didn't hesitate, speaking. "Master, Viscount Chambers said he will come to assist you when needed." A response tinged with satisfaction came from Aiden's mouth. Very good. Go rest. Ask Lady Justine if you want to drink or eat anything. Just say it's my gift to you." Ackman didn't respond immediately, but changed the topic. "Master, on my way back near Morgantown, I encountered Lawrence leading his army. Aiden, who was lying on the bed, wanted to sit up, perhaps due to being too obese, or perhaps being drained of energy by the twin maids. He wobbled, but couldn't sit up. Not until the two maids came to his side was Aiden supported into a sitting position. Aiden looked directly at Ackman and said, "Lawrence left Morgantown with his army?" Ackman's words were firm. "Yes, master, they left, heading towards Windhill." Aiden repeated Ackman's words. "Windhill. Windhill." Aiden pondered for a moment, still couldn't understand why Lawrence would march towards Windhill with his army. Soon after, he gave up thinking. Aiden's tone relaxed, with a trace of relief. Gone is good indeed. The arrival of Lawrence's army had always been a thorn in his side. Afraid that Lawrence would unexpectedly order the Sword and Shield Corps to invade his territory. Fortunately, it all was over. With Lawrence's army gone, and no trace of the Iron Blood Brotherhood Bandit Corps. Now he had no obstacles. Could finally calmly think about taking over the territory behind the walls. Seeing that Aiden said no more, Ackman lingered no further and exited the room. After thoughtfully closing the door for Aiden, Ackman headed towards the room on the second floor. Upon reaching the familiar room, Ackman glanced around and stealthily entered the room. When the door was closed for a few minutes, the sound of bodies colliding surged from the room. Accompanying this was a hoarse sound forcibly suppressed from the throat. Pain, seemingly entwined with joy. At the break of dawn, at this moment, he stood before the glazed window of the reception hall, his gaze penetrating the floor-to-ceiling glass, looking outside. Heavy snow fell in swirling flurries, enveloping the entire territory as if caught in a white vortex. Under the sky, snowflakes as large as goose feathers fell one after another. On the red brick house, the workshop, the road, even the cultivated farmland. All were covered in a blanket of white. Even Lin's heart was filled with a little joy. As a southerner, he had almost never seen snow. Coming to the Karidi Empire fulfilled his childhood wish. Kesey's voice rang out from the back. "Master, breakfast is ready." Lin acknowledged and walked to the dining table behind him. On the dining table, there were plates of food, egg custard, pea and pork soup, wheat bread, oatmeal, and a large dish of roast lamb. Lin showed no restraint, picked up a fork, and began eating. As Lin ate, Kesey, sitting beside him, spoke with a tone of relief. "It's fortunate that you knew the weather, master, because all the farmland was covered yesterday. Otherwise, the overnight goose feather snow would have frozen the young wheat to death." Lin swallowed the food in his mouth and asked, "Are the townsmen clearing the snow?" Kesey nodded. "Yes, master. All the townsmen who helped with the covering are still staying in the town. They haven't returned to their work positions yet. After having breakfast in the canteen, they will go to the farmland to clear the snow." Lin nodded knowingly. "You two should also have breakfast together." Kesey and Red exchanged a glance, then without any unnecessary words, sat on Lin's left and right and began eating. After finishing breakfast, at Kesey's insistence, Lin donned a thick wool-hooded cloak and walked out of the castle. Walking on the cleared road, the constant rustle of falling goose feather snow continually sounded around. Goose feather snowflakes repeatedly fell on Lin's cloak. Seeing the pristine snow beside the red brick road, Lin raised an eyebrow and crouched down beside it. With his hands crossed and placed on the snow, a chilly sensation immediately attacked Lin's palms. Gathering the snowflakes in his hands and exerting a little force, a snowball the size of a bun appeared in Lin's hands. Then, with a flick of his hand, Lin hurled the snowball at Red, who was following behind. Red was stunned by Lin's actions, temporarily at a loss for words. Lin glanced at Red, feeling leisure and comfort in his heart. So this is what snow feels like. Dusting the snow from his hands, Lin continued his stride towards the town. The snow on the red brick road in the town streets was also cleaned thoroughly. Red appeared to sense Lin's confusion, and he spoke first. "Master." The townsmen got up early and together managed to clear the snow cleanly. Lin nodded. Very well done. Even though it was still snowing, without clearing, it would only accumulate higher and higher. It could even impede normal passage. Without his orders, the townsmen voluntarily cleaned the snow, evidently viewing the town as their means of survival. They would subconsciously protect this town, only by instilling a sense of belonging. By making them aware this is their home, will they toil with all their might. When faced with a life-and-death crisis, only then will they resist without fear of death. Despite the heavy snow, the townsmen responsible for various labors in the town never halted their work. The chefs and assistants in charge of cooking in the canteen had already begun preparing lunch. On the open space square at the town's front, Jode continued teaching apprentices to carve the Lord's statue. As the carving progressed, the statue of the Lord became increasingly clear. Lin could already discern his facial features on the statue. Underneath, he rode the top-tier warhorse, MOing, galloping forth, donned in a set of armor, with his cloak fluttering in the wind behind him. Even though it hadn't been sculpted to meticulous detail yet, one could still feel its majestic air. After a few glances, Lin arrived at the edge of the square, looking far into the distance. Across a white plain, 4,000 townsmen wielded various brooms, cleaning snow within the furrows of the farmland. The overlaying weeds could only be expected to separate the snow, serving to preserve warmth and moisture. However, if the snow atop the weeds wasn't cleared, it would only accumulate higher, getting heavier with weight. With a slight increase in temperature, the snow would fuse and turn into snow melt. If another round of cooling followed, then all the wheat sprouts would be frozen to death. Clearing snow is extremely necessary as a remedial labor for planting winter crops. After watching for a while, Lin joined the snow clearing team. Planting experience, +1. Planting experience, +1. Planting experience, +1. Only then did Lin emerge from the farmland. With a thought, he opened the weather forecast panel. Snowfall reached its peak today. Starting from dusk, the snow would gradually lessen, followed by the thawing period. The melting of the snow requires the absorption of a large amount of heat, marking the coldest period of the entire winter. Once the snowmelt period is over, the temperature will gradually begin to rise, slowly transitioning into spring. It must be noted that it is already late January now. There are only a few days left until the arrival of February. In the Karidi Empire, which has a temperate marine climate, signs of spring will appear by the end of February. By early March, spring will fully arrive, and all things will be revitalized. In order for the winter barley planted during this snow to enter spring and show any signs of vitality, this snowfall's arrival would be a devastating blow to other planters. They don't have the function of checking the weather with the weather forecast, nor have they figured out a way to salvage crops spread by planting from adverse weather. They completely rely on nature's favor to earn their meals. If the weather is good, they can harvest a batch of crops and grains from the land. If the weather is bad, they won't harvest anything, and they'll have to rely on reserves. Thinking of this, Lin's brows immediately furrowed. If this is indeed the case, the entire Karidi Empire will fall into a food crisis. There might even be starvation everywhere. Keep in mind, the entire population of the Karidi Empire is at least over 200 million people. This figure doesn't include the population consisting of slaves. Slaves are slaves, and they aren't counted as population. Among these, only a few people own their own land. They might have reserved grains in recent years. Ordinary free farmer citizens, who work diligently every day, can at most grow food to meet the just necessary rations for their family. They can't possibly have any grain reserves. They even need to do other work to buy food. This means that after this snowfall, winter barley planted in winter will significantly reduce its yield in autumn. Relying solely on the food planted in spring, with a two-field system of farming, is far from enough to support the vast population's grain consumption of the Karidi Empire. They, including Lin, may not be able to purchase a large amount of grain from outside. What does a lack of grain mean? It means famine. It means a sharp decrease in population. It means social unrest. It means increased crime rates. It means a rapid economic decline. People might even wage plundering wars for a bite of food. As for the scale and extent of this crisis, it depends on how many young shoots of winter barley can spring up and thrive after spring begins. When the temperature starts to rise and merchants return to the territory, Lin will immediately request them to transport a large amount of grain to his territory. Even if it's above market prices, he wouldn't hesitate. Only by stockpiling more grain can this territory survive in chaotic times. With starvation, unable to provide the townsmen with enough food, even a divine apostle would betray their faith in God. With more grain, he can take in more migrants from the chaotic times. As Lin continuously speculated, his inner self gradually became excited. For others, it's troubled times, no doubt. But for him, how isn't it an opportunity? Others can't provide food for migrants, but he can. Naturally, migrants will continuously converge towards his territory. As long as the population on the territory continues to increase, the territory will develop explosively. With the sharp population increase, rapid development speed, it's natural. Lin also understands that to accommodate a large number of migrants, the territory must have enough armed forces to suppress them. It's extremely easy for these starved, frenzied migrants to counterattack. Lin let out a breath of hot air, temporarily suppressing in his mind the development and plans for later. Even though he can already speculate on what will happen in a few months, there's still some distance before then. Development needs to come step by step. Don't wish for instant success. As Lin returned to the town, his mind moved, and he opened the holographic map to check. After a night of heavy snowfall, almost all outdoor work positions came to a halt. The excavation of the three major veins has long been brought to a standstill. Lin directly ordered the guards to call them back. Rather than staying on the veins alone, enduring the cold, it's better to return to the town to shovel snow and restore the wheat sprouts. Only the salt factory continued with production and making. The efficiency of mining rock salt is higher than the salt factory's consumption, so there are dozens of tons of rock salt waiting for the salt factory to continue using. Low temperatures cause the daily output of the salt factory to drop, which is unavoidable. The salt factory's method of making salt is through evaporation and crystallization. The higher the temperature, the faster the evaporation speed. Conversely, it will reduce. Even if the output of fine salt drops to only 2,000 pounds a day, Lin has no intention of stopping it. After spring begins, he will need a large amount of fine salt to trade with the merchants coming to the territory for a large number of slaves and grain. Lin checked the ranch and papermaking workshop, among others. After confirming that everything was normal, Lin closed the holographic map. He stepped forward towards the blacksmith workshop. Upon entering the blacksmith workshop, a wave of heat mixed with the smell of anthracite instantly enveloped Lin. The blacksmith workshop in winter can be considered a sanctuary from the cold. Seeing Earl approach, Lin directly dismissed him. He went to the forging area on his own, took off his hooded cloak, and immersed himself in the forging of Ja armor plates. With his left hand, he held a glowing red-orange iron piece with tongs, and with his right, he swung the iron hammer. As his arm kept swinging, the iron hammer rhythmically struck the iron block. In the rhythmic clashing of metal on metal, every bit of experience steadily increased. Forging experience, +1. Forging experience, +1. Time flew by quickly. Lin put down the iron hammer in his hand. With a thought, he opened the Heavenly Artifacts panel and took a glance. Forging, Level 2, 321/500, plus. After tirelessly grinding for quite some time, the forging skill had finally exceeded 300 experience points. At most, another 4 or 5 days of grinding, and it would level up to Level 3. Once the 9 great skills are all upgraded to Level 2, he will unlock most of the functions. What features will be unlocked at Level 3? Hope and anticipation filled Lin's heart. He put on the hooded cloak that Red handed to him. his whole body burning hot. Lin stepped out of the blacksmith workshop. The moment he stepped out of the workshop, a blast of cold air hit him. Lin immediately wrapped his hooded cloak tighter around himself. The temperature inside and outside the workshop felt like two different worlds. Walking the streets of the small town, children in twos and threes were rolling snowballs, playing and having fun. Among these children was Gavin's son. Compared to when he first arrived, he was noticeably much sturdier. Their cheeks were plump and flushed, clearly from sufficient food. On their innocent and simple faces, there was no trace of worry. It's only here in his territory. They need not toil for a living, nor worry about going hungry, and even have such good conditions to receive education. Outside the territory, as children of free people or slaves, they would have long been sent to various posts to labor. To get food, they would need to work or else face hunger. The Lord wouldn't care how old a child is. In the Lord's eyes, they were just like human livestock, akin to cattle or horses. Seeing Master Lin passing by, the children immediately stopped, not even realizing the cold snowball tucked into their pants just moments ago. A few children stood upright and said in unison to Lin, "Lord." Their voices weren't loud, but were filled with respect. In their eyes, you could even see admiration and adoration. Lin didn't need to ask to know. Such actions and expressions naturally came from their parents teaching them how to behave when they saw the Lord. Lin nodded slightly, withdrew his gaze, and walked past them. Seeing Master Lin move away with Red, clad in armor, a somewhat youthful voice rang out from one of the children. "One day, I'll become a man like the Lord." Another child replied, "Did you forget what Scholar Taylor said? This continent will only have one Master Lin. How does that saying go? Unparalleled and unique." "Then, I want to become a man like Red, the guard captain following Master Lin." That goal might be achievable. Crossing through the town, Lin arrived at the open square. Groups of townsmen, finished with their day's work, orderly emerged from the fields and returned to the town. Chatting and laughing, their expressions relaxed. Despite a day's work in the icy snow, there was no hint of complaint to be seen. And in that crowd, Lin spotted a familiar face. Colin was followed by a group of apprentices from the woodworker workshop. Under Lin's gaze, Colin stepped forward to him. Colin bowed slightly and said, "Master, the moat and chevaux de frise outside the city walls have been dug and completed. I had people test it. If cavalry falls into the moat, chances are high both horse and rider would die within. Even if by luck they aren't impaled by stakes, the trench height makes it hard to escape." Lin nodded. "Well done. Go have a meal at the canteen and have a good rest tonight. There are more important tasks awaiting you all." Colin gratefully bowed again and led the 300 carpenter apprentices towards the canteen. Whether it was digging trenches, setting trap stakes, or making chevaux de frise, with enough labor, iron tools, and all carpentry apprentices, finishing it all in a few days isn't too fast, nor is it slow. The reason it seemed rushed before, needing Colin to take the group immediately, was due to Lawrence leading 3,000 sword and shield corps eyeing them intently. Now that the sword and shield corps had left, the crisis was temporarily averted. Moreover, snow was everywhere, the ground icy, the temperature around freezing. In such harsh weather, if an enemy were to attack, to breach the walls, they'd need at least 8 to 10 times more soldiers than his domain's army. And even then, ample logistics support would be necessary. Otherwise, he had no fear. Relying on the walls and harsh weather, they could at least stalemate the enemy until spring. He had plenty of time to arrange personnel and produce more siege equipment, even construct a Wung city. Led by Colin, the carpenter apprentices made siege equipment. Avery led the construction workers to build Wung city. Two-pronged approach. Watching the gradually dimming sky, Lin, accompanied by Red, headed toward the direction of the castle. Returning to the castle after dinner, Lin leaned back on the armchair by the fireplace. Compared to the Lord's throne in the reception hall above, he preferred sitting by the fireplace to warm himself. From the wooden coffee table beside, he picked up the stone grinder and continued grinding herbs. Medical experience +1. Medical experience +1. Under the cover of night. In the vast city territory, atop buildings several stories high, a blanket of white covered the rooftops. Despite it being night, the city streets still showed figures moving, carriages driving past. either traveling merchants, city residents, or hired soldiers and wandering poets. The glow from candles or oil lamps seeped through wooden windows, illuminating the trampled, muddy snow. Despite evening temperatures dropping to -2 degrees, it couldn't deter their busy pace, all to ensure their families had food to keep hunger at bay. In contrast to the hurried city residents, Marquis Ducas's castle was far more calm and leisurely. Patrolling soldiers in plate armor walked through the castle, safeguarding its interior. Male servants and maids bent their waists carefully, not daring to glance around as they walked with heads lowered in corridors, going to their respective masters' rooms to prepare for their master's bedtime. On the second floor of the main castle area, in a quiet and spacious bedroom, several oil lamps flickered, shedding light. Perhaps because of insufficient lamp oil, the entire bedroom remained unlit. Especially along the corners, darkness prevailed. Wisps of smoke gently wafted out of the censer, filling the room. Inside the fireplace, a cluster of glowing red embers continued to emit heat, warming the entire bedroom thoroughly. On the walnut-made large bed, a bloated figure lay sprawled. One breath after another emerged from the figure's mouth, sporadically, each breath accompanied by uncomfortable groans. After several rhythmic knocks, the tightly closed double wooden doors pushed open. The territory physician walked in with a wooden medical box and approached the walnut bed. Dr. Hewitt looked at the bed, where Donovan Ducas lay resting with closed eyes. He softly called, "Sir, it's time to change your medicine." Donovan, with closed eyes, suddenly awakened, alertly scanning his surroundings. But upon seeing the familiar Hewitt beside him and the room's familiar environment, Donovan's expression relaxed slightly. "Oh, it's you, Hewitt. Time to change my medicine again? Have I grown forgetful? I remember you changed it for me not long ago. Was it only a few days before?" Hewitt bowed and replied, "Yes, sir. It's been a week since the last change." Donovan sighed. The passage of time is truly swift. Donovan turned his body slightly, exposing his back to Hewitt. Instantly, a familiar and decayed smell reached Hewitt's nose and mouth. With a furrowed brow, Hewitt slowly lifted Donovan's garment from his back. It was still a nauseating sight of mangled flesh. Without uttering a word, he opened the medical box beside him and began changing Donovan's bandages. Donovan's voice, filled with nostalgia, broke the silence. "Hewitt, I just had a nap and dreamt of the first campaign following Charlemagne into battle. Facing the Elfini Empire's 50,000 troops with just 20,000 soldiers. That battle was truly. Blood flowed like rivers. Earth turned to darkness. Corpses piled high covered the ground, making it hard to find a firm foothold. Charlemagne VI and I stood atop the corpse hills, entrusting our backs to each other. We slew troop after troop of charging Elfini soldiers. Even the edge of the two-handed knight's sword became blunt." Hewitt's expression remained calm as he responded, "Sir, I have heard of that battle, the blood-red battle. The Caridi Empire and Elfini Empire engaged in battle on the southern Fox Plain, with combined troops of over 70,000. This battle lasted for over half a month. The combined casualties reached 50,000. The spilled blood turned the yellow earth of Fox Plain into red. From then on, Fox Plain was renamed Blood Red Plain. Also from that time, the Caridi Empire completely captured Titan Pass, keeping the Elfini Empire troops blocked outside the Titan mountain range, utterly shattering the Elfini Empire's centuries-long ambitions to occupy the Caridi Empire. These words were sentiments Donovan often expressed in his solitude, with Hewitt hearing them so often he remembered. Listening to Hewitt's detailed account, Donovan's voice was filled with emotion. Yes, then the Ducas clan was like a blazing lion, never shying away from any challenge. Donovan's tone shifted, turning from excitement to a touch of melancholy. He continued, facing away from Hewitt, asking, "How long has it been since Lawrence took 3,500 soldiers of the Ducas clan and left?" Hewitt pondered for a few seconds before responding, "Sir, it's been over half a month." Donovan fell into silence. Donovan sighed. "Hewitt, I feel. The Ducas clan's path is reaching its end." Hewitt said nothing, quietly applying herbal medicine to Donovan. Donovan's voice continued. "The imperial succession struggle means endless remains of the fallen. It requires countless followers to battle, to slaughter, to courageously sacrifice their blood. Mark chose to stand with Mitchell, who's already powerful. It's indeed a good choice. But he's a bit too hasty. Wanting too much to display his capabilities and gain others' recognition often comes at a great cost. The Duca's clan might very well be the first sacrifice in the imperial power struggle. Donovan spoke and fell silent. It was then Hewitt finally spoke. Sir, since you passed the title to Marquis Mark, surely his capabilities and prowess have your endorsement. Uh, uh, Eerie laughter erupted from Donovan's mouth. With each burst of laughter, his body shuddered again and again. After a few seconds, Donovan's laughter ceased. Did I have a choice? Hewitt, who was in the final stages of applying the medicine, didn't dare engage with Donovan's topic. It was true that he was Donovan's doctor, but he was also a servant serving the entire Duca's clan. He naturally knew which words should be said and which shouldn't. The room fell into silence. Hewitt began packing the medicine box, saying, Master, the medicine has been changed. You still need to continue resting. Donovan responded with a deep voice, I understand. You may leave. Hewitt bowed slightly, took a few steps back, then turned to walk towards the double wooden doors ahead. Before reaching the doors, he heard Donovan's murmurs drift into his ears. Do I have a choice? I have no choice left. Hewitt did not linger. He opened the wooden door and gently closed it again. The faint sound of the wooden door closing echoed. Hewitt had just turned around, ready to leave. A deep male voice rang out behind him. Hewitt's heart tightened, and he quickly turned to look. In the shadow to the right of the double door, a tall and slender figure leaned against the wall. With just one look, Hewitt could identify the figure in the shadow. Hewitt quickly bowed in salute. Marquis. Mark Duca stood upright, stepping forward towards Hewitt, his fair face gradually illuminated by the wall-mounted lamp. Dr. Hewitt, care for a chat? Hewitt's eyes shifted slightly, and he replied, Of course, Marquis. Mark continued his strides, heading towards the stairs leading down to the second floor of the castle. Hewitt adjusted the medicine box on his shoulder and hurriedly followed. They reached the ground floor garden courtyard. Above, snowflakes continued their gentle descent. Compared to the snowfall during the day, it had decreased significantly. The night air, coupled with the gusts of chilly wind, remained bone-chilling. Following behind Mark, Hewitt dared not inquire about the topic Mark wished to discuss. Yet, vaguely, he could already speculate a few things. After walking for a few minutes, Mark's steps didn't halt, and he spoke. Dr. Hewitt, you've been with the Duca's clan for over 20 years, right? Upon hearing this, Hewitt quickly responded, Yes, Marquis. It has been 25 years. Mark nodded. You are considered a core member of the Duca's clan, so I won't beat around the bush. Once I inherited the title of Marquis of Ducas, I became the master of this marquisate. Hewitt bowed. Of course, Marquis. All the citizens of the marquisate regard you as their master. Mark continued, Very well. From now on, I need you to recount, word for word, the topics you discussed with my father during your treatments. Hewitt frowned, momentarily unsure how to respond. Did Mark want to know what Donovan discussed with him? Even though he had just spoken a few flattering words. But if he truly did this, wouldn't it be a betrayal to Donovan, who had been a lifesaver to him? But if he didn't comply with Mark Ducas's request, the consequences. Seeing Hewitt's silence, Mark turned to glance at him, speaking calmly. What is it? Dr. Hewitt, is there a problem? Hewitt was about to speak, but Mark continued. Dr. Hewitt's son, isn't he almost 7? There are quite a few knights looking for a squire. If it's suitable, I could introduce your son. Hearing this, Hewitt's eyes lit up, but indecision lingered in his mind. As Mark mentioned, his son was already 7. Due to the inability to find a knight willing to take his son along, he was still practicing swordsmanship at home. Hewitt naturally understood that with the medical skills he mastered, serving as the doctor of the Marquis's castle was the pinnacle of his life. Regardless of what he did, it wouldn't change his fate of serving others. Therefore, he could only pave the way for his son to the path of a knight, hoping for achievements to change their status. Both he and his son desperately needed this path. Hewitt tentatively asked, Marquis, it's just recounting the conversations with the master, right? Mark affirmed, Of course, Dr. Hewitt. Simply recount the conversation. Nothing else is required of you. and this matter will remain confidential between us." Hewitt nodded resolutely. "There is no problem at all, Marquis." Appreciation flickered in Mark's eyes. "Dr. Hewitt, could you please share what topics were discussed during today's treatment?" Early February morning. The sky was a vast expanse of misty white. The snowy weather had passed, leaving the ground covered in thin layers of snow. Moreover, as days went by, the snow was gradually melting. The ground was covered in a thin sheet of ice. Even with a gentle step, the ice would crack like a mirror with a cracking sound. Lynn stood on the open square at the front of the town, his gaze directed toward the vast fields ahead. A gust of cold wind blew in, and Lynn wrapped himself more tightly in the woolen robe. Though the snow had stopped 2 days ago, it would take at least 6 or 7 more days for it to completely melt. These 6 or 7 days mark the coldest period of this winter. With Lynn's current physical condition, coupled with the thick clothing, he can still feel the intense chill. When people are cold, they can warm up through labor or even wearing clothes by the fire. The wheat seedlings in the fields rely on the compost spread during plowing, along with the fertility unearthed by deep plowing, to provide them with energy. The cold and snow serve as a form of training for the wheat seedlings. Low temperatures increase the soluble sugar content in the cells of the wheat seedlings, helping them to build their own cold-resistant structures. Moreover, the low temperature from ice and snow can kill off some pests and pathogens. As long as they survive these coldest days, the wheat seedlings will grow even stronger afterwards. Taking a few steps, Lynn walked into the fields. Bending down, he reached out to shake off the weeds dusted with a bit of snow. Through the gaps among the weeds, he could clearly see the yellow-green wheat seedlings, exuding vitality. Fortunately, he previously arranged for 4,000 townsmen to hurry and cover all the barley fields with weeds. Although it slowed down other industries' production, it was all worth it. Grains are the foundation of a territory's development. After walking about dozens of meters in the fields, Lynn found that more than 95% of the wheat seedlings were in a state of halted growth, but still alive. He nodded in satisfaction. The next step is to wait for the arrival of spring, the rise in temperatures, and these wheat seedlings will continue to sprout and enter the growth period. Standing up, Lynn stepped onto the lime road between fields. Looking around, in this vast field, only these over 200 farmers continued to toil. The 4,000 townsmen dispatched have already returned to their respective positions. The crisis of the wheat seedlings is temporarily resolved. Other positions need to quickly resume production. With strides, Lynn headed back towards the town. Jode was still leading the stonemason apprentices, working on carving. After these days of meticulous craftsmanship, Lynn could already see the outlines and details of the armor and the folds and twisted shapes on the cloak in the stone sculpture. Lynn felt that it wouldn't be long before this stone sculpture would be completed. After glancing at it, Lynn stepped and headed directly to the handicraft workshop district. In the accustomed gaze of the blacksmith apprentices, Lynn began to grind his forging Gina and Yan. The crisp and pleasant sound of metal collisions rang rhythmically, merging with the other forging sounds in the workshop. Bit by bit, the experience continuously increased. Forging experience +1. Forging experience +1. Forging experience +1. Even though he became the lord of over 7,000 townsmen, and if Lynn wished, he could command a large number of people to do what he wanted. But Lynn has never slackened, because Lynn understands that the territory's strength is still too weak now. Not to mention, just Lawrence leads a sword and shield corps of over 3,000 soldiers to arrive. Lynn felt a tremendous crisis. These over 3,000 sword and shield corps soldiers are merely 1/20th of the Duca's clan's sword and shield corps. The Duca's clan has 60,000 family soldiers. This doesn't even count the vassal forces sealed off by the Marquis. If all the vassal armed forces were counted, it's at least over 100,000. In such a comparison, one can intuitively know the insignificance of the armed forces on his territory. The reason Marquis Ducas has so many armed forces is due to the continuous accumulation of generations of Marquis Ducas, establishing the family foundation. As long as he is given enough time, Lynn has absolute confidence to surpass these so-called great lords and trample them fiercely beneath his feet. Lynn completed the forging of an iron plate on the anvil, about 40 to 50 centimeters wide. A 40-centimeter iron plate can be sawed into the required size for armor plates using an iron saw. Lin put down the iron hammer and walked out of the blacksmith workshop. Walking in the handicraft workshop district, the textile workshops have already started expanding. 200 construction workers were equipped with fired red brick and lime and tools for fixing iron nails. The required tools and materials are all available in the territory. The 2 textile weaving workshops may not need until the end of February, perhaps half a month's time, to be completed. After scanning around, Lin walked into the woodworker workshop. Seeing Lin, Colin came to him, bowed slightly, and said, "Sir." Lin nodded and asked, "Have you produced the first Wolf Fang Club yet?" Colin, a bit embarrassed, said, "Sir, not yet. It might need until evening to produce the first Wolf Fang Club." Lin didn't speak, but looked at the busy carpenter apprentices. A few days ago, he had already handed over the blueprint for the Wolf Fang Club to Colin, to let him lead the carpenter apprentices in researching the production method of the Wolf Fang Club. He even described the production process of the Wolf Fang Club to everyone in the woodworker workshop. After several days, the woodworker workshop and Colin, with 300 members, still haven't made a single Wolf Fang Club. The production efficiency is indeed somewhat too slow. Compared to other city defense machinery like crossbow cannons, catapults, and seaman knife cars, the Wolf Fang Club is the easiest to produce. Thereafter, it will still be necessary to produce winches for operating the Wolf Fang Club, and so forth. Lin once again explained to Colin how to construct a Wolf Fang Club. Select sturdy wood for the production of the board. Use iron nails and mortise and tenon joints to make a rectangular main frame from the wood. On top of the board, at certain intervals and layout, nail Wolf Fang nails onto the board. Expose the appropriate length of the Wolf Fang nails to ensure the lethality of the Wolf Fang Club. Around the board, embed blade knives, using wooden wedges to tightly bind the blade knives to the board. As long as the Wolf Fang nails and blade knives are nailed and embedded, the Wolf Fang Club is complete. Afterwards, simply use ropes, threading through the reserved round holes in the corners of the Wolf Fang Club, and link them to the winch placed on the city wall. When the enemy uses the cloud ladder to lay siege, the soldiers on the city wall can use the winch device to lower the ropes. The Wolf Fang Club, weighing over 1,000 pounds, under gravitational acceleration, smashes onto the enemy, instantly delivering a deadly blow to multiple foes. Even if the enemy wears armor and helmets, under the weight of the Wolf Fang Club and the sharpness of the Wolf Fang nails, they would be instantly smashed to pieces. The weight around the Wolf Fang Club's blade knives can destroy the enemy's cloud ladder. The immense impact can easily cut or break the cloud ladder, hindering the enemy's attack efficiency. The most critical is the descent of the Wolf Fang Club into the crowd, instantly causing massive casualties and gore. It will instill great psychological terror into the enemy. Until half an hour later, Lin saw a look of realization on Colin's face. When Lin's words ended, Colin quickly said, "Master, I understand." Lin nodded. "As long as you understand, then you all may continue." Colin, without saying any nonsense, walked into the woodworker apprentices and began issuing orders. The carpenter apprentices, after listening for a brief moment, once again immersed themselves in their busy work. Lin walked around the woodworker workshop, strolling through it. A finished Wolf Fang Club was placed in front of Lin. Wolf Fang Club awaiting installation. Made from Wolf Fang nails, blade knives, and wood, it can be used for city defense equipment, etc. Colin, with the carpenter apprentices, produced a Wolf Fang Club almost identical to what he had drawn on paper. Lin stretched out his right hand, attempting to lift the Wolf Fang Club. But the Wolf Fang Club, weighing 1,500 pounds, allowed him to only slightly lift it a little bit. Lin nodded in satisfaction. Only with such weight, together with Wolf Fang nails and blade knives, can the siege enemies be swiftly slain. Lin looked at Colin and said, "I need 50 pieces of these standard Wolf Fang Clubs. Not only on the city wall of the first line of defense should winch Wolf Fang Clubs be arranged, but the yet-to-be-built wing city wall should also be equipped with winch Wolf Fang Clubs. Moreover, when the Wolf Fang Club smashes enemies, there will be more or less damage. The more Wolf Fang Clubs, the better." Receiving Lin's order, Colin responded, "Yes, master." After giving instructions, Lin left the woodworker workshop, heading towards the castle. Several lit oil lamps brightened the room. A nearly 3-meter tall but empty bookshelf. On a heavy walnut table, 2 meters wide, 5 meters long, candelabra candles burned steadily. The flame flickered upwards alongside trails of gray smoke. That was because, with glazed windows, the study was well sealed. The faint yellow light from the candles illuminated Lynn's face and the sheets of paper spread out on the table. Lynn sat in a heavy seat, holding a feather pen in his right hand, occasionally sketching on the paper. In these snowy days, he had already extracted all the knowledge he needed about producing the Wolf Fawn Club, winches, and seaman knife cars, and it had been integrated with the memories in his mind. Just the fact that Lynn learned how to produce doesn't mean much. If it's just ordinary single productions, like wooden huts, fishing cages, or even carts and water wheels, he could easily make them himself. But now, what needs to be created are structures that are complex and require teamwork only to be completed. The winch. He could personally make a complete winch, but the time it would require is too long. He needed to transcribe the knowledge fused in his mind onto paper in a straightforward and understandable way. Sketch and write on paper. This way, more townsmen will learn the production methods. Only by distributing the component production of the winch, spreading out the time required for production to each and every carpenter apprentice, can they break it down into smaller parts. Then, they can achieve their goal in the shortest time. As the feather pen moved across the paper, one maroon trace after another was left. The maroon ink was made by boiling matter, though plant-based ink fades easily in sunlight. Given the current conditions, it was the easiest ink solution Lynn could think of for writing. Plant ink would surely develop into carbon ink or iron gall ink. Accompanying the rhythmic knocking outside, as Lynn dipped his pen into the inkwell, sounding from the doorway. Lynn, without lifting his head, said, "Enter." The wooden door to the study was pushed open, and Kesey stepped inside. A few meters beside Lynn, Kesey reminded, "Master, you can have dinner now." Lynn shifted his gaze. Outside the glazed window, it had already turned pitch black. Lynn responded briefly, placing down the feather pen in his hand, and stepped out of the study. Kesey followed closely behind. Sitting at the head of the dining table, with Kesey's service, Lynn began having dinner. A bite of the golden roasted pork belly, filled with oil and meat aroma, instantly spread in Lynn's mouth. Seasoned with fine salt and spices, this food gave him a strangely familiar feeling. While eating dinner, Lynn asked Kesey, besides the dispute and fight during the coal mine excavation last time, did anything else happen? Kesey swallowed a sip of pea soup, thought for 2 seconds, then replied, "Master, not for the time being. However, there's one thing I forgot to tell you. Last night, the town welcomed its first newborn." Lynn looked at Kesey with some surprise. Before Lynn could inquire further, Kesey began to explain, "It's the newborn of Ollie Carter's family. Ollie is a farmer, and his wife Suwa is a textile worker. Last night, Suwa's water broke. Since it was their first child and they had no experience, they called Old John for the delivery. Fortunately, mother and child are safe." Lynn nodded. "From now on, for 3 months, Suwa doesn't need to work anymore. Let her peacefully stay at home and take care of the child. After 3 months, arrange some light manual work for her. Starting today, deliver an egg each day to every family with a pregnant woman to supplement nutrition. Not just Suwa. All women who give birth can follow this standard in the future." Nearly a year had passed. The territory finally had its first newborn. Lynn had doubted if this land was cursed by some god, never to have a newborn. Apparently, Lynn overthought. Lynn understood that only when people feel a safe and comfortable environment, they choose to procreate. This is not just for humans. Even animals are the same. Almost an instinct engraved in the body. Anyway, having the first newborn also means that these townsmen consider this territory a safe and comfortable environment. In the future, a continuous influx of newborns will come to his territory, becoming the new blood of the land. Kesey looked at Lynn with wide eyes, responded, "Yes, Master." Master Lynn seems to regard children and infants highly. Kesey continued, "Master, Ollie asked if you could give a name to his son. He said, 'Master, you are their family's savior.' If it were another lord's territory, his wife wouldn't have given birth smoothly." Lynn repeated Kesey's words, "A name." Hearing the name Lynn uttered, Kesey was taken aback, Fujin Carter? Master, does this have any special meaning? Lin calmly explained. Rich nation, strong people. Finished with dinner. Lin returned to the study, sat at the desk, and continued sketching the outlines of various parts of the winch and annotating the outlines. It's known that those carpenter apprentices are free people. They are slaves who are illiterate. Among the 7,000 townsmen in the territory, Lin felt that fewer than 10 were literate. Their learned skills all came from oral transmission, or perhaps they relied on their eyes to observe and imitate to finally learn. Despite the annotations being extremely troublesome to enable apprentices to learn quickly, Lin could only use such a local method. Night gradually deepened. Even though Lin was sitting in the enclosed study, he could still hear the piercing woo-woo sound of the cold wind outside the glazed windows. Lin finally set down the feather pen in his hand and stood up, stretching lazily. A cracking sound of bones echoed within his body. After stretching, Lin glanced down at the desk. On the paper, the materials required for a winch, the parts needing production, how to make them, and even the number of iron nails required. Everything was written down. A thought instantly emerged in Lin's mind. Since the paper-making workshop has been built, producing paper, naturally, there should also be a corresponding printing workshop. Create matching metal movable type, use rosin, wax, and paper ash, etc. to make adhesive. Then, according to the required characters, arrange them for printing. After the adhesive cools and solidifies, the needed printing template is completed. Afterward, lay sheets of paper, and it can mass-produce the required textual or drawing content. Implementing it isn't simple. It can only be treated as a future development direction for planning. Even now, if he sets up a printing workshop, these townsmen never received education and still can't understand the writings. It's essential to start with the most basic education of literacy. Rolling up the blueprint and placing it aside, Lin was about to leave the room. A knocking sound echoed outside the study door. Master, the hot water is ready. As soon as Kisi's words fell outside, Lin opened the door. As he walked towards the private room, he said, I'll soak for half an hour first. Later you can come in and massage my shoulders. Kisi, who was following behind Lin, looked around with keen perception, not seeing anyone. Hopefully no one heard. Kisi responded somewhat apprehensively. Yes, master. After speaking, Kisi quickened her pace, arriving at the private room's entrance, and opened the door for Lin. Watching Lin enter the private room, Kisi breathed a small sigh of relief, somewhat nervously. After Lin finished his nutritious breakfast, he took Red directly to the carpenter workshop in the craftsmanship zone. Even though it was only about 7 or 8 o'clock, 300 carpenter apprentices were still busy producing wolf fang clubs. The wolf fang nails and blade knives needed for the wolf fang clubs could be directly fetched from the blacksmith workshop. Lin called Colin over and handed him the winch blueprint he had in his hand. Colin opened the blueprint with both hands and began to examine it. From the overall contour of the winch to each iron nail and the sizes of every plank. All the necessary annotations were included. Such exquisite and detailed depiction ability. Colin had never heard of it. Colin exclaimed in surprise. Master, is this winch blueprint drawn by you? As soon as he spoke, Colin realized he was asking a redundant question. In the entire territory, who else but their master Lin could have such incredible ability? Colin said apologetically, Sorry, master. I was just too surprised. Lin didn't mind at all. The parts needed for the winch and the detailed production methods, along with corresponding annotations, I've written it all on there. You can take it with your familiar blacksmith apprentice to study it. If there's anything unclear, feel free to ask me directly. Colin bowed slightly. Yes, master, I'll go right away. Watching Colin bring a dozen apprentices to stand around a square table, beginning a research discussion, Lin withdrew his gaze, picked up an iron saw not far away, and started sawing planks. Instead of standing in place waiting for Colin and the others' research, it was better to invest in gaining skills and experience. Lin held the iron saw in his right hand, placing the saw cut on a raw wood, both his left hand and left leg pressing on it. Keeping the raw wood stable, Lin stroked the iron saw. Amidst the buzzing sounds, the sharp saw blade sank into the raw wood. Production experience, +1. Production experience, +1. Production experience, +1. Bit by bit, as the experience accumulated, The experience and knowledge of producing the semen knife car emerged in Lin's mind. The sensation was like an impending rain, each drop following another onto the parched ground. As Lin continued to stroke the iron saw, the production experience and memory, like raindrops, became denser. The arid ground was soaked through, submerged by accumulated rainwater. The production experience and knowledge of the semen knife car were entirely integrated in Lin's mind. Colin brought the apprentices before Lin. Lin, putting down the iron saw in his hand, glanced at Colin and the others, and spoke. "Any questions?" Colin spoke respectfully. "Master, according to what you said earlier about making the pulley block, using the pulley block can change the force size needed in the direction of force when pulling the wolf fawn club with the winch. Applying it to the winch couldn't be more suitable, and the creation of the film and building the support, I understand those. But what I don't understand is, Master, what does it mean to install the handle perpendicular to the winch axis?" Lin responded, "Change the direction of force, making it easier to operate." Colin pondered for a few seconds, appearing to understand. Lin started designating tasks for the apprentices in the carpenter workshop. Among the carpenter apprentices, there were a total of 300. 100 apprentices among them were tasked with fully producing the wolf fawn club. The wolf fawn club does not require much technical skill. As long as the production method is understood, even the apprentice carpenters could collectively produce it. The remaining 200, Lin had Colin lead them to start attempting to produce the winch, and Lin walked away from the carpenter workshop. The winch involves many parts, needing the aid of the blacksmith workshop and textile workshop. More personnel are naturally required. After instructing Colin with a few words, telling him if there's anything unclear to go directly to the blacksmith workshop to find him, Lin walked out of the carpenter workshop and into the blacksmith workshop. He called Earl, informing him of the requirements for the necessary iron rings and chains and metal triangle supports. The specification for the iron rings and chains was simple. Dispatching 30 apprentices skilled in forging to cooperate with the carpenter workshop was sufficient. Receiving Lin's orders, Earl didn't hesitate and turned around to arrange the blacksmith apprentices. Lin scanned the workshop once and continued to gain forging skill experience. The crisp and pleasant sound of metal collisions echoed in the blacksmith workshop without end. Forging experience +1. Forging experience +1. Your forging has increased to level 3. Unlocking 7 skills of the night. Reward obtained. Talent duplication book ×1. Seeing the prompt before him, Lin couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. After this period of relentless skill gaining, finally reaching level 3. Except for daily arrangements and meals and rest, he spent all his time toiling away in the blacksmith workshop. It was all worth it in the end. Looking at 7 skills of the night, a speculation emerged in Lin's mind. With a thought, he opened the resident information column. Sure enough, there was an additional line of information on the townsman's information column. Abilities: hunting level 3, planting level 2, construction level 2. 7 skills of the night: hunting level 3, horse riding level 1, swordsmanship level 1. Attributes: attack D, defense E+, speed D-, constitution D-, energy E. Talent: focus. When using a bow and arrow, calm down and enhance accuracy. Looking at Red's attribute panel, Lin nodded to himself. Indeed, it was as he had guessed. The 9 great skills of planting encompassed almost all industries. The 7 skills of the night include horsemanship, swimming, archery, swordsmanship, hunting, chess, and poetry reading. It included combat skills, survival skills, social skills, and cultural skills. With these 7 skills of the night, as a supplement to the resident information column, Lin could more directly see the abilities each townsman possessed. He could assign them to suitable posts. Closing the panel, Lin looked at the talent duplication book. Talent duplication book can copy others' talents. As simple as the introduction of the skill duplication book. However, gradually, those 7 words made Lin's heart start to beat faster. The skill duplication book had already made Lin feel its power. Now there's a talent duplication book. That means, if there are no restrictions, he could copy anyone's talent? If so, that would be excessively powerful. The first thought in Lin's mind is Earl's talent. Life burning. Upon entering rage mode, at the cost of burning life energy, increases all attributes by 100%. It seemed like burning ascension was the cost, yet it could increase all attributes by 100%. Whether facing a crisis, needing a breakthrough, or fighting enemies to the death. This talent made a lasting impression on Lin and shocked him. This is the talent Lin most wants to duplicate at present. As for the talents of the Born, which Sienna's dark energy absorption, Old John's instruct, and Yaya's charm, he wasn't interested. Satisfied, Lin nodded, and with a thought, used it directly. Would you like to consume a talent duplication book and learn Earl Mendez's life-burning talent? Lin silently thought, yes. Learning successful. Instantly, Lin felt something different inside him. That feeling, like magma was about to erupt from the volcano. If, as with the previous rewards of the Memory Pearl, skill duplication book, all skills upgraded to level 3 would reward a talent duplication book. Would that mean, apart from the talent, heavenly artifacts, he would also have the 9 great talents? A bold idea surfaced in Lin's mind. Now that he had the life-burning talent, could there be a day when he could duplicate a lifespan-increasing talent from someone else? If he could, that would be unimaginable. Anticipation spread through Lin's mind. Suppressing the emotions in his mind, Lin comfortably exhaled a breath of hot air. Just as they left the blacksmith workshop with Red, a soldier dressed in armor approached. It was Earl, Rose's deputy. As a deputy, he didn't need to deliver messages each time unless the information was crucial. Arriving before Lin, Earl bowed and greeted him, his words slightly breathless. Clearly, he had been riding his warhorse all the way from the town walls. Lin responded, "What is it?" Earl didn't hesitate at all and said, "Master, Jeremy is dead." Lin immediately frowned. Earl continued his words. "It's not just Jeremy. The entire unit of soldiers who infiltrated Morgantown vanished without a trace. Rose sent another few spies, infiltrated Morgantown again, and learned all of this." Lin nodded. Did the second batch of spies uncover how Jeremy and his companions died? Earl's chest heaved a little, and he spoke. "Master, they were captured by Aiden Morrison and brought back to his territory, and..." Lin asked, "And what?" Earl's words carried anger. "And they were executed and fed to the greyhound they raised in his manor. Only Jeremy's fate remains unknown." When the words were finished, Earl's large hands clenched tightly, making a crunching sound. Lin's eyes narrowed slightly, and he spoke to Earl. "I understand. You can return to the walls." Earl raised an eyebrow, somewhat puzzled. "Master, aren't you? Aren't you planning to do something?" Aiden killed our 5 soldiers." Lin's eyes met Earl's, his words calm. "I don't like saying things twice." Feeling the aura emanating from Lin, Earl instantly returned to his senses from anger. He hurriedly lowered his head, full of remorseful pleading. "Sorry, Master. I impulsively offended you. Please forgive me." Lin looked at Earl. "Tell Rose to have his spies investigate why Aiden captured and killed them. I need an accurate answer." Seeing Lin had no intention of punishing him with his words, Earl offered no more useless talk, retreated a few steps, and returned to the street he had come from. Watching Earl's silhouette gradually fade away, Lin's brow furrowed again, and his mind quickly began to ponder. Only a few people knew Jeremy and his companions had infiltrated Morgantown. Yet what good is knowing? Without his permission as Lord, they could never leave this territory. With Rose stationed and training as a trainer, naturally, there wouldn't be any cases of nighttime infiltration or escape. The merchants trading in the territory couldn't possibly recognize the ordinary, nondescript people, let alone expose all these spies. The only possibility is, the spies themselves were caught by Aiden while being overly cautious. Another question arose in Lin's mind. Why did Aiden capture the spies he sent out? Want to learn about his territory's armed forces? Or is there a secret in this territory they want to investigate? No one could answer him. According to Lin's habit of calculating with the worst intention, captured spies, under severe torture, could naturally reveal everything they want to know. The existence of this territory may have already been learned by several people in Morgantown. If they also discovered 3 mineral veins on this territory, they could very likely face the united attack of several manor lords in Morgantown. Speeding up the construction of Wang City and the production of siege equipment is a must. Walking on the red brick road of the town, Lynn opened the holographic map panel and began to check. With a thought, the scene before him shifted to the mountain forest. One carriage after another transported various goods, traveling on the lime road towards the city walls. Because of the slightly slippery ground, the carriages moved slowly, and the coachman walked while leading the horses by the reins. In the mountain forest, over 100 construction workers were felling the logs by the sides of the lime road. With the continuous swinging of axes, tree after tree fell, eventually having their branches cleaned up by the workers and transported near the city walls. A stonemason workshop was being constructed there. After continuous construction over this period, the stonemason workshop was already nearing its completion phase. Construction workers climbed to the top of the built workshop and nailed planks onto the laid-out gable wooden top. They just needed to finish nailing all the boards and lay the gray tiles lined up beside them. The stonemason workshop would be completed. Watching Avery methodically directing the construction workers, Lynn nodded slightly. With Avery's demeanor combined with his having level 3 construction skills, appointing him as the foreman of the stonemason workshop was indeed a good decision. At most, 1 or 2 days were needed for the stonemason workshop to be completed, and it could be integrated into the construction of the winged city. When Avery returned to the town last time, Lynn had already instructed him. Once the stonemason workshop was completed, he was to immediately begin constructing the winged city. Compared to the outpost fortress and the watchtowers, which required the deployment of soldiers to garrison, thus spreading thin the already limited soldiers in the territory, Lynn preferred to first enhance the defensive strength of the territory. The construction of the winged city placed great importance on structure and facilities. When the first 10-meter-high city wall gate was breached, a second line of defense must be organized. In that case, the winged city would serve as the second line of defense. Its importance was not even less than that of the city walls of the first line of defense. Lynn had also instructed Avery on the defense facilities of winged city. The city gate within the winged city must have a slot for a portcullis, and Lynn even considered using a whole iron gate for constructing the portcullis to enhance the fortification of the winged city. Previously, when constructing the city walls, Lynn had overlooked this point. However, at that time, iron was limited, and the territory could not provide enough iron for a portcullis iron gate. But now it was different. With an open-pit iron mine and 6 iron blast furnaces and a blacksmith workshop, he could lavishly use iron. He aimed to transform the entire forest passage leading to the territory into an impregnable large-scale fortification. As long as enough manpower and time were available, he could even arrange construction workers and carpenters to build various mechanisms and traps. Besides the portcullis, defensive towers needed to be built as well. The towers needed to protrude beyond the city walls to provide the defending soldiers wider views and shooting angles. The final components were the gentle slope and passageways of the winged city, as well as the drainage system. With Avery's level 3 construction skills, combined with his experience from constructing several castles and city walls before, Avery already had his own experiences and techniques in his mind. As Lynn guided Avery through the basic winged city on the first floor of the castle, Avery roughly understood how to construct the winged city. He couldn't help but be amazed at Lynn's encyclopedic knowledge and memory. How could one person know everything and remember it all? After observing the construction of the stonemason workshop through the holographic map for a few minutes, Lynn shifted his view to the bottom of the city walls with a thought. Below the city walls, squad after squad of soldiers was exhausting their strength in physical training. In such cold weather, Rose was leading 500 soldiers, training bare-chested and swinging their winged spears. Despite the cold weather, even though Lynn couldn't hear the shouts from their mouths, from each swing, Lynn could see their mouths moving in unison, see their flushed skin and bulging muscles. And above the city walls, Wesley was leading 300 archers and over 100 soldiers, teaching in batches. Evidently, after the previous first castle meeting, both Wesley and Rose remembered Lynn's words and conducted city defending training for the soldiers. Now the territory's soldiers and guards already numbered 1,100. Among them, 200 standard plate armor heavy cavalry, 300 heavy infantry, and 100 light infantry were managed by Rose and Earl. 300 archers were managed by Wesley, and 200 territorial guards under Red's command. The managing officers for the soldiers were truly too few. Not to mention Rose and Earl, just for Wesley alone to manage the entire 300-strong archer unit. It was estimated that relaying commands to each soldier required half an hour of running back and forth. An immediate, comprehensive, and complete officer system must be drafted. Lynn wanted to take a look outside the city walls, where Colin led his apprentices in digging trenches and setting up chevaux de frise. But outside the city walls, it was pitch black, and Lynn could only give up. Then, Lynn quickly scanned through the 3 mines, the salt factory, and the pastures, along with several major industries. After confirming there were no anomalies, Lynn nodded in satisfaction. After entering winter, he rarely went to these industries for on-site inspections. But after these industries were each assigned their own foreman and management personnel, even without his inspections, everything was still proceeding in an orderly manner. Closing the holographic map, Lynn arrived at the open square in front of the town. Jode was still there with the stonemason apprentices, carving the stone sculptures. Just climbed down from the wooden frame. Jode saw Lynn not far away, and he quickly put down the tools in his hands. Hurriedly walking to Lynn's presence, Jode bent his waist slightly, respectfully saying, "Lord." Lynn looked at the increasingly clear statue. "Did you come up with this pose yourself?" Following Lynn's gaze, Jode glanced over and quickly explained, "Lord, of course not. I asked many townsmen and Steward Kesey what their deepest impression of you was. They said the deepest impression was you riding a horse, taking advantage of the night, rushing towards the city wall. They told me that on that night, a large group of bandits came to attack the city wall, and you personally led the guards and soldiers to defend on top of the wall." Jode paused, continuing, "Because the townsmen did not participate in the battle to defend the city, they only saw you riding a horse, wearing black armor and a cloak, leaving." "So," Lynn nodded, "very good." In his view, not only was Jode's carving skill excellent, but the choice of concept was equally commendable. As a lord, he personally led the guards, taking advantage of the night to rush to the city wall to fend off bandits. Whether in the eyes of the guards and soldiers or the townsmen of the town, his image was instantly elevated. Even the lord dares to go into battle to kill the enemy, personally protecting this territory and ensuring their safety. As townsmen, what complaints can they have? Hearing the praise, Jode's face showed a shy smile. "Lord, you flatter me. This is just part of our job." Looking at Jode's somewhat round face, Lynn continued, "When the sculpture is completed, take them to construct a carving workshop with you as the workshop foreman. I need you to carve sculptures or murals that fit the characteristics of this territory in various places." Hearing this, Jode's face showed an expression of joy. He didn't hesitate. "Lord, I can, without any problem," Lynn acknowledged. Then continue. After dismissing Jode, Lynn glanced at the sky and then walked toward the direction of the canteen. After forging, upgraded to level 3, obtaining the talent duplication book, again greatly motivated Lynn to develop skills. Amidst the accustomed gazes of the cooks, Lynn took over 2 cleavers and began to chop freely on the cutting board. With a chop, a cleaned radish was sliced into several sections. With a flick of the cleaver in Lynn's left hand, the radish was precisely thrown into a large iron pot. Without stopping, Lynn placed a pile of pork ribs on the cutting board and continued chopping. The sound of the bone-cutting knife breaking the pork ribs continuously resounded in the kitchen. Lynn's wide and bold actions made the surrounding cooks show looks of horror, unconsciously stepping back a bit. The feeling Lynn gave them was like chopping off enemy heads on the battlefield. Cooking experience +1. Cooking experience +1. Cooking experience +1. Bit by bit, the experience increased. Once the ratio of radish to pork ribs reached a suitable level, Lynn grasped the iron pot's ears with both hands, lifting it onto the stove. Then, Lynn went to the water supply area, bringing back 2 large buckets of well water, pouring it in 2 trips. Confirming there was enough well water in the iron pot, Lynn covered it with a lid, letting the anthracite burning below the stove simmer and cook. Without stopping, Lynn continued to the chopping area, resuming chopping radish and pork ribs. It's important to realize, they were now preparing the townsmen's dinner. When night falls, the townsmen working outside would return to the town, come to the canteen, and begin enjoying their dinner. Naturally, Several pots of food were needed to meet the demand of nearly 3 to 4,000 diners. Besides Lynn, there were at least 30 to 40 cooks and 50 to 60 helper chefs in the entire kitchen, cooking simultaneously. Until an hour passed. Several large pots of pork rib radish soup were finished cooking. Lynn reached out to uncover one of the round lids. Instantly, a surge of steam carrying rich aromas of meat and radish rushed to the ceiling, spreading across the roof. Other cooks who caught a whiff of this fragrance turned their heads to look with eyes filled with admiration. Lynn picked up an iron ladle, scooping half a ladle of fine salt and a bit of seasoning, placing it in. With the continued boiling of the broth in the iron pot, the seasoning melded in, intensifying the aroma. Lynn made a move, using the iron ladle to pour into 2 bowls, looking at Red in the distance. "Want to try?" Red hesitated for 2 seconds. "Sure, Lord." Coming to the stove, Red picked up one of the bowls, gently tasting it. The scorching heat instantly hit, but the next second, Red's eyes suddenly brightened. "Lord, it's a very good taste." Lynn raised an eyebrow. "Of course." The surrounding chefs asked about the aroma and watched Lynn and Red drinking the soup. Their mouths watered uncontrollably, and they couldn't help but swallow. After finishing the soup in the pottery bowl, they noticed the increasing number of townsmen gradually returning to the cafeteria. Under the watchful eyes of the chefs and townsmen, Lynn led Red away from the cafeteria. Just as Lynn had guessed, outside the cafeteria, the sky was already gradually darkening. More and more townsmen returning from their labor walked on the lime road, forming a long line heading back to the town. Despite the temperature being very low, -2 degrees, it couldn't stop their desire to return to the town for a meal and to rest at home. After watching for a moment, Lynn started walking towards the distant castle. While walking, Lynn spoke. "Red, do you feel fortunate now that I didn't let you leave back then?" Red hesitated for a few seconds and said, "I have felt fortunate. Kesey has mentioned this topic to me no less than 10 times. She said that if it weren't for your kind heart letting me heal here, staying on your territory, perhaps I would have died at the hands of bandits or been exploited by other lords already. Master, I can survive in the forest, in the mountains." Listening to Red's outpouring of grievances, Lynn didn't mind at all. On the contrary, once Kesey was mentioned, Red began to speak more. "Kesey is his younger sister, naturally the person closest to him." Lynn responded, Stay here in the future." Red looked straight at Lynn and replied firmly, "Yes, master." Crossing the red brick ground, Lynn returned to the castle. As usual, Kesey had already prepared dinner. After dinner, Lynn once again sat in the study illuminated by candlelight. Now, the designs for the Wolf Fawn Club and winch were completed and annotated. He still needed to draw the design for the seaman knife car and needed to use the most straightforward language for annotations and explanations. Even if Colin could read, he wouldn't understand some specialized jargon. A squad of soldiers exchanging meals began swapping positions. Despite the previous snowy weather, layers of snow pressed down on them, making them shiver. Their task of guarding the city wall never stopped, let alone now, when it was just a cold wind blowing. After dinner, Earl stepped onto the tower stairs, but a shout came from behind him. Seemingly deep in thought, Earl didn't notice at all. He continued walking, and the next second, the shout grew louder and reached his ears. Earl was startled and came back to his senses instantly. He turned to look behind, where Rose was standing, looking at him. Earl dared not delay any longer, and quickly retreated down the stairs, jogging towards Rose. Earl bowed, saying, "Instructor Ross." Rose stared straight at Earl and asked, "What happened?" "You're not required to guard the night today." Earl hesitated for 2 seconds before explaining. "Instructor Ross, when I returned to town today to report information about the spies to the Lord, I inadvertently contradicted Master Lin." Rose furrowed his brows. "Explain more clearly." Earl continued, "Instructor Ross, Jeremy was the first person I met after coming to the territory. He's a good person with a wife and son that even before I became a soldier, he invited me to his red brick house as a guest. Besides the food given to me by the Lord, he was the one who brightened my days the most. But now, Jeremy has been taken back to his territory by Aiden. Although it's very likely he was killed like other spies, the spies sent out again have not gathered any information on him. His fate remains uncertain." Rose acknowledged with a sound. "Continue." Earl proceeded, so I subconsciously asked the Lord, are we really doing nothing? The Lord said he doesn't like to repeat himself. Instructor Ross, I've probably disappointed the Lord, let him down. Knowing that a few days later, the Lord publicly praised and conferred honors upon him in front of many townsmen. Rose stared at him, frowning. Why didn't you mention this when you reported to me this morning? Earl lowered his head. I thought it wasn't important. Rose replied powerfully. It is important. Hearing this, Earl's body trembled sharply, not daring to utter a word. Rose continued. According to the return message from the spies who gathered information, Jeremy indeed has a chance of survival. However, after being caught by the enemy, even if he's still alive, he must die immediately under the conditions that allow it. Earl immediately raised his head, his eyes full of disbelief. Rose said solemnly, being captured by the enemy means facing torture, a life of utter misery, until finally, forced to divulge the information the enemy wishes to hear. For him, it might be the only way to stay alive, but for the territory, for the Lord, and even for his family, it's betrayal. Earl remained silent. Rose continued. Moreover, the information within Aiden's territory remains unknown. A master who is always cautious. How could he possibly let his soldiers step into unknown dangers? What if what's waiting are thousands of fully armed enemy troops, encircling them tightly? By then, it won't just be Jeremy's small squad that dies. It could be hundreds, thousands of people. What about the families of these soldiers? Earl Mendez fell silent. It was only now that he realized how naive his previous thoughts were. Rose continued speaking. Once Jeremy and the others agreed to become infiltrating spies, they already knew their outcome. Collect valuable intelligence outside the territory and bring it back to inform the master, even if it means dying outside the territory in the end. This is their duty. Only in this way can this territory, their families, and comrades like us have a better chance of survival. Earl's body was uncontrollably trembling. He bowed his head, dared not meet Rose's gaze, feeling even more guilty in his heart. He had hidden part of the conversation with the Lord from Rose. He even questioned Master Lin's inaction as the Lord. Rose seemed to notice Earl's thoughts, reaching out his right hand to pat Earl's shoulder. It was firm and strong. Rest assured, if you had angered the Master, you would already be buried now. The fact that you're alive means the Master doesn't care. Earl raised his head, looking at Rose. Is that really so? Rose nodded. Of course. However, just because the Master chose not to punish you, doesn't mean I won't. Rose's tone suddenly became serious, and he shouted, Deputy Instructor Earl Mendez, for concealing the Lord's conversation as a first offense, you are sentenced to run 5 kilometers with full armor. Earl immediately stood up straight, responding loudly, No. As Earl's words fell, Rose watched Earl's back as he ran towards the forest behind. Rose shook his head somewhat helplessly. He naturally understood. This was because Master Lin saw the exceptional qualities in Earl and appointed him as deputy. On one hand, it was to assist in managing so many soldiers. On the other, to train Earl. Only 16, Earl had an extremely strong physique and physical attributes, while other soldiers wearing full standard plate armor could only walk. After adapting, Earl was able to run and jump. Understand that full plate armor, plus a 5-meter-long winged spear, weighed nearly 60 pounds. It could only be said that Earl had some kind of extraordinary talent. Perhaps it was because the Master noticed Earl's exceptional talent. He decided to utilize and train him. However, Earl's thinking was too rigid and inflexible. If one had to describe Earl's character and thinking, that's the only feeling Rose had. Perhaps Earl could become a vanguard charging into battle. In a 3-story mansion, the light from oil lamps and candles shone through the gaps in the windows onto the ground outside. The double doors of a room on the 3rd floor opened, and Aiden with his bulky body walked out of the room. Ackman glanced greedily at the intertwined, snow-white bodies of the twins, but noticed that the twins gave him a playful and eerie smile. Not only that, the twins began to slowly reveal their bodies. Ackman panicked, withdrew his gaze, and quickly followed them out. Passing through the 2nd floor to the 1st floor, he walked towards the dungeon under the fearful gazes of followers and maids. Upon opening the wooden doors, a damp and corrosive stench immediately hit them. Ackman couldn't help but frown. He quickly handed a piece of linen cloth to Aiden ahead, softly calling, "Master." Aiden merely glanced at him, and after the two followers lit torches, directly walked in. Ackman saw this, hurriedly put away the linen cloth in front of his face, and followed in. In the dim, humid light of the torches, one could clearly see tremendously fat rats scattering in a panic upon hearing noises. The excessively wet and slippery ground was not stained by ordinary colors, but was dyed a dark reddish-brown by blood. After passing a few empty cells, Aiden and his entourage stood in front of a cell door. Because of the barred structure of the cell, even though the door wasn't open, one could see through the gaps the emaciated man slumped inside. The cell wasn't large, only about a meter high and a meter wide. To call it a cell, it was more aptly described as a dog cage. The gaunt, sunken face was filled with vacant eyes, and the lips, long deprived of water, were wrinkled and cracked. The low temperature in the dungeon had his near-dehydrated body uncontrollably trembling. When a follower held a torch up to the cell, the man, accustomed to the dark dungeon, quickly closed his eyelids. He wanted to raise his hand to shield himself, but was too weak to do so. Aiden lifted his right foot and kicked the cell door hard, causing the cage to shake continuously. It emitted a series of clattering collision sounds. The gaunt man in the cage looked terrified. When the cage stopped vibrating, Aiden leaned slightly forward, staring at the gaunt man. "Now, can you tell me about that wall and everything beyond it?" The gaunt man wanted to speak, but could only make hoarse sounds. Aiden naturally understood it was because the man hadn't drunk water for a long time. The gaunt man nodded. Aiden's lips curled into a smile as he continued to ask. The gaunt man kept nodding. Aiden smiled contentedly. "As long as you're willing to tell me everything about that territory. Not only will I let you have food and water, but I can also reward you with 2 maids." The gaunt man's vacant eyes showed excitement, nodding like a rattle drum. Aiden straightened up and said to Ackman, "Bring him out." Aiden was the first to stride out towards the dungeon exit. Ackman promptly responded, "Yes, master." He glanced at the few followers beside him. "Bring him out." The followers had anticipated this and began to busy themselves without any nonsense. Aiden was seated on a wooden chair, with Ackman and 2 followers guarding both sides. At the entrance, there were also 4 followers guarding it. And on the ground filled with dry branches, the gaunt man was gulping down well water. After swallowing several gulps of well water, he began devouring the barley bread and pea soup from the plate. Until 10 minutes later, when the food on the plate was all gobbled up, the gaunt man leaned against the stacked firewood, let out a satisfying belch. Aiden stared directly at the gaunt man and asked, "Full and drunk, can you now tell me everything you know? Don't try to be evasive about your identity, and don't think of bluffing your way through. I know far more than you imagine." The gaunt man glanced at Aiden, his voice still hoarse, but clearly audible now. "I am Jeremy Cars, one of the townsmen from the territory behind the walls Aiden mentioned." Aiden nodded slightly. "Good, continue." Jeremy moved slightly, trying to stand up. Ackman saw this and wanted to step forward to stop him, but was held back by Aiden. He reluctantly gave up. Jeremy stood up and continued speaking. "Later, because of my physical stamina, I was recruited as a soldier of the territory." Upon hearing this, Aiden raised his brows and asked Jeremy, "Soldiers? How many soldiers are there in that territory now?" Jeremy hesitated for a moment and asked, "About the 2 maids you mentioned." Aiden said impatiently, "Once I've heard everything I want to hear, I'll naturally reward you with the maids." Jeremy couldn't help but smile and say, "Master Aiden, don't joke with me. Once you know everything you want to know, what value do I have left? Forget rewarding me with maids. Leaving me a whole corpse is quite generous." Jeremy contemplated. "How about this, Master Aiden? I answer 5 questions a day. How does that sound? This way you can get the answers you want, and I can live a few more days. What do you think?" Aiden spoke coldly. "Do you think you have the qualifications to negotiate with me?" Jeremy smiled indifferently. "Certainly not. If Master Ed wants, he can kill me right here and now." Jeremy continued, "But I have the information you want on me, and I can't escape here. So why wouldn't you be patient, Master? At least let me taste what having 2 maids feels like." Aiden looked directly at Jeremy and couldn't help but praise him. "You're very clever. You know how to use your own value to fight for the greatest benefit for yourself." "No problem. 5 questions a day. I can even arrange a room for you. If I receive useful information from you, and we break through that wall, I might even consider reusing you." Jeremy's face showed a hint of anticipation. Aiden got straight to the point. "You just mentioned soldiers. How many soldiers are on that territory right now?" Jeremy extended one finger. "First answer, fully armed soldiers. 4,800. Aiden was suddenly stunned. 4,800 soldiers? Mind you, his entire territory, counting followers, maids, male servants, slaves, and even the free people, barely totaled over 3,000 people. There are 4,800 fully armed soldiers beyond that territory. Looking at Jeremy's calm demeanor, Aiden's face stiffened. "I wanted to give you a chance, but I didn't expect you were still playing tricks on me." Jeremy felt no tension, attempting to take a few steps. He spoke indifferently. "The Iron Blood Brotherhood Bandit Corps and Storm Brotherhood. Aiden, do you know where they went?" Aiden's eyes revealed a hint of surprise, suspecting something. "Are you saying they're wiped out by the armed forces behind the wall?" Jeremy nodded calmly. "The remaining bandits and vagrants have all joined that territory." Listening to Jeremy's words, Aiden felt relieved. No wonder, in nearly a month or two, he hadn't heard any information about the bandit corps wandering around. Aiden was sure in his heart that this was definitely a genuine response. It was absolutely not something Jeremy made up randomly. Not to mention whether the number of fully armed soldiers behind the walls was accurate. At least, the whereabouts of the Iron Blood Brotherhood Bandit Corps and the Storm Mercenary Corps were confirmed. Watching Jeremy slowly walk in the woodshed, Aiden began to ponder in his mind. It seemed that Jeremy indeed knew some intelligence information about the territory. To quickly grasp more information, he had to carefully think it over before asking again. Aiden looked at Jeremy and asked, "What do you mean by fully armed soldiers?" Jeremy stretched his body slightly and said calmly, "Fully equipped with standard plate armor, holding a 5-meter-long winged spear, riding a Badon warhorse." Aiden's mouth opened slightly, involuntarily taking a sharp breath. Before Aiden could speak, Ackman standing beside him impatiently said, "Utter nonsense. 4,800 men wearing standard plate armor and riding Badon warhorses. Do you know how much iron that requires and how much the horses consume daily?" Aiden gave Ackman an approving look. This was the first time he heard such a sensible response from Ackman. Jeremy walked a few more steps, without answering at all. Aiden questioned Jeremy, "Why don't you answer?" Jeremy raised an eyebrow and said, "Second answer, I don't know." Upon hearing Jeremy's words, both Aiden and Ackman were stunned. "The second answer is not knowing?" Aiden suddenly stood up. "Are you toying with me?" Jeremy's face showed no trace of mockery, and he seriously said, "Master, since I agreed with you, I want to survive. Then of course I will tell you the intelligence information I know. Knowing is knowing, not knowing is not knowing. It's that simple." Upon hearing this, Aiden's face slightly darkened. He felt that what Jeremy said seemed to have some truth to it. Aiden glared angrily at Ackman, who quickly lowered his head. Sitting on the chair, Aiden's mind quickly pondered. A few seconds later, he continued to ask, "What is the name of the owner of that territory?" Jeremy raised his eyebrow, without hesitation, and blurted out, "Lynn." Just as Aiden was about to ask about Lynn, he noticed Jeremy suddenly stride towards him. The speed was so fast, the steps so steady, the expression so determined. Where was the look of someone about to die earlier? Seeing Jeremy just a few steps away from rushing in front of him, Aiden hurriedly shouted, "Guard, guard." Just as Aiden's shout fell, a figure stepped out, blocking in front of him. At the same time, a scimitar swiftly swept from beside him, stabbing towards the oncoming Jeremy. A flash of cold silver light penetrated Jeremy's chest, piercing him. The blood-stained tip of the scimitar protruded from Jeremy's abdomen. Ackman had no hesitation, lifting his right foot to kick Jeremy. Under this force, the scimitar inside Jeremy was pulled out directly. He powerlessly fell backwards, heavily hitting the ground, instantly losing all signs of life. Ackman couldn't help but curse. "Useless. Knew you were not good. Was wary of you." Ackman's words seemed to complain about Aiden's previous glaring. He moved away, sheathed the scimitar, and said to Aiden, "Master, it's okay now." Aiden's bloated chest heaved rapidly, his breath huffing heavily. Aiden stood up from the chair, walked a few steps, and came to Jeremy's corpse, seriously scrutinizing him. Streams of blood flowed from Jeremy's chest and back, slowly spreading on the woodshed floor. In his hand, he held a sharp wooden stick the size of a pinky. Being pierced through the next major artery by the sharp stick would surely result in death. His wide-open eyes were filled with colors of resentment and disappointment. Aiden could sense that the look in Jeremy's eyes wasn't resentment towards dying. It was disappointment and dissatisfaction from failing to kill him. Aiden's heart was filled with gloom. Jeremy was just an ordinary soldier, or a spy at most. Yet he managed to cleverly escape captivity and still fought to death attempting to assassinate him. What interested Aiden was, what kind of lord could make an ordinary person like Jeremy be fearless of death? Withdrawing his gaze, Ed strode out of the woodshed. Take him to the kennel and feed him to the greyhounds. Don't waste it. Ackman quickly replied, Yes, master. Speaking, Ackman glanced at several followers. The followers knowingly bent to signal. Walking down the corridor, Aiden's mind was rapidly chewing over Jeremy's few answers. His footsteps suddenly halted, anger inexplicably rising within him. Aiden realized that Jeremy's answers held practically no value for him. The eradication or survival of the Iron Blood Brotherhood bandit corps didn't affect his plans at all. Fully armed soldiers behind the territory walls got half-truths. With too little information, he couldn't judge accurately. The only somewhat valuable piece was the name of the lord behind the walls, Lynn. To determine who the lord really was from this name, he could only go to Bordeaux City's Marquis Castle to inquire Donovan Ducas. When he first went to that woodland, the lord he saw already had territorial documents. This means that Donovan Ducas must have knighted that territory. Aiden kept repeating Jeremy's words, Lynn, Lynn. But soon, Aiden felt something amiss. If Jeremy agreed to cooperate merely to lull him into complacency, to assassinate him, then the name Lynn could very likely be false, meaning he endured the stench to visit the dungeon, even provided food for Jeremy. In the end, only the extermination of the Iron Blood Brotherhood bandit corps seemed true. Aiden's heart was inexplicably filled with anger. He suddenly turned to look behind, where Ackman had a cheerful face. He was already fantasizing about how Master Aiden would reward his protective deeds. Aiden couldn't help but scold. Useless, I asked you to protect me, not to kill him. Now no vital information was extracted. Looking at Aiden's twisted face and insults, Ackman was astonished. But he still dared not show any disrespect towards Aiden. Only after Aiden returned to the third floor and locked the door did Ackman go to the second floor, entering Lady Justine's room. Sounds of suppressed moans and bodies colliding echoed. Tom was moving fast. In the blink of an eye, the Karidi Empire had already reached mid-February. After breakfast, Lynn walked through the town inspecting it. Although it was still early, the townsmen had already left the town and gone to their respective jobs to work. 7 days passed, and most of the thick snow on the ground had already melted. Only a thin layer remained, revealing the ground or soil beneath. In just a few more days, this snow would completely melt away. When the temperature warms up, the coming of spring will be upon us. Still wearing a thick wool robe, Lynn arrived at the open square in front of the town. Seeing Jode and the group standing by the statue, he stepped forward. Before he could get closer, Jode also saw him. Jode quickly greeted him, and upon reaching Lynn, he respectfully said, Master, it's good you're here. There's something I'd like to report to you. Lynn did not stop his steps. What is it? Walking beside Lynn and Red, Jode quickly explained. Master, the Lord's statue has been completed. Please come and inspect it. Lynn acknowledged and approached the statue, about 10 meters high. On the ground, there was a granite platform, 8 meters wide, 6 meters long, and 3 meters high, steady and firm. It could serve as a fixed platform for the Lord's statue above or be used to engrave the names of the fallen soldiers. On the platform was a finely carved and lifelike equestrian stone sculpture. The body of the sculpted horse was full of linear tendons, raising its hooves as if stepping forward, its tail mane lifted and parallel to the ground. On its thick and powerful neck, the mane seemed to wave lifelike, and its large eyes were filled with intelligence. Above the horse was a tall figure clad in black scale armor with a chain liner. The armor bore starry embellishments and streamlined patterns. A helmet was worn on the head, with the faceplate tilted upward, revealing a firm and handsome face. Behind him, the cloak seemed to lift as if truly running, parallel to the ground. Lin felt that the statue bore at least a 95% resemblance to him. After a moment of careful observation, Lin approvingly said, "The carving is very well done. The wooden scaffolding can be dismantled." Hearing Lin's approval, Jode felt inexplicably relieved inside. Not only him, but a smile also appeared on the faces of the 100 sculpting apprentices not far away. After all, this was carved with their efforts amid wind and snow, enduring the cold, hammer by chisel. Of course, if Lord Lin was dissatisfied, they would continue to modify it. Jode bowed and said, "Yes, Master. I will now arrange for personnel to dismantle and clean it." Lin gave a response. Seeing Master Lin silent, Jode quickly stepped towards the sculpting apprentices not far away, arranging the dismantling in an orderly manner. Lin's gaze shifted, scanning the surroundings. The statue's location was at the very edge of the town's open square. The direction of the galloping warhorse was towards the distant mountain forest pass, directly facing the city wall's direction. This both displayed the statue's intended purpose and welcomed and bade farewell to all townsmen and visitors coming and going. Clearly, it was the result of Jode's thoughtful consideration and design. Watching the wooden scaffolding next to the statue being completely dismantled and starting to be cleaned up, Lin's mind moved, and a text panel appeared before his eyes. "Would you like to attach the ability of the Lord's statue to the stone sculpture?" Lin silently thought, "Yes." Attachment successful. With the reappearance of the text panel, Lin looked at the Lord's statue once more. Compared to before, the outline of the Lord's statue hadn't changed at all. But now, Lin felt a more apparent sense of realism, authority, and solemnity from the Lord's statue. Lin's mind recalled the abilities of the Lord's statue, enhancing the Lord's authority, keeping townspeople respectful, and reducing conflicts within the territory. It indeed had excellent effects. And it wasn't just Lin. The group of apprentices cleaning seemed to feel something too. They looked up at the stone sculpture, feeling a sense of complexity in their hearts. That feeling was as if the Lord was truly riding on the warhorse, observing them from the side. After finishing arrangements, Jode returned to Lin's side once more. Bending slightly, he asked, somewhat puzzled, "Master, what's the work plan for the woodworker workshop afterward?" Lin glanced at him and said, "First, go to the handicraft workshop district to construct a carving workshop for making carving tools and storing some materials. You can choose the location yourself. Then help expand 2 workshops for the weaving workshop. What kind of format the workshops need, you can ask Yamini and Rachel. Afterward, you can, according to your ideas, carve various patterns and murals in the town. The current town is still too monotonous. Red brick house residential areas, red brick house workshop district, red brick house castle. Even the ground is paved with red brick. There needs to be all kinds of cultural arts to embellish it, even if it doesn't have too much artistic style or carry significant connotations." Listening to Lin's calm words, Jode's heart was full of gratitude, and he quickly bowed 90 degrees. "Thank you, Master, for your trust." Lin acknowledged with a hum, then stepped away from the open square. Arriving at the handicraft workshop district, Lin went straight to the textile workshop. In the textile workshop, the textile workers were diligently engaged in embroidery work. Despite continuous learning and repeated embroidery during this period, their techniques had started to become faster. Rachel stepped forward, arriving in front of Lin, explaining respectfully, "Master, Foreman Yamini is arranging matters in the back. I'll go call her now." Lin said, "No need, let her keep busy." Lin asked, "According to the current work efficiency, how many sets of composite armor can be produced in a day?" Without any hesitation, Rachel responded, "Master, 8 sets. Currently, there are 50 sets of composite armor in the finished product storage area." Lin nodded slightly. From the initial 5 or 6 sets to the current 8 sets, although production hasn't increased significantly, it is indeed speeding up. The most crucial point is that the process of embroidering armor plates consumes a lot of manpower and time. Lin acknowledged and stared directly at Rachel. Starting today, the textile workshop must produce 10 sets of composite armor every day before they can finish work and go to the canteen for meals. Rachel's mouth slightly opened before she could speak. Lin continued, "This is not a request, it's an order. Only with more composite armor can we ensure the soldiers survive on the battlefield. The snow melts, indicating spring is imminent. The arrival of spring also means Lynn's previously devised external invasion and plunder plan has to be put on the agenda. As for the target, naturally, it's Aiden Morrison, who's been coveting his territory for a long time. He needs more armor to fully arm the soldiers and guards on his territory. With the least loss, eliminate Aiden and bring back all the peasants and grain from his territory. Rachel felt the seriousness and awe in Master Lynn's words. She responded, "Yes, Master." Lynn replied, "Go on, keep busy." Dismissing Rachel, Lynn took a round in the textile workshop. Amidst the astonished gazes of the surrounding female workers, he sat down at a workstation. With a move of his hand, he picked up several polished and trimmed armor plates on the table and began to embroider them using hemp ropes. Lynn's technique was stiff, and it was obvious that he did not know how to embroider. Whether it was the posture of holding the armor plate or the gestures of threading the hemp rope, everything seemed oddly awkward. But as time slowly passed, under the secretive gazes of the embroidering workers sitting beside Lynn, a look of curiosity appeared. In just over 10 minutes, their master Lynn's technique became skilled. Whether it was the gesture of holding the armor plate to avoid being scratched or the precision of threading the hemp rope, there were noticeable improvements. Until another half an hour passed. These embroidering workers noticed that their master Lynn's embroidery speed and skill level had clearly matched theirs. It should be known, they had been learning and getting hands-on with embroidery since Rachel arrived at the textile workshop, nearly half a month in time. Their master Lynn did not ask anyone, nor did he even glance at their embroidery techniques. He just focused on embroidering on his own. Compared to the embroidering workers, Rachel, who silently watched this scene from behind, was even more shocked. To Rachel, who knew embroidery techniques, embroidering armor plates wasn't complicated, but Master Lynn's learning speed, suggesting it can be described as terrifying. Just as Rachel's heart was shaking, Yamini entered through the wooden door from behind, coming to her side. Yamini was about to speak, but noticed Rachel's gaze fixed straight ahead. Confused, Yamini looked over. Seeing Master Lynn embroidering armor plates faster and more skillfully, Yamini instantly understood. When Master Lynn had finished embroidering a piece of padded armor shoulder guards and placed it aside, Rachel finally came back to her senses, and she couldn't help but sigh. Following the sigh, Yamini's voice sounded from beside her. "What's the matter?" Feeling powerless, Rachel quickly turned her head to see it was Yamini, her face slightly relaxed. When Lynn asked her questions before, and Yamini actively looked at her and prompted her to explain, Rachel's affection for Yamini greatly increased. Though Yamini's understanding of embroidery couldn't compare to hers, this was a fact. Yet, as a foreman, Yamini could completely prevent her from having the chance to perform in front of the Lord. From that moment, Rachel understood that Yamini was an incredibly kind person. The relationship between the two also became closer. Rachel teased Yamini, saying, "What's this about feeling powerless? I'm merely admiring Master Lynn's ability to learn." Yamini snorted, her tone a sigh, and said, "Master's learning and hands-on ability are indeed formidable. Even the spinning wheel in the workshop was made by Master Lynn himself. I think it's called Saxon spinning wheel." Rachel's eyes widened slightly as she turned her gaze towards the tool storage area at the back. A few days ago, she had already seen that refined and complex standardized spinning wheel. Her current work is embroidering armor plates, but she was previously a textile worker as well. She had never seen such a spinning wheel, nor did she think it was made by Master Lynn. Rachel suddenly thought of the command Lynn had given her, and she quickly explained it to Yamini. Yamini nodded solemnly and said, "Since it's the Lord's command, we must work tirelessly to fulfill it." She had already experienced such commands before, like when crafting rough wool robes. Rachel similarly nodded. Both of them joined in the work of stitching armor plates. In the blink of an eye, it was afternoon, and Lynn stood up from the long bench. On the table before him was only a pair of semi-finished padded armor shoulder guards. They still needed leather lining to be cut and integrated with the complete set of composite armor. Producing on a large scale certainly posed some difficulty. Even if it was difficult, Lynn was determined to continue. Composite armor far surpassed standard plate armor both in hardness and performance. If necessary, He would invest more manpower into the stitching and production. He temporarily set aside his thoughts. Under Yamini and Rachel's watchful gazes, Lynn, accompanied by Red, headed towards the blacksmith workshop. After several days of continuous construction in the blacksmith workshop, 2 new workshops were already expanded. Once the 2 iron smelting furnaces were completed and more manpower was invested, more iron blocks could be smelted and more jaw armor plates could be forged. Afterwards, Lynn went to Flint's separate blacksmith workshop. Compared to the bustling activity in the 4 workshops of Arello, Flint's workshop was much quieter. Now, he was still in the process of instructing apprentices, beginning with forging techniques and then explaining the key points of forging scale armor with chain liners. Up to now, Flint walked around the workshop, overseeing his apprentices as they began forging components. Months passed, and the 200 apprentices were still in the midst of studying forging techniques. Even though the entire artisanal workshop required a large workforce, Lynn never considered reassigning Flint's blacksmith apprentices to other work. A level 4, forging, skilled and talent-endowed dwarf blacksmith. He was even recognized as a master blacksmith by textual panel information. Lynn naturally would not waste Flint's talent and abilities. As long as these 200 blacksmith apprentices continued to follow Flint in learning forging techniques. If 100 of the 200 blacksmiths, no, even if 50 could advance their forging skills to level 3, then his domain would never lack blacksmiths capable of leading apprentices. If these blacksmiths could learn to forge fine grade scale armor with chain liners, it would be a huge profit. Under Lynn's watchful gaze, Flint, who was inspecting the apprentices, noticed Lynn. However, he merely glanced and then withdrew his gaze. Lynn was slightly surprised. Flint actually ignored him? After a brief moment of thought, Lynn quickly realized the problem. It must be due to the warning he had given Flint last time, causing Flint now to harbor resentment towards him. Lynn looked at a guard behind him and said, "Go to Lex's brewing workshop and bring a jar of gin." The guard, without any hesitation, turned and headed towards the distant brewing workshop. In just a few minutes, the guard, holding a pottery jar, cautiously came to Lynn's side. "Deliver it to Flint." The guard responded affirmatively and walked into the blacksmith workshop. Before walking in a few meters, Flint, who had been noting the commotion outside the workshop, quickly spotted the guard carrying the pottery jar. His broad nose twitched slightly, and he instantly detected the scent of gin amidst the burning anthracite smells. Flint's eyes lit up, and he approached the incoming guard without hesitation. Due to his short legs, Flint even quickened his pace and started running. Amidst the surprised gazes of the surrounding blacksmith apprentices, he arrived beside the guard. Flint inquired, "Young lad, is this the gin from the brewing workshop?" The guard lowered his stature, handing the pottery jar to Flint, and explained, "Yes, Master Flint, this was sent to you by the Lord." Flint's thick black eyebrows instantly raised. He leaned sideways, looking past the guard's body towards the door of the blacksmith workshop. The spot where Lynn and Red had been standing was already empty. Flint reached out to take the pottery jar and asked the guard, "Did the Lord say anything else?" "Think carefully." After a few seconds of thought, the guard replied firmly, "Besides sending you the gin, the Lord said nothing else." After confirming nothing else was said, Flint dismissed the guard. He himself, however, began pondering. Previously, the Lord had cautioned him to control his drinking and even warned him. Now, delivering a jar of gin voluntarily, Flint decided to dismiss the thoughts altogether. Indifferently, he said, "Whatever, as long as I teach these 200 blacksmiths for the Lord, and they can forge high-quality armor and weapons. I don't believe he would throw an old man like me into the dungeon." After surveying the entire artisanal workshop, Lynn finally walked out. The entire artisanal workshop, whether the blacksmith workshop, textile workshop, pottery workshop, or even the fishery and miscellaneous workshops. A large population is needed to fill the labor shortage in each workshop. It is still winter, and there is at least half a month until the beginning of spring at the end of February or early March. Moreover, even after spring arrives and the ice and snow melt, Grayson will take the merchant ship to the Portland's Empire and return to the Karidi Empire, arriving at Fisherman's Wharf in Kakasong City, and then transport to his territory. Without any surprises, if he wants to increase his labor force again. It will take at least a month. This snow and ice accumulation will inevitably lead to a sharp reduction in grain yield during the autumn harvest across the Karidi Empire and even neighboring empires. It's highly likely to cause a rebellion war due to food scarcity. Rather than waiting for starvation and death, everyone's actions will become extreme. Even Lin feels that the brewing imperial power struggle will be ignited due to this food rebellion war. For ordinary people, they don't care who becomes the emperor of the empire. What they care about is which emperor of the empire can let them eat and have enough to eat. He must build enough armed forces before the imperial power struggle, whether for self-preservation during later turbulent times, or to declare war on the Duca's clan. As the sky gradually darkens, Lin strides toward the castle. Once he returns to the castle, he sits in his familiar armchair by the fireplace, and two urgent horse hoof beats sound on the red brick ground outside the castle. Now, the ice and snow have mostly melted, and riding is no longer affected. The wooden rail from the outdoor coal mine to the town has been cleared and has entered into transportation. The barges on the Alaya River have also started transporting iron ore. With the river's flow rate and width, a few days' snow is not enough to affect it. Due to the cold weather, even with the transport began, the efficiency is not high. A guard enters the hall to report to Lin. Master, Earl's deputy, brought someone to see you. Lin, holding a stone mill grinding herbs, responds, let him come up. From now on, anyone with a position doesn't need to be reported, just let them come directly. The guard responds and quickly retreats. In the sound of several steps, Earl leads a man into the hall. They stop 5 or 6 meters before Lin. Earl bends slightly, respectfully instructing. Master, the spy who went out to gather intelligence has returned and has important information to report to you. Lin turns his gaze to the middle-aged man beside Earl. Ability: Level 2 Production, Level 2 Planting, Level 2 Construction. 7 Skills of the Night: Swordsmanship Level 1, Hunting Level 1, Horsemanship Level 1. Attributes: Attack E, Defense E-, Speed D-, Constitution D, Energy F. Looking at the middle-aged man's information panel, there's nothing unusual. Feeling Lin and Earl's gaze fall on him, Maury quickly bends, speaking respectfully, Master Lin. I am Maury Burke, a spy from the second group sent to Morgantown. Lin nods slightly. Tell me, what intelligence have you gathered? Maury doesn't hesitate, continuing. Master, after days of continuous investigation, we have discovered the missing Jeremy. He was captured by Aiden Morrison and imprisoned in the Manor for several days, tortured with starvation and thirst. On the last day, Jeremy compromised, and Aiden prepared food and water for him, promising him 2 maids if he cooperated with Aiden. Jeremy agreed, and they established a condition to answer 5 questions every day. Lin remains silent, quietly listening. Maury continues. Jeremy ate and drank, but this was merely his deception towards Aiden. When answering the 3rd question, Jeremy rushed at Aiden, attempting to kill him, but ultimately failed. Jeremy was killed and fed to the greyhounds in Aiden Manor. Lin's expression is solemn. Earl's fists are clenched tightly, making a cracking sound. A few seconds later, Lin asks, Is this information true? Maury's words are firm. Master, this intelligence is all true, gathered from one of Aiden's followers. Moreover, Morrison Manor is recruiting followers, and we already have 2 members infiltrated. Lin nods, saying, Very good. From now on, your task is to gather any information related to Aiden Morrison while ensuring safety. Whether it's whom he meets or who meets him, the guards and followers he sends out, the number of armed soldiers, slaves, horses in Morrison Manor, and so on. I need to know everything about Morrison Manor. Maury bows quickly, loudly responding, Yes. Master, Lin says, You may leave now. Maury dares not linger, and withdraws promptly. Lin's gaze turned to Earl, and he spoke. This time, are you still going to ask me why I'm doing nothing? At this moment, Earl was still echoing Maury's words. Upon hearing Lin's voice, he loosened his clenched fists, bent down, and respectfully said, Master, Earl dares not. Last time I was too reckless. Please punish me, Master. Lin looked at Earl with surprise. He naturally could think of the unusual relationship between Jeremy and Earl. However, compared to the last time when life and death were unknown, Now it's settled. Earl actually managed to control his emotions from anger. Obviously, after the last time, Rose had been instructing him. Lynn responded, "Punishment is necessary, but not now. No matter the reason for Jeremy and the others being captured, I will have their names engraved on the granite platform beneath the Lord's statue. Their families will be treated well. For the territory, they are heroes, they are warriors. Heroes need to be remembered." Listening to Lynn's calm words, Earl's body trembled uncontrollably. He said gratefully, "Thank you, Master." Lynn replied, "Go down. Your current task is to constantly train under Rose's guidance and become stronger. Someday, you will achieve your wishes." Earl lifted his head, looking firmly at Lynn, and responded loudly, "Yes, Master." Only then did Earl finally understand Master Lynn's thoughts. Master Lynn was neither indifferent nor unconcerned. As a lord, he couldn't act based solely on emotions like Earl could. Master Lynn needed to consider from all directions the number of soldiers, the configuration of soldiers' equipment, how to deploy attack strategies. As a lord, Master Lynn needed to consider the lives of his soldiers. Watching Earl leave, Lynn retracted his gaze. His mind was quickly pondering. The current situation in Aiden Manor is still unknown. He absolutely won't deploy troops rashly. Even if the current military forces surpass those possessed by Aiden, Lynn still needs to think carefully to minimize the loss of the plundering plan. As a vassal of the Marquis Duca, if Aiden wants to dispatch troops, he must find a suitable opportunity. Only with a justified cause can he avoid being criticized and attacked by others. The fall of a manor, no matter how flawlessly executed, there are no walls completely without leaks in this world. It's only a matter of time before outsiders learn of it. Just like in his domain, as long as outsiders come to his territory or its vicinity, sooner or later, they will know that this land is rapidly developing. However, even so, he still needs to buy time, allowing the territory more time to develop and become stronger. While Lynn was pondering, Kesey's reminding voice sounded behind him. "Master, dinner is ready. You may dine now." Lynn responded, stood up from the armchair, walked towards the dining table, and began to dine. The sky had completely darkened. Lynn rested for a while, then went to the study again. Sitting at the walnut writing desk, he continued sketching a new siege weapon. The catapult, the Wolf Fong Club, the winch, and the seaman knife car, under Colin's leadership, had already begun production. Though it was their first time seeing such equipment, and the production was extremely slow, at least they had started making them. As long as they are given enough time, producing enough siege machinery will not be difficult. As Lynn continued to sketch the catapult, the night grew deeper. But the weather was not as bitterly cold and biting as in January. The temperature was beginning to rise. The onset of spring was not far away. Time quickly passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, it was the end of February. The snow on the ground had completely melted, and there was no longer a trace of snowy white. Having eaten breakfast, Lynn walked on the red brick road of the town. A warm breeze blew, making Lynn feel inexplicably comfortable. This was the southern wind. The Karidi Empire was about to enter the spring season. Passing by one red brick house after another, Lynn arrived at the open square in the town. In the square, 4,000 or 5,000 people stood in neat rows. They had taken off their coarse wool robes, wearing only their linen robes and trousers. The temperature, around 10 degrees, made them feel inexplicably refreshed and comfortable. Under the bright and curious gazes of the crowd, Lynn stepped onto a wooden platform that had been set up. He swept his eyes over the densely packed townsmen, breathed in fresh air, and called out to the crowd, "Everyone, spring is coming. The time for everything to revive is approaching. This land will once again enter a new round of cultivation and planting." As Lynn's words fell, initial chaotic responses sounded. Gradually, the chaotic responses converged, becoming orderly. Lynn extended his right hand, and the unified response instantly disappeared. "But before starting the cultivation, I need you to collect all the weeds covering the wheat seedlings, stack them up for use in subsequent composting. Because of your diligence, using weeds to cover the wheat seedlings, the survival rate of the seedlings is at least above 95%. According to the previous increase in wheat yield, these 55,000 acres of arable land can harvest at least 8 million pounds of barley. A group of townsmen listened to the almost astronomical weight of barley coming from Master Lin's mouth. They couldn't help but widen their eyes filled with shock. Lin's mind roughly calculated. According to the current town population of 7,000, with each person consuming 3 pounds of grain per day, the daily consumption is 21,000 pounds of grain. As long as this batch of barley is harvested, the 8 million pounds of barley obtained can be enough for the townsmen to eat for a year. Even with the addition of poultry and livestock consumption on the territory, it can at least last for 300 days. Moreover, this is only the winter barley that was planted. With the arrival of spring, it will soon be possible to open up the land for this year's spring cultivation. Even if a 2-field system or 3-field system is adopted later, making reasonable use of the land's fertility, there will still be a continuous output of grain. By then, there will be no worries about grain on this territory. The most crucial thing is, he only considered planting barley under the premise. If there are enough energy stones to exchange for the emperor potatoes. With his memory of potato yields of at least 3,000 pounds per acre, 55,000 acres of arable land would be enough to produce over 1 billion pounds of potatoes. This quantity can truly be described as terrifying. Lin also understood that this was just his current idea. The energy stones obtained from the milestone and fishing were all used by him to enhance himself. He could only wait for his strength to increase before considering exchanging for emperor potatoes. Even if 10,000 energy stones are used to exchange for 1,000 pounds of potatoes as seed potatoes, it would still take more than 5 months to cultivate potato seedlings and expand the planting scale. Coupled with the scarcity of energy stones, Lin could only postpone the planting of emperor potatoes. With Lin's command, nearly 5,000 townsmen majestically walked towards the fields. Just like before when they needed to cover the weeds, now they needed to retrieve them. From the snowfall to the weed coverage, to now just entering early spring, it's only been about half a month. It may seem like a waste of manpower and resources, but just like not caring for farmland and crops, then the land will show you what it means to reap nothing. Farming has always been like this. A team of townsmen entered the fields. They bent their bodies and used their hands to gather handfuls of weeds from the ridges, bundling them into clusters. Then placed them at the side of the lime road for the responsible townsmen to pick up and transport to the wasteland for composting. Despite the freezing low temperatures and moisture of the ice and snow, these weeds could be re-verified for use as compost. The freezing could kill insect eggs and bacteria in the weeds, and the moisture saves the labor of watering during fermentation. Watching the busy figures, Lin's mind began to plan for the upcoming spring plowing plan. According to the efficiency during autumn plowing, this spring plowing can also clear at least 50,000 acres of farmland. Due to the limitations of draft oxen and horses in the territory, to clear more land, they will have to wait until after spring when merchants can bring large numbers of draft animals. Otherwise, limited by plowing tools, relying solely on manpower to clear land cannot achieve a significant increase. The seeds needed for planting, be it barley or wheat, all require a significant amount of crop seeds. Lin glanced at the resource management panel's grain storage, with tens of thousands of pounds of wheat and less than 100,000 pounds of barley. It is simply not enough to meet the seed requirements for 50,000 acres of land. To fully plant the cleared land, more seeds must be purchased from outside the territory, whether it be crop seed for barley, wheat, and oats, or industrial seed like linen fiber. Even vegetable seeds like onions, peas, and beans. Even though the land has not yet been cleared, it is natural to prepare in advance. As they say, make hay while the sun shines. Otherwise, it will waste precious spring plowing and planting time. As Lin watched the townsmen working in front, deep in thought, a sound of galloping horses reached Lin's ears. Turning his head, he saw Maury, the leader of the spies infiltrating Morgantown, coming on horseback. As he arrived in front of the lime road where Lin was standing, Maury pulled the reins of his horse, the neighing sound fading as the speed gradually decreased. A guard quickly stepped forward to hold the horse's reins. Maury took big steps towards Lin, bowed respectfully, and addressed him. Master. Lin nodded. Speak. With Lin's permission, Maury did not hesitate and began to explain. Master, the armed forces in Morrison Manor have been thoroughly investigated. Because Aiden has recently been recruiting followers, The territory's followers already number over 500 people. With those maids, servants, enslaved peasants, and employed free people, it's a total of at most 3,500 people. However, as time goes on, the number of followers under him may continue to increase. Lynn nodded. Have you discovered anything else? Mori hesitated and showed some reluctance. Lynn directly said, just say it. Mori responded, Master, before I returned to the territory, I saw Aiden's chief attendant Aman leaving the manor with a few followers. He didn't head towards Morgantown, but left in the direction away from Morgantown. Lynn slightly frowned. Which direction? Mori explained, because we eventually lost track of Aman, we don't know the exact location they went to. But, if I'm not wrong, they should have headed in the direction of Windhill. Before Lynn could inquire further, Mori quickly explained, Master, Windhill is the location of Viscount Chambers' territory. Mori was about to conclude, but then added, By the way, Master, we also discovered a scandal involving Aiden's original wife. Lynn asked, Scandal? Mori continued, Every night, Aman, who is Aiden's chief attendant, sneaks into Aiden's wife's room. Although Aman is very secretive, my members managed to uncover this. According to Mori's account, Morrison Manor has a total of approximately 3,500 people, excluding the few hundred followers. There are still at least 3,000 peasants, free people, as well as maids and servants. This is what Lynn currently needs the most. There are also the crops stored in Aiden's warehouse. It is now already mid-February. At most by early March, spring will arrive. Even with the established local chamber of commerce, which has dozens of crop merchants. Both purchasing and transporting would require a lot of time. Acquiring crop seeds through purchase from merchants is one option. The second is plunder. Invade Aiden Morrison's territory, obliterate his defensive armed forces, and seize all the slaves on his land. Moreover, before they begin planting, seize all the crop seeds. Even though Lynn doesn't know how much grain and seeds Aiden's warehouse contains, but with over 3,000 mouths waiting to be fed on the territory, the stored grain must be considerable. Listening to Mori's words, Lynn's eyebrows couldn't help but raise. Becoming the chief attendant and the original wife of the Lord? It's a rather complicated relationship. Upon reconsidering, Lynn found it quite logical. Compared to Lynn's understanding of the fantasy world in his mind, it was nothing at all. This relationship could be used to advantage. Once Mori had finished narrating the information he had gathered, Lynn dismissed him. Lynn began thinking in his mind. On Aiden Morrison's territory, there are over 500 followers, and recruitment continues. Even if Aiden temporarily recruits 7 or 8 followers, they're no different from ordinary people in terms of physical fitness and mindset. It wouldn't be excessive to describe them as a disorderly crowd. Naturally, they can't compare to the soldiers trained by Rose, the former deputy cavalry leader, and Wesley, who knows the complete training system. These soldiers are fully committed to various training exercises. Coupled with the sturdiness of standard plate armor, the sharpness and length of the winged spears, and the support of archers at long range. Even if Aiden recruits 1,000 followers, they wouldn't be opponents for the soldiers on Lynn's territory. With the current weather and temperature, perhaps by the end of February, spring would begin. At most by early March. By then, he not only needs to organize the townsmen for large-scale cultivation again, he also needs to buy and exchange a significant amount of crop seeds. Even if Bohr establishes a merchant guild with dozens of local merchants, they can go to Morgantown or other towns to purchase a substantial amount of crop seeds. But whether for purchase or transportation, it takes a considerable amount of time. Local merchant acquisition is one way. Another is plundering. Invade Aiden Morrison's territory, eliminate his armed defensive forces, and take away his free people and peasants. Then steal the food and seeds stored in his warehouse. Lynn does not know how many pounds of food Aiden's warehouse holds, but being able to continue recruiting followers and setting up armed forces. And besides the followers, there are at least 3,000 mouths to feed. The food storage is naturally not small. Even if not much, Bohr can transport most of the crop seeds, combining the two. The only consideration is, what methods and strategies should be used to seize Morrison Manor with minimal soldier casualties? War entails sacrifices. This is an immutable law. While Lynn was pondering, the sky gradually darkened. He stepped towards the direction, returning to the town. Just before returning to the town, a short and stocky figure approached him from the empty square where the Lord's statue stands. Coming in front of Lynn, Flint's face showed a smile. "Lord." Lynn glanced down at him, asking, "Is there something, Lord Flint?" Flint did not hesitate, with a touch of gratitude in his words. "Thank you, Lord, for the gin you gave this old man. As a return, this old man is willing to forge a handy two-handed weapon for you. As a lord, naturally you should have your own two-handed weapon. A one-handed sword is only for decoration and self-defense. Do you prefer sword class, axe class, hammer class, or halberd class? As long as the Lord can name it, this old man can easily forge it." Whenever it comes to forging, Flint exudes an aura of confidence. Lynn pondered for a few seconds before speaking. "Greatsword. A greatsword weighing at least 20 pounds. The one-handed sword Flint forged previously, though of fine quality. But be it weight or size, it's just too small and delicate for his enhanced self. As Flint says, it's only for self-defense and decoration. On the battlefield, a one-handed sword of just several centimeters can't even reach the enemy before being countered by long spears or halberds. He needs a handy weapon that combines battlefield charge and combat. A greatsword is most fitting. It can display the noble identity of the Lord as well as his strength. An ordinary greatsword is at least 10 pounds. The heavier ones are at least 20 pounds. For ordinary people, occasionally holding it isn't difficult. The challenge lies in continuously wielding the 20-pound greatsword in battle, charging, and engaging the enemy. Flint carefully sized up Lynn, seemingly determining the dimensions of the greatsword suitable for Lynn. "Of course, that's possible. With your height and physique, Lord, the overall length should be around 1.8 meters, width 10 centimeters. How does that sound?" Lynn responds, "It's fine." Receiving Lynn's confirmation, Flint's thick eyebrows raised. "Within a week, I'll have the greatsword delivered to the Lord's hands. I guarantee you'll love it." Lynn nodded slightly. Changing the subject, he asked Flint, "How are those apprentices you've been teaching progressing? Are they ready to graduate?" Flint's previously prideful face was instantly filled with a trace of frustration. He replied somewhat discontentedly, "Just with them, wanting to forge high-quality scale armor with chain liner like this old man? Don't even think about it without 10 or 20 years. Lynn couldn't help but furrow his brow. The progress of those blacksmith apprentices seemed to be much slower than he imagined. However, Lynn also understood. Compared to the dwarf race, which had a natural talent for forging, humans were indeed inferior. Flint sighed a bit and said, "It's just me, with the patience. If it were other dwarves, they would have jumped and started hammering people already. It's been a few months, and they've only learned a bit of forging from my hand. For them to graduate, they must at least forge a whole set of scale armor with chain liner armor that satisfies me. Otherwise, they can obediently follow behind me, getting scolded and eating dust." Lynn nodded and said, "Sir Flint, is there a faster way? If these apprentices could forge armor of fine quality, that would be best. If not, they at least need to forge ordinary level. Only armor of the best quality can best protect those well-trained fine soldiers, creating a force that always follows through with commands." Without any hesitation, Flint explained, "There are never any shortcuts in forging. To improve ability, one can only rely on their persistent effort, hammering one strike at a time. With my presence, I can save them many years of detours." Lynn nodded. "Then it'll be hard on Master Flint." After dismissing Flint, Lynn headed towards the castle. Returning to the castle, after eating the food cooked by Kesey, Lynn once again entered the study, continuing to sketch the catapult diagrams. In the Morrison territory, on the third floor of the residence, in a luxuriously decorated room, a series of bodily collisions continued to sound, accompanied by unabashed moans of women. Until half an hour later, with Aiden's low voice, the room fell silent. Ackman stood at the door, ears perked, listening to the sounds beyond the wooden door. His heart couldn't help but race. Despite the obstruction and concealment of the wooden door, with previous experiences of entering beyond it, he had already memorized the appearance and contours of those twins. Bodies well-proportioned without a trace of excess fat, with a visible vest line on their white abdomen. Curvaceous, but not as plump as Justin, almost 30-something women. The key was, these enticing young women were twins. If he could be fortunate enough to have them, it'd be wonderful. While Ackman's thoughts wandered wildly, the follower guarding the door softly reminded, "Chief Attendant, you can knock." Ackman instantly came to his senses, reached out his right hand, and knocked rhythmically on the wooden door a few times. "Master, Ackman has something to report to you." After the words fell, Aiden's somewhat weary voice sounded from behind the door. Ackman did not hesitate, using both hands to gently push. The two wooden doors immediately opened inward. At the moment of opening, a peculiar scent from physical exertion wafted from the room. Ackman merely furrowed his brow slightly, then relaxed. Entering the room, Ackman lowered his head, standing 3 or 4 meters from the big bed. He respectfully said, "Master." Lying on the bed, Aiden had his eyes slightly closed, letting 2 maids massage him. He asked in great satisfaction, "What's the matter? Speak." Though weary, the words carried a sense of contentment. Hearing this, Ackman slightly straightened his bent posture. He began explaining, "Master, with continuous recruitment these days, the followers in the territory have reached 600. At most half a month's time, it will meet your requirement of having 1,000 followers. Additionally, there are only over 200 free people willing to work on your territory." Ackman's words had just fallen. Aiden's unreserved voice immediately rang out. "Half a month's time? Too slow. I don't care what means you use. Within 7 days at most, I want to see 1,000 clamoring followers standing at the residence's entrance. Otherwise, let someone capable take the position of chief attendant." Ackman frowned tightly and responded, "Yes, master." Aiden's somewhat displeased curses sounded. "Get lost. I want to rest." Ackman dared not hesitate, retreating towards the room's exit. At the moment of turning around, Ackman, nearly uncontrollably, raised his head, eyes landing on Aiden lying on the big bed. The 2 stark, naked white bodies, arousing his imagination, entered his gaze. Retracting his gaze, Ackman exited the room, closing the wooden doors behind him, temporarily casting aside the twins' bodies from his mind. Ackman began to ponder how to recruit more followers and free people, though he didn't know why Aiden sought to recruit so many followers. But for him, wasn't it a good thing too? The more followers recruited, the more armed soldiers on the territory. And as Aiden Morrison's chief attendant, the more followers he could command, the greater his power. What method should be used to recruit more followers for Aiden? The followers currently recruited, the vast majority are free people from Morgantown and a few villages. But the total population of Morgantown is only around 3 or 4,000 people. Among them, there are various workshops and free people employed by other manors. The salary of a follower is no different from that of a craftsman. The reason hundreds of people can be recruited is that the status of a follower far exceeds that of ordinary farmers and craftsmen. Just as Ackman was pondering while walking into the reception hall on the first floor, a slightly young voice entered his ears. "Heard some new goods have arrived in the town?" Of course it's true. The Lord's territory is not far from Morgantown, and Morgantown is just that big. Whether it's true or false, just ask any of the colleagues going in and out of town to find out. It's a pity we don't know when the master will go to town. Otherwise, I'd definitely go and test the waters. You think you can? Let's not mention your capabilities, but how could the newly arrived goods allow you to try first? Yeah, the goods with good looks would already have been taken by those merchant manor lords. By the time it's our turn, only the less desirable ones are left. The young man's voice rang out again. Then you just don't understand. The good stuff is naturally taken by those masters and rich men, but for what's left, as long as you're willing to spend money, isn't it easy to obtain? An ordinary courtesan for one night costs 2 pence. You give her 4 pence, and she'll naturally let you explore as you wish. She might even actively cooperate with you, letting you spend a comfortable night. If you've got the money, you could even arrange for a courtesan you like to serve only you every day. It's entirely possible. Listening to the words of the young man, the followers standing guard at the door showed expressions of anticipation and yearning on their faces. They were originally the most grassroots, ordinary people, and apart from providing for their families, their only hobby with the money they earned was brothels. Standing at the back, Ackman heard the young man's words, and his eyes lit up slightly. He instantly combined the young man's ideas with recruiting followers. Spending money on courtesans and spending money to recruit followers. Aren't they exactly the same? As long as you're willing to spend more money on the salary of followers, won't you be able to recruit more followers? Instead of the original 2 or 3 pence per day salary for followers, give 4 or 5 pence. He didn't believe he couldn't recruit more followers. Besides, Master Aiden just said it himself, regardless of what method he uses. Spending a fortune on recruitment is naturally one of the methods. Thinking of this, Ackman's heart eased a bit, and he cast an approving glance at the young man. Thinking quickly, Ackman walked towards the few doorkeepers standing at the entrance. The followers, who were quietly chatting to relieve their boredom, immediately shut their mouths upon hearing the footsteps. Ackman spoke. "You can chat, but don't disturb the rest of the lord and lady in the manor. Otherwise, if Master Aiden asks for accountability, I can't protect you." The followers gratefully said, "Yes, Chief Attendant." Ackman's gaze shifted to the young man who had been talking eloquently about the way of the courtesan. The young man hurriedly responded, "Chief Attendant, my name is Gasper Nicholson." Ackman nodded and continued, "Gasper, from now on, you're my assistant as Chief Attendant Ackman, and you won't need to do door guard duties anymore. You just need to follow me every day." Gasper's eyes widened instantly, and he said in surprise, "Thank you, Chief Attendant." His body almost bent to a 90-degree angle. The other followers nearby, upon hearing this, were full of envy in their eyes, although they worked in shifts guarding the gate. But a shift was for an entire night, plus the night was still cold. Night watch wasn't easy. After becoming Ackman, the chief attendant's assistant, Gasper no longer needed to do night watch. He could even go to rest in the followers' quarters after Master Aiden and Chief Attendant Ackman took their rest. With the change in job nature, Gasper's status also rose. Seeing Gasper's expression of joy and the envious gazes of the other followers. As someone who had been promoted from a follower to chief attendant by Aiden, Ackman felt a sense of pleasure. So this is what exercising power feels like. The fate of the followers under him lay entirely at his whim. He's just a chief attendant and already feels this way. How much more power does Master Aiden, the Manor Lord, wield every day? Ackman felt full of envy. He pushed aside the increasingly irrelevant thoughts in his mind and continued, "Get some rest early. Tomorrow, come with me to Morgantown." Gasper had no hesitation, bowed and replied, "Yes, Chief Attendant." Ackman nodded, walking and patrolling around the manor. After finishing his patrol on the first floor, he went to the second floor and continued his tour. However, halfway through the second floor patrol, when passing Justin's room, seeing the partially open door, Ackman went in without hesitation. The sounds he overheard outside Aiden's room had long piqued his curiosity. Only a few minutes had passed. Justin's low, suppressed voice emanated from the room. The sounds in the room gradually ceased. At this point, Ackman had buried his head deep in front of Justin. Justin's soft and intermittent voice spoke, "I'm pregnant." Ackman's right hand, which was about to explore, instantly stopped. The face illuminated by the faint candlelight beside the bed was full of shock. Having finished breakfast, Lynn headed straight to the woodworker workshop. After several nights of drawing, the catapult's blueprints had been sketched and annotated by Lynn. Entering the workshop, Colin was leading the apprentices in the production. The woodworker workshop currently had 300 apprentices, directly divided by Lynn into 3 batches. The first batch of 100 was responsible for the production of the Wolf Fawn Club. The second batch of 100 was responsible for the production of the winch. The third batch of 150 was responsible for the production of the seaman knife car. By assigning the construction of different defensive equipment, the steps they needed to learn were reduced, thus speeding up the production efficiency and speed of different equipment. As Lynn just entered the workshop, Colin stepped forward to meet him. Looking at the blueprints handed by Lynn, Colin, without any hesitation, reached out his hands and took them. As Colin spread them out to inspect, Lynn began to explain. "This is a catapult. It is used to hurl large stones or other heavy objects at enemy fortifications or the attacking and defending enemies for long-range attacks." Listening to Master Lynn's explanation and looking at the blueprints on the table, Colin's eyes couldn't help but light up. During this time, all the blueprints sent by the Master were defensive machinery. Wolf Fawn Club, seaman knife car, winch, and so forth. This was the first large machine that could be used for both defense and offense. Although Colin didn't know how Master Lin sketched such exquisitely refined and destructive machinery. But after spending so much time together, Colin already believed that the master he followed, Lin, was no ordinary person. Could an ordinary person learn so many formats and also personally craft them? Would a person with such abilities be ordinary? Not just Colin, but the vast majority of townsmen unanimously believed. Master Lin was the embodiment of God, here to save the world. After a detailed look at the blueprints, Colin spoke. Master, the first finished winch and wolf fawn club have been sent to the city walls and should arrive by this evening at the latest. Moreover, I arranged for several carpenters who know the operation to go with them and teach the soldiers how to use them. Colin continued, at the current work efficiency, in 7 days at most, no, in 5 days' time, a wolf fawn club can be produced. The seaman knife car needs to be constructed according to the size of the gate under the city wall, and the seaman knife car for the gate under the city wall is under construction. But Wong City is still under construction, and we can only begin construction after the dimensions of the Wong City gate are measured or provided. The purpose of the seaman knife car is to be pushed into the city gate once it is about to be breached, forming an obstacle and a second line of defense. Soldiers behind the knife car, taking cover, use bows and arrows and other long-range weapons to attack the invading enemy army. Lin acknowledged. Then first proceed with the seaman knife car under the city wall. After it is completed, start making the catapult. With no hesitation, Colin responded, Yes, master. After dismissing Colin to continue teaching the carpenter apprentices in production, Lin walked through the workshop area. A wolf fawn club's dimensions were about 1.6 meters long, 1.5 meters wide, and 10 centimeters thick. Of course, this did not include the size of the very solid and sharp wolf fawn nail on the wolf fawn club. With the city wall over 100 meters wide, 30 wolf fawn clubs were completely sufficient. Enough space must also be left for the catapult and the crossbow cannons to be produced later. However, on the circular Wong City on top, one could install more wolf fawn clubs. Primarily, the current labor force is still insufficient. 5 days to produce a wolf fawn club is not considered fast. While inspecting the woodworker workshop, Lin continued his rounds through the workshop district. Under Jode's leadership, the construction of the 2 workshops needed by the textile workshop had begun. With red bricks from the red brick factory, wooden boards from the lumberyard, lime, river sand, and other materials. As long as there were enough construction workers, building them was not difficult. And the expansion of the 2 workshops and the iron smelting blast furnace needed by the blacksmith workshop was already in its final stage. Just needing to make the iron tools required for forging and other processes, they could then be put into production and use. Lin then went to Lex's brewing workshop, which was not very large in scale. There was only one workshop there, with no more than dozens of brewing apprentices. However, under Lex's leadership, the apprentices worked in an orderly manner. Dozens of people could also continuously brew wines, and after the distillation process, produce high-purity distilled spirits. As Lin was about to leave, Lex stepped out of the brewing workshop and quickly caught up. Running to Lin's side, Lex said with anticipation in his voice, Master Lin, please take a look. Is this what you referred to as alcohol? Lex reached out and handed over a small transparent bottle capped with glazed glass. Inside the small bottle was half filled with a pale yellow liquid. There were even small particles suspended on the surface of the liquid. Lin's thoughts moved, and a text panel floated before his eyes. Low-purity alcohol, distilled from liquor, with an alcohol concentration of 30%. It can be used for medical purposes, rituals, etc. Although the alcohol concentration is only 30%, it is still named alcohol. Lin directly said, Yes, but the alcohol concentration is too low. This still contains water, sugar, and other impurities. Lex furrowed his brows. It's still too low. He seemed to have thought of something and curiously asked Lin, Master, how can high-concentration alcohol be produced? Lin pondered for 2 seconds in his mind and said, First, the raw materials for brewing need to be high in carbon content for the raw materials. For example, grapes, honey, etc. Secondly, the distillation process needs a more precise distillation apparatus, a still, a condenser, and a clean collector. During distillation, multiple distillations and fractionations must be performed to continuously increase the alcohol concentration. Finally, you can use some additional methods. Add some fine salt to the distilled alcohol. Fine salt can make the alcohol volatilize more, thereby increasing the distillation efficiency and concentration to some extent. Lex frowned, deep in thought. He seemed to understand somewhat, but was more perplexed. Lynn said, "Take it slow, Lex. You already know the principle of distilling alcohol. Achieving the distillation of highly pure alcohol is just a matter of time. Perhaps, during your continuous research, you will suddenly gain insight, and then distillation will no longer hinder you." Getting affirmation from Master Lin, Lex felt slightly relieved. "I understand, Master. Thank you for your guidance." Lin nodded, letting Lex continue with his work. He stepped out of the brewing workshop. High-concentration alcohol is very important for disinfection and antiseptic, medicine production, becoming a new type of beverage, etc. If Lex, under his guidance, can research a method to distill and produce high-concentration alcohol, and then produce and manufacture it on a large scale, then it would undoubtedly trigger the rise of an entire new industry. For example, the planting of raw materials, the production of distillation equipment, transportation, and sales, etc. Lin arrived at the glass workshop. The shelves on both sides of the workshop were already filled with various types of glazed glass products. Designs, colors, even sizes, each were different. Some of the glazed bottles even had patterns of flowers, grass, and animals on them. Glancing over them, Lin couldn't help but feel a little dazzled. A light step approached Lin's side. The words were full of respectful address. "Lord." Lin glanced at Layla beside him, approvingly saying, "These glazed products are made quite well." Layla shyly bowed. "It's all thanks to your good teaching, Master. Without you, we wouldn't have been able to make glazed glass." Lin inquired, "Where is Bo?" Layla replied, "Master, he is inside making a glazed mirror. I will go and get him now." Lin nodded, watching Layla quickly walk into the workshop. Two figures walked out from inside the glass workshop. Lin noticed a discernible hint of excitement on Bo's face. Arriving beside Lin, Bo bowed with full apology and said, "Master, please forgive my rudeness for not meeting you immediately." Lin asked, "Layla said you were making a glazed mirror?" Upon hearing this, the excitement on Bo's face became even more apparent. He quickly explained, Yes, Master. According to your words, I modified glass liquid by melting quartz sand in different proportions, then cooled and solidified it. By accident, I created two glazed pieces of different shapes, stacked together. Master, something amazing happened." Lin spoke calmly. "You discovered the two stacked glazed mirrors altered the distance of objects in sight. Objects that are barely visible to the naked eye, or very small in the distance, appear larger in the glazed mirror." Hearing Lin's explanation, Bo's face was full of wonder. "Master, how did you know?" As soon as he said this, Bo realized he had asked a useless question. It was Master Lin who directed him to melt glass using different proportions of quartz sand. How could Master Lin not know? Coming back to his senses, Bo handed the bamboo tube in his hand to Lin. "Master, I have continuously adjusted the two glazed mirrors and eventually came up with this." Lin reached out to take it and placed it in front of his eyes. At once, a blurred and cloudy scene appeared before him. But through the lens, he could clearly see and know the images in his eyes were nothing but glazed bottles. He turned his body and looked outside the workshop. The distant mountains and river and houses appeared more blurred than ever. Due to a coincidence, Bo had invented the telescope. However, due to limited ability and technology, the telescope could only see within a few hundred meters. Lin declared, "A telescope. However, it needs continuous improvement. Such a telescope doesn't have practical use and can damage vision instead." Hearing Master Lin's words, Bo's eyebrows slightly raised. He kept repeating Lin's words, "Telescope, telescope." After a few repetitions, Bo was nudged by Layla beside him, and he instantly came back to his senses. Bo curiously asked, "Master, how should we make improvements?" Lin began to explain. "First, just like the convex and concave mirrors you inadvertently created, we need to make lenses with curvature, which can be difficult to make using a template. Second, is polishing and processing, using grinding stones and sandpaper to process the lenses, making them smoother and reducing light scattering. Then, it's about installation, placing the finished lenses into the telescope tube, ensuring stability. Finally, it's about adjusting the focal length by changing the distance between the lenses to obtain a clear image. Lin paused and said to Bo, "If you want to make a telescope, first, you need to understand what the principles of light are. For example, the refraction of light, reflection of light, lens imaging, the reversibility of light paths, and even the diffraction of light." Bo's face was stunned. These words, he had never heard of them. Not just Bo, Layla also looked equally confused. Seeing the two of them look like they were listening to celestial books, Lin helplessly smiled and said, "Then continue trying to make telescopes. But you must remember one thing. A lens thick in the middle and thin at the edges as the objective lens. A lens thin in the middle and thick at the edges as the eyepiece." Upon hearing this, Bo silently recited in his mind, "Eyepiece thin in the middle and thick around. Objective lens thick in the middle and thin around." After instructing Bo, Lin left the glass workshop. Wanting to make a telescope, it's difficult to say whether it's hard or not. Since Bo is interested in making telescopes, let him take his time to research. After inspecting the artisan workshops, Lin also conducted statistics in his mind on the labor shortage in the entire artisan workshops. To increase the speed of weaving armor plates in the textile workshops and make 20 sets of composite armor every day, at least an additional workforce of 400 is needed. The newly expanded 2 blacksmith workshops and the iron smelting furnace also need at least 400 workers. The brewing workshop can take 50 more people, and the pottery workshop can also increase appropriately, including the fisheries workshop and other miscellaneous workshops. A total of at least 1,000 people are needed. However, with the current pace of development in the domain, he cannot find 1,000 townsmen from other places to put into the workshop district. Labor has always been a problem Lin can't solve. Leaving the artisan workshops, Lin arrived at the open square in front of the town. After building the Lord's statue on the square, Lin learned that the townsmen spontaneously named the square Lord Square. As his gaze looked afar at the stone road between the fields and the convoy of carriages traveling at a steady speed, Lin's eyebrows involuntarily raised. A carriage merchant convoy? When the convoy arrived at Lord's Square, pulled by the coachman, it gradually stopped amidst the braying sounds. A middle-aged man dismounted from the horseback. Upon seeing Lin, the middle-aged man wasted no time in coming before Lin. Boar saluted with a merchant gesture, straightened his posture, and smiled. "Master Lin, long time no see." Looking at Boar in front of him, Lin returned the smile. "Indeed, it has been some time since we last met, Mr. Boar. However, Mr. Boar has come earlier than I imagined. I thought it would be after spring begins." Boar smiled helplessly and said, "Master, it's those cross-region and cross-country traveling merchants who start only after spring. For us local traveling merchants, we must start as soon as the ice and snow melt. Otherwise, when those merchants steer longboats into Gibraltar Strait arriving at Fisherman's Wharf, bringing lots of goods, all the profit will be snatched by them. It's only been a month or so since they last met." Whether it's Boar's foresight or the demeanor in his words, there is a clear change. After going through several bandit attacks, the trials of life and death, Boar has completely changed. Lin spoke, asking, "Mr. Boar, what goods have you brought me this time?" Boar did not hesitate, explaining directly, "Wheat, Master Lin, 30,000 pounds of wheat, and 20,000 pounds of barley." Lin understood and asked, "Mr. Boar, what is the current market price for fine salt?" Boar recalled for a few seconds and said, 8 pence per pound of fine salt, Master. Entering winter, the coastal empire's fine salt cannot be sun-dried, reducing fine salt production efficiency. Plus, longboats cannot reach inland, so the price of fine salt rising is quite reasonable. Lin quickly calculated in his mind. A few seconds later, he spoke, "Mr. Boar, I can give you 6,800 pounds of fine salt." Boar just wanted to nod, his face slightly stunned, somewhat puzzled. 6,800 pounds. Master Lin, isn't that too much? 30,000 pounds of wheat is 30,000 pence. 20,000 pounds of barley is 4,000 pence. All combined is only 34,000 pence. Master Lin instantly offers 6,800 pounds. This can only mean Master Lin has reduced the price of fine salt exchange for him once again. 5 pence per pound fine salt price. Just taking this batch of fine salt out for sale to those salt merchants will definitely yield a huge profit. Lin calmly shook his head. Mr. Boar, it's just 5 pence per pound of fine salt. Not only for this batch of grain, I want to discuss a big deal with Mr. Boar and your Chamber of Commerce. Boar looked at Lin curiously, asking, a big deal? Lin responded, yes, I can give Mr. Boar a 5 pence per pound fine salt price for the exchange. In the future, all grains, I can give you at this price. The more grains delivered, the better, no upper limit. Of course, other goods are the same. Boar's eyebrows raised. All grains can be exchanged at 5 pence per pound of fine salt? It seems like it's just from 6 pence per pound to 5 pence. Only 1 penny difference. But when the weight of the grains changes, it becomes entirely different. 10,000 pounds of grain is an extra 10,000 pence. 100,000 pounds of grain is an extra 100,000 pence. If, like the last autumn, delivering 1,000,000 pounds of grain to Master Lin, that's an extra 10,000 pence. An increase of over 4,000 gold pounds. Such calculation is an extremely terrifying existence. Master Lin actually said the grain he wants to purchase can be unlimited. Boar naturally knows that as the time for spring plowing and sowing approaches, Master Lin requires a large amount of grain as seeds for planting. But regardless of Master Lin's intentions, it has nothing to do with him as a merchant. What he needs to do is gather all the local traders in his guild once again. Go to all the small towns and villages within Kakasong City's vicinity to collect large amounts of grain and crop seeds. Then drive the carts to transport all the grain and seeds to Master Lin's territory. Exchange them for the fine salt they need. The transaction is complete. Boar had no hesitation, bending respectfully and saying, Master Lin, thank you for your generosity. Even if you exchange at the market price of 6 pence per pound of fine salt, I, along with the members of my guild, will do everything we can to purchase various goods for you. As a merchant who made his fortune relying on Master Lin's fine salt, Boar naturally knows what to do and what not to do. Lin stated firmly, I need more merchants, not just your guild. As long as they can purchase a large amount of grain and transport it into my territory, they can exchange it for fine salt at 5 pence. But not because Master Lin lowered the price of fine salt for other merchants. Rather, it's why Master Lin needs so much grain. Even if it's for cultivation or for supplying the daily needs of the townsmen in the territory. With the transportation he and his guild members provide, it's already more than sufficient. Just like the last large-scale transport of winter wheat seeds. Despite Boar's doubts, he didn't ask anything. As a lord, Master Lin naturally has his reasons and purposes for doing so. He only needs to operate according to Master Lin's requests. After unloading all the barley and wheat from the carts, 6,800 pounds of fine salt were loaded onto the carts again. After bidding farewell to Lin, Boar led the convoy out of the small town. The sky gradually darkened, yet the below-freezing temperatures of winter have already disappeared. Wearing a thick wool coat instead brought a strange warmth. Watching Boar's convoy drift away under the night sky, Lin withdrew his gaze. Under the observant eyes of the townsmen, Lin returned towards the castle. Boar's return indicated that he did not resent Lin for not sending troops to rescue during the previous bandit attack. Godfrey's arrival with the knights wasn't Boar's betrayal. Moreover, after Godfrey departed, Lawrence's army didn't press upon them. Rather, they left. This slightly reassured him. Then what was the purpose of Godfrey coming to his territory? No one could answer Lin. Suppressing the distractions and speculations in his mind, Lin returned to the castle. Lin sat in the armchair by the fireplace, contemplating the development plans for the territory. Thus far, the basic construction needed in the territory has been tentatively completed. The townsmen's needs, such as red brick houses, wells, bathhouses, kitchens, are all present. Secondly, the development of handicrafts has taken shape. The iron smelting furnace that refines iron ore into iron blocks can forge iron farming tools and weapons armor in the blacksmith workshop. For weaving hemp rope or woolen rope into linen cloth and coarse wool robes, there's the textile workshop. Now they're also engaged in the weaving of padded armor. In addition to brewing beer and distilled spirits, The brewing workshop has begun distilling alcohol. Besides making daily glazed glass items for the townsmen, the glass workshop can trade glazed products to Grayson. The fishery workshop is processing the river fish caught in the Aladia River into longer storage smoked fish and creating fish glue, fish oil, etc. The miscellaneous workshop makes everyday miscellaneous items like candles. However, with current production efficiency, they cannot forge a lot of armor. More labor is necessary. Next, in agriculture and animal husbandry, the 55,000 acres of farmland have all been planted with winter barley. Despite a freeze and snowfall, the seedlings have a high survival rate thanks to early precautions and protection. In the pasture, cattle, horses, sheep, pigs, and chickens have entered stages of reproduction and expanding breeding scale. Grain is the core of the stable development of the entire territory. Even with substantial grain reserves in the warehouse, spring sowing and autumn harvest are efforts that must be fully pursued each year. Then, regarding the territory's military aspects, the territory has a total of 1,100 armed forces, 200 heavy cavalry, 300 heavy infantry, 100 light infantry, plus 300 archers, and 200 territorial guards. With external warfare, the manpower may be a bit inadequate, but relying on the sturdy and towering city walls, leveraging the defensive machinery under construction, at least 70 to 80% chance of successfully repelling an invasion by 2,000 or 3,000 attackers. However, this amount of military force is certainly insufficient for the impending battle for imperial authority. More troop expansion is a must. Education and the formulation and dissemination of territorial law, the promotion system for townsmen, and the leadership management system in the territory. The immediate priority is to draft a comprehensive and perfect management system for the generals. With the continuous expansion of troops, there are more and more soldiers in the territory, making it increasingly difficult to convey commands. Only by drafting a perfect management system can the entire army remain united in purpose. Promises must be kept, actions must have consequences. Otherwise, no matter how large the army is, it's just a loose sandpile, unable to exert true strength. As for education, territorial law, and the territory court, Lin decided to continue postponing them. Without enough armed forces in the territory and a reasonably established identity, even if he flawlessly executes the education and laws of the entire territory, it's merely a spiritual bubble. Constant forward development and strengthening the hard power of the territory is the primary task. Taking a short break, Kisi walked beside Lin. She gently said, "Master, the hot water is ready. Would you like to soak now?" Lin responded, "Let's soak now." Standing up from the armchair, Lin walked towards the private room. While walking, Lin spoke to Kisi. "Pass your work to another maid and give me a massage. I've been a bit tired lately." Kisi felt inexplicably nervous but still responded, "Yes, master." Watching Lin enter the private room, Kisi hurriedly summoned Polia and explained all the tasks that needed to be completed later. Under Yaya's perplexed gaze, Kisi stepped into the private room. Yaya pondered for a moment, eventually giving up the idea of transforming into Kisi's appearance to enter the room and assassinate Lin during his relaxation. Even if she changed her body and appearance, she couldn't get close to Lin at all. It was as if Lin could see through her soul at a glance. How exactly could she get close to Lin and harm him? Yaya felt her mind was somewhat stuck for a moment. However, after living in the territory for some time, Yaya suddenly felt she had adapted here, even taking on the identity of an ordinary maid. No whipping, no humiliation, nor the memory of being a bed tool for the Lord. Here, as long as you labor, you can obtain food. Even if she fulfilled her contract with Lin and left this territory, where could she go? Return to the enchanting forest and live alone again. But now she didn't even know which direction the enchanting forest lay. Suppressing the wild thoughts in her heart, Yaya retreated from the hall. Winter is about to leave, soon entering the onset of spring. The once somewhat quiet Morgantown returned to its usual bustling state. Free people or wealthy individuals walked back and forth on the streets of the town. The trading area of the town was crowded with people. Calls for sale echoed one after another. Under a hastily erected wooden frame and canvas tent, Ackman sat on a chair. He watched listlessly at the followers before him, recruiting new ones for Master Aiden. Home address and family members. In Morgantown, with wife and children at home. You are now recruiting followers for Aiden Morrison's territory, and you will receive a daily salary of 2 pence and food to fill your stomach. Of course I am. This earns much more than farming. Very well, you can wait at the back now. Ackman casually glanced at the successful recruit. Medium build, obviously one who has worked frequently in the fields, despite not having undergone weapon training. Ackman didn't mind, because this kind of man has a certain brute strength. After recruiting a dozen or so people, Ackman couldn't help but yawn. He glanced sideways at Gasper. Got any money on you? Gasper, who was looking for suitable followers, was slightly taken aback and hesitated. Ackman immediately rolled his eyes, somewhat displeased. What do you mean, suppose so? It's either you have, or you don't. I see. You're worried I'll take your money, aren't you? Relax. I just left in a hurry, and my purse is at the estate. I'm just looking to borrow some. Upon hearing this, Gasper grinned. No problem. I have money, chief attendant. Ackman disdainfully rolled his eyes at Gasper. Looking at the recruiting followers, Ackman stood up from his chair. He instructed, you all continue to recruit. Make sure to ask clearly their home address and family members. If there's any mishap with the followers recruited, Master Aiden will immediately cut you down. The followers sat up straight, responding in unison, yes, chief attendant. Ackman nodded contently and said to Gasper, let's go. Before Gasper could respond, Ackman walked towards the outside of the trading area. After walking several meters, Gasper asked curiously, Chief Attendant, where are we going? Ackman turned and glanced at Gasper. Didn't you say a batch of new goods arrived? It's rare to get out of the territory, of course. I need to have a good time. What? I'm borrowing your money to invite you out, and you're unwilling? All right then, leave the money and you can go back. The saved money can be used for more fun. Gasper raised his eyebrows and quickly said, How can that be? Chief Attendant, I've come all this way. Feeling the urgency in Gasper's voice, Ackman nodded with satisfaction. That's more like it. What type do you like? Big chest, big butt? Or one with a waist that you can grasp easily? Gasper thought for 2 seconds and said, Big ones. Ackman's face showed a hint of a smile. Indeed, great minds think alike. Ackman stretched out his arm and placed it on Gasper's shoulder. Under the envious gaze of those around, they walked through the door of a 3-story building. Ackman's gaze wandered around the first floor, and when it landed on a voluptuous figure, he did not hesitate and walked over. Amidst surprised shouts, Ackman hugged the voluptuous woman and walked into a room with an open door. Ackman's eyes were filled with an eager glow, ignoring Gasper, who was trailing behind. A few women dressed as beauties came to Gasper's side, their long, fair arms slowly passing in front of him. Neck, chin, even the base of the ear. Sir, you look so strong. Do you want to choose just one of us or take all three? Seeing the high, white curves and deep clefts in front of the 3 women and the rounded shape behind them, Gasper turned his arm, wrapping it around the waist of one of the younger women. With a move, Gasper carried her like a princess, and under the envious gaze of the other 2 women, walked towards the room next to Ackman's. In just a few minutes, sounds of uninhibited shouting came from Gasper's room. Seeing Ackman just sitting on the chair, drinking wine, the voluptuous woman swayed her hips, came to him, and sat on his legs. She extended her hands, started unbuttoning Ackman's clothes, and said, What? You didn't just invite me to drink wine, did you? The voluptuous woman's right hand reached down towards Ackman. Ackman gulped down the wine from his cup, curling his lips. Drink wine? Soon I'll show you what happens when you provoke me. The sound of bodies colliding echoed in Ackman's room. Ackman walked out of the room, deeply satisfied. His gaze shifted, but he didn't see Gasper. Just as he was about to look for him, the door next to him opened. A blushing Gasper, wrapped in a robe, walked out of the room. Inside the room, Ackman could clearly see a fair body trembling at the edge of the big bed. Ackman cast a look of approval at Gasper. Coming to Ackman's side, Gasper said a bit breathlessly, Chief Attendant, I've paid the money. I can leave now. Ackman nodded and said, Good. Once we return to the mansion tonight, I'll repay you. Gasper waved his hand and said, Chief Attendant, there's no need. It's just a small amount. Consider it a thank you for choosing me as an assistant. Listening to Gasper's words, Ackman's sense of approval grew even stronger. Then, as you said, Gasper, rest assured. Stick with me, and you'll be successful one day. Gasper had no doubts. Of course, Chief Attendant. As they spoke, the two walked shoulder to shoulder out of the three-story building. Ackman and a few followers, along with the 15 recruited followers, left Morgantown on horseback. They headed towards Morrison's territory. As night fell, they returned to the mansion front. Leaping off the horses, handing them over to the gatekeepers, Ackman looked at the 15 people. From now on, you are Master Aiden Morrison's followers. Master will provide you with weapons, food, and lodging rooms. And of course, you'll receive weapons. Your duty is to obey Master Aiden's orders and protect his personal and property safety. No one can leave the territory without Master's permission. The 15 followers didn't hesitate, understood. Ackman nodded with satisfaction, looking at Gasper. You take them to the dorms for organization. Gasper responded, Yes, Chief Attendant. Watching Gasper lead the followers away, Ackman finally entered the mansion. In the reception hall, Aiden was enjoying dinner with the twins and Lady Justine. Ackman dared not disturb and stood quietly some distance from the table, waiting. Though no words were spoken, Ackman's gaze couldn't help but observe discreetly. On Aiden's plump legs, the twins each sat on one. They held tableware in their hands, continuously feeding Aiden various foods. Sounds of chewing and swallowing like that of a feeding pig echoed from Aiden's mouth. Aiden's hands were around the twins' slender waists. As his hands slowly moved down, they wantonly kneaded the high curves on them. The twins' bodies were unsure if they were uncomfortable or comfortable as they slowly stretched and moved. Ackman took one glance and immediately lowered his head. Aiden finally finished his meal. As the twins wiped his mouth clean, Aiden burped contentedly, asking, Ackman, how many followers did you recruit today? Ackman explained without hesitation, Lord, 15 people. Aiden's previously calm face immediately turned gloomy. Ackman, my words have always been strict and orderly. You still have a few days. If you can't recruit 1,000 followers, there's no need for you to be the chief attendant. Ackman quickly responded, Lord, I always remember your instructions. Aiden's tone slightly improved. Good to remember. Aiden stood up, embracing the twin maids on either side, under everyone's gaze. He stepped toward the staircase not far away. Until Aiden's figure ascended the staircase and disappeared, Ackman felt a slight relief in the pressure on his mind. Retracting his gaze, Ackman looked at Justin, who was cleaning the tableware with the maids. Justin's face was full of seriousness and composure at this moment. Where was the eager and indulged expression when he was with her in the room? Justin glanced back at him, speaking casually and indifferently. Ackman, chief attendant, if you are quite idle, you can inspect the residence. Many followers have been newly recruited. Be cautious not to recruit some undesirable ones here. If anything unexpected happens, the Lord certainly won't spare you. The chief attendant. Ackman naturally dared not overstep. Yes, madam. He stepped back a few steps and began to inspect the residence. After inspecting the third floor of the residence, Ackman came to the second floor. Looking at the double door still slightly ajar, Ackman hesitated for a moment. Thinking of Justin's composure not long ago, her words were graceful and confident. A surge of illicit fire exploded within Ackman's body. He was going to see how Justin, alone, would maintain her composure. He walked into the room, closing the door. The sound of clapping bodies resounded behind the wooden door, not restrained in the slightest, like a complete release of emotions. An hour later, silence enveloped the room. In the dimly lit room, Ackman tightly embraced Justin from behind. His left hand, placed on her body, roamed and kneaded freely. A ghostly voice emerged from Justin, facing away from him. Ackman, what should we do after this? Ackman, who was playfully engaged before, immediately stopped his hands. He inquired, What do you mean by that? Justin's voice turned somewhat cold, continuing, So? Have you forgotten? Ackman remained silent, quietly listening. He naturally understood why Justin would ask this. Justin said, This matter can't be hidden. A month has passed without bleeding. At most 2 more months, my body will undergo significant changes. I'll become pregnant. Ackman wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Justin. Don't think this has nothing to do with you. I haven't shared a bed with the Lord for 5 years now. There's a problem with the Lord's body. No matter how good the stamina, with endless energy, he can't father a blood heir with a woman. To preserve his dignity as a lord, we can only say there's an issue with my body. A month without bleeding is the best proof. I'm pregnant, indicating there's no problem with my body. But likewise, the child can only be someone else's. Justin paused, then continued. If the Lord knows his legitimate wife is pregnant, but the child isn't his, what do you think the Lord will do? The Lord bought so many young maids to nurture a blood heir for the Morrison family. As Justin continued to reveal the truth, Ackman felt a growing immense pressure in his heart. If the Lord knows, even beheading is considered light. What awaits him is the endless torment. Seeing Ackman still silent, Justin continued speaking, as if passing a death sentence on him. You'll die, then be chopped into pieces by Aiden to feed his greyhound. A fine layer of sweat appeared on Ackman's hands. I'll die too, because I've betrayed Aiden Morrison. And also, the child in my belly with you will die. Ackman's brow furrowed tightly, his voice low. Then what do you want me to do? Justin gently shook her head. I don't know. I don't know what you should do. But I want to live. I want to live with your child. Though the time with you is short, every time I feel very happy. Ackman's body hairs instantly stood upright. The complexity in his heart was overwhelming. After a moment of silence, Ackman tightly hugged Justin, softly speaking. Rest assured, I'll make sure you and the child survive. Justin's somewhat panicked voice turned calm. Ackman came to understand. Justin's composure and seriousness in front of others were all an act. At this moment, she was full of confusion and fear. Just as Ackman's left hand slowly moved from Justin to below her belly, preparing to comfort her once more, the sound of footsteps slowly passed from outside the door. The sound was faint, but it clearly entered Ackman's ears like a startled bird. Ackman hurriedly sat up, turned his head towards the wooden door. A voice that Ackman was extremely familiar with sounded outside the door. Isn't the chief attendant on patrol? Why hasn't he been seen for so long? The master is searching for him. Could he have gone outside the estate? It was precisely Gasper's voice, his assistant. As the voice faded, the solitary footsteps gradually drifted away. Ackman's heart slightly relaxed. Luckily, it was only Gasper, meaning others hadn't noticed his affair with Justin. Without any hesitation, Ackman began to put on his clothes. A few minutes later, with Justin's caring inquiry, Ackman leaned against the wooden door, listening to the movements outside. After confirming there was nothing unusual, he opened a crack in the door and peeked out. Then, quickly slipped out. He directly headed towards the stairs to the first floor. As soon as he arrived on the first floor, Ackman encountered Gasper, who was entering through the estate's main door. Looking at Gasper's hurried appearance, Ackman pretended to ask, "What happened? Why are you in such a rush?" Seeing Ackman in front, Gasper hurried to catch up. Standing before Ackman, he began to explain, "Chief Attendant, finally found you. Master Aiden is waiting for you in his room." Ackman nodded slightly, asking as he walked towards the stairs, "Did he mention what it's about?" Gasper shook his head. The master didn't make it clear. Ackman's heart slightly relaxed, responding, "Then accompany me up." As long as it wasn't about Justin, he felt no pressure to do anything else, nor did he need to be afraid. Gasper raised his eyebrows. "All right, Chief Attendant." Under Ackman's lead, Gasper reached the third floor, but he could only wait outside Aiden's room. Ackman knocked on the wooden door, inquiring, "Master, you were looking for me?" As the words fell, there was no response from inside the room. Just as he was about to knock again, the sound of bare feet stepping on a wooden floor sounded from behind the wooden door. Ackman instantly understood and slowly lowered his raised right hand. Amidst the sound of door locks opening, one side of the double doors opened. The maid's young face and figure appeared in Ackman's view. Ackman took a greedy glance before hurriedly lowering his head and entering the room. Coming to the familiar standing area, Ackman kept his head down while asking, "Master, you were looking for me?" Aiden's deep voice responded, Cease the recruitment of attendants for now. I need you to do something." Without any hesitation, Ackman hurriedly responded, "Master, please command." Aiden continued speaking. "I need you to play the role of a merchant, transport a batch of goods, head towards that wall, and enter the territory." Ackman's eyebrows suddenly raised, surprised to say, "Master, you mean me? But I have no experience in trading. Doing so would surely expose me immediately. If it delays your plans, that would be." Ackman's speech was abruptly interrupted by Aiden. "You think I'm negotiating with you?" A chill instantly formed on Ackman's forehead. He quickly bent down, full of apologies. "Master, Ackman doesn't dare." Aiden's voice continued. "You don't need to do anything. Just transport the goods there and establish contact and relationship with that territory's lord." Ackman dared not question, responding, "Yes, master." Aiden said, "Go down and rest. Set off at dawn tomorrow." Ackman backed out of Aiden's room, closing the opened wooden door as he left. Glancing at Gasper guarding the doorway, he proceeded towards the stairs. Gasper followed closely behind. Ackman and Gasper arrived at the first floor's reception hall. Now it was evening, and the maids had long retired to rest. The reception hall was empty. Looking at Ackman's furrowed brows ahead, Gasper quietly asked, "Chief Attendant, did something happen?" Ackman was about to get angry, but recalled Gasper was serving him during the day and casually gave a report at Justin's door earlier. He finally suppressed his anger. Ackman glanced around before speaking. "Master Aiden wants me to play a merchant, enter the walls, and establish relationships with the Lord while trading." Gasper hesitated for a few seconds before saying, "Doesn't that mean the master values you?" Upon hearing this, Ackman angrily laughed. "Value? I'm merely a guard attendant. Where do I have the eloquent speaking skills of a merchant? If I had this ability, I'd have gone into commerce long ago. Entering a territory, isn't he sending me to my death?" Gasper agreed with a nod. "It seems that way." Ackman rolled his eyes. "What seems like, and what doesn't?" Gasper's face was full of helplessness. "Since that's the case, there's no other way. Then I wish the chief attendant success in completing the task and returning triumphantly. Then I will take my leave, chief attendant." Ackman glanced at him and was just about to let Gasper leave. Suddenly he thought of something and said, "You're quite the talker." Gasper's eyes widened, and he didn't have time to speak. Ackman continued, "Then you shall play the merchant, and I will lead a few followers to become the guards of your caravan." Gasper hurriedly replied, "Chief attendant, wouldn't this go against the master's orders?" "He instructed you." Ackman dismissed it nonchalantly. "Orders? What orders? As long as the task is completed, does it matter who the merchant is?" Gasper hesitated. "All right then." With the help of over a dozen followers, 3 carts loaded with barley were fully packed. With a shout from Ackman, set off. Under the guard of 6 mounted followers, the caravan headed out of the estate. On the 3rd floor of a room, Master Aiden's corpulent body stood behind a round window, watching the caravan leave. Beside him, 2 twins wrapped their arms around his, letting the softness against their chests continually deform and distort. On the gravel path between the farmlands, the 3 carts moved steadily under the direction of the driver. Fortunately, the snow and ice on the ground had long melted. 2 draft horse carts carrying about 2,000 pounds of grain felt no strain. Instead, they moved with ease. As they traveled, the followers constantly watched their surroundings vigilantly. They had already left the Morrison Manor Lord's domain. They were in the wilderness, even though they knew the Iron Blood Brotherhood bandit corps had been annihilated. In the current world, it was easy for another bandit group to emerge. After all, raiding a caravan or a village was much simpler and quicker than toiling away at farming. Ackman surveyed their surroundings and, seeing nothing amiss, turned to look at Gasper on his right. He inquired, "Gasper, you haven't been Master Aiden's follower for long, have you?" Also mounted, Gasper nodded quickly. "Indeed, Chief Attendant, it's been less than a month." Ackman acknowledged, continuing, "From Morgantown?" Gasper explained, "From Ballawang Village in Morgantown." However, Ballawang Village was almost completely wiped out by the attack of the Iron Blood Brotherhood bandits. Only a few of us villagers working away from home escaped their wrath. Ackman nodded, ceasing his inquiries. His tone shifted. "In a few hours, we should arrive at the town walls. Gasper, from now on, you're the merchant of this crop caravan, and we're your guards, following your lead. Once inside the walls, you'll negotiate with the lord of the domain." Gasper nodded solemnly. "Yes, Chief Attendant." Ackman glanced at the 4 followers behind him, speaking in a deep voice. You need not do anything but stay silent and surround the cart. Now, call Gasper Master. The followers exchanged glances, then called out, Master Gasper. Hearing the uneven shouts, Ackman nodded in satisfaction. A day quickly passed. Ackman and his group saw in the distance the towering town walls. An indescribable tension appeared in each of their hearts. Beside them stood large chevaux de frise made with iron nails and logs. Ackman roughly estimated they were about 2 meters high, such height that even warhorses could not leap over. Was it fear of enemy attacks that prompted the Lord to craft such chevaux de frise? After briefly taking in the sight, Ackman and his group continued advancing their cart and horses toward the wall without pause. As they approached, they could see figures clad in armor, gripping long spears atop the wall. Ackman knew, just as Jeremy, whom he had killed, had said, those were fully armed soldiers, like the soldiers of the Duca's sword and shield corps brought by Lawrence. One quick glance revealed at least a dozen fully armed soldiers, and Ackman couldn't imagine how many more lay behind the wall. Approaching the wall, before Ackman could remind Gasper, Gasper preemptively shouted to the wall, Gentlemen, I'm a local merchant under Mr. Bohr, here to conduct a transaction. Gasper's voice echoed through the forest, but there was no response from the wall. Just as Ackman hesitated to have Gasper say something else, a low thud of an iron gate opening reached their ears. Ackman quickly turned to look. Over a dozen soldiers riding warhorses, clad in standard plate armor and wielding long spears, galloped out from behind the gate. The rapid hoofbeats made the horses they rode neigh with fear. The heavy, metallic presence, along with a sense of impending violence, instantly struck Ackman and his group's hearts. As the heavy cavalry reached them and began an inspection, Gasper continued, Gentlemen, I am a friend of Mr. Bohr. Mr. Bohr has sent me to transport grain for exchange. Ackman glanced at Gasper, though he didn't know who this Bohr was. But evidently, the name Bohr had persuaded these soldiers to open the gate. A burly figure, mounted on a warhorse, slowly approached from behind. The dozen cavalrymen surrounding them reined in their horses to make way for the burly man. Rose glanced at Gasper, then at Ackman, speaking, Submit to inspection, leave your weapons, and if you pass, you may enter. Listening to Rose's words, Ackman frowned deeply. What a domineering rule. Submitting to inspection he could accept, but leaving their weapons? If anything happened inside, they'd have no means of defense or resistance without their weapons. Gasper spoke up, Of course, my lord. Rose didn't say a word, but looked at the cavalry beside him. Upon receiving a signal, the cavalry dismounted and began to inspect the goods on the carriage. Several other soldiers collected the weapons from the hands of these followers. The soldiers reported, The goods are fine. All weapons have been collected. Rose acknowledged, and turned his gaze to Gasper and Ackman. Follow me. With permission granted, they proceeded as Rose drove the horse under him forward. Under the escort of the heavy cavalry, the group proceeded slowly towards the gate beneath the city walls. Not yet close. Ackman, with careful observation, noticed that the corners of the city walls were entirely crimson. Even the soil had been stained a dark red-black. Ackman naturally understood that it had been soaked with blood, and over time, it turned such a color. What horrified Ackman was that it wasn't just one patch, but the entire corner of the city wall was dark red. A scale like this would require the blood of at least hundreds dead to achieve such a staggering scope. Ackman recalled the words spoken by the late Jeremy. The Iron Blood Brotherhood bandit corps was annihilated by the Lord behind the city wall. With eyes wide open, Ackman watched as the group rode through the city wall and arrived behind the gate. The smooth and neat limestone road extended all the way to the dim end of the forest. Constructed on both sides of the limestone road were rows of red brick and gray-tiled houses. Though the slopes were different, they were arranged neatly, and there was no sign of disorder. Escorted by the cavalry led by Rose, they continuously advanced deeper. Just as they were about to exit the forest, Ackman and several followers' eyes widened, their faces filled with astonishment. A long column of heavily armored soldiers, like a steel beast, was undergoing physical training involving running. Their orderly footsteps created a continuous, undulating sound of metal clashing against the ground with each step. Accompanied by the sound of the full-body standard armor, they wore clashing and rubbing against each other. The soldiers wore full-face helmets, making their faces invisible. Precisely because of this, the long and orderly line of soldiers made them feel afraid. These were real soldiers, true killing machines. Compared to them, they were but a rabble. Engaging in close-quarter combat with soldiers in full-plate armor was akin to striking a stone with an egg. Ackman watched this long line of heavily armored soldiers dash past them, his expression heavy. He roughly estimated there were at least over 200. He didn't know how many other heavily armored soldiers there were that he couldn't see. But he knew that with these 200 heavily armored soldiers mounted on warhorses, wherever they went, they would be unstoppable. Even if Aiden recruited 1,000 followers, what of it? One charge, and they would be slaughtered to the last. Aiden was still laboring to recruit temporary followers, while the lord of these lands had already formed his own fully armed soldiers. When this long line of soldiers brushed past them, they finally exited the forest. Their view ahead suddenly became clear. Ackman's gaze went beyond a vast expanse of cultivated farmland, landing on a distant and large-scale bustling town. His heart couldn't help but be shocked once more. As the carriage convoy continued to draw closer, Ackman found the town's scale to be at least twice that of Morgantown. Water wheels, massive, exotic buildings, 10-meter-tall chimneys. And was that a vast, expansive castle? Looking at the real yet dreamlike scene before him, Ackman couldn't believe his eyes. Behind that city wall, there was such a prosperous town. Ackman felt that it wasn't just him. Anyone who came here wouldn't believe it either. As they continued to approach, his mouth gradually fell open. In front of their carriage convoy, there were large crowds. They were dressed uniformly in coarse woolen robes or linen robes and pants. Their expressions were natural, and relaxed conversations continuously flowed from their mouths. Ackman listened carefully and discovered they were discussing the tasks they were preparing to undertake after dinner. These were free people under the lord of this territory, thousands of free people. Following the crowd, under Rose's leadership, Ackman and the others soon arrived at a spacious square. As they approached, Ackman and several followers' gazes simultaneously fixed in one direction. At the opposite side of the square, a statue stood on a stone platform, staring straight at them. Wearing armor, a cloak billowing, riding a warhorse. Though they all knew it was but a stone sculpture, yet they still felt immense pressure. Ackman withdrew his gaze, took a deep breath to calm his tense heart. Under Rose's leadership, Ackman and Gasper arrived before a commercial hall. Seated in the reception hall, George was already waiting. Seeing Ackman and Gasper, George showed a polite smile. "I am the steward of this territory, the merchant George." Ackman was about to speak when he suddenly remembered that his current identity was merely that of a guard captain. His gaze turned to Gasper, who showed no sign of trembling. "I am Gasper, a friend of Mr. Bohr. I came here under Mr. Bohr's instructions, transporting grain, and taking the opportunity to meet the Lord. If there's a chance, we can reach a long-term trade agreement." George glanced at Gasper and said calmly, "Mr. Gasper, whether a long-term trade can be reached is not just determined by words. As long as you can steadily transport goods to the territory and conduct trade, our master will naturally take notice." Gasper nodded. "I was too presumptuous, Mr. George." He shifted his words and continued. "Since it's my first time coming to the Lord's territory, I only transported 6,000 pounds of barley. As for the price..." George moved his body, leaning against the back of the chair behind him. "You can name your price, as long as it's within Master Lin's acceptable range." Ackman, standing behind Gasper, listened to their conversation with a burst of impatience in his heart. Clearly, things that could be explained in a few sentences were complicatedly stretched out in their mouths. Ackman still caught a clue. The lord of this land, just as Jeremy said, is called Lin. What Jeremy said indeed had some truth to it. After continuous haggling, in the end, it was agreed upon. What shocked Ackman was that the currency in this land turned out to be fine salt. There is a salt mine in this territory, and moreover, a method to produce fine salt. Ackman finally understood why Aiden is so persistent in wanting to seize this territory. Salt mine, fine salt. A single salt mine is enough to change the fate of a family. From impoverishment to wealth, even gaining political power. Aiden wants to seize this territory and then change the Morrison clan that is about to decline. Ackman suddenly thought of something. Aiden asked him to deliver the letter to Wind Hill Castle. Out of loyalty to Aiden, he did not open the letter to inspect it. But now, thinking carefully, it is obviously related to the salt mine in this land. While Ackman was pondering in his mind, George's voice entered his ears. Mr. Gasper, the sky is already late. After transporting the goods and loading them onto the carriage, it will be late at night. If you don't mind, you can stay overnight at the Merchant Guild Hall. Here, there are rooms specially set up for visiting merchants. Gasper shook his head, just about to speak, when Ackman's reminding voice sounded. Lord, the horses have been hungry for days. Gasper glanced at Ackman and raised an eyebrow. Is that so? He shifted his gaze towards George, apologetically saying, Mr. George, in that case, might I trouble you for the night? George didn't mind. Mr. Gasper, you're too kind. Under George's arrangement, whether it was Gasper or Ackman or the guards and grooms, all stayed in the Merchant Guild Hall. In the spacious room, Ackman's gaze passed through the glazed window, looking at the distant darkness. He seemed to be contemplating something. Gasper, sitting on a chair, watched Ackman's back and inquired, Chief Attendant, are you planning to gather intelligence on this territory? Staying here overnight is not a good thing. Hearing Gasper's words, Ackman turned around, crossed his arms in front of him, and stared directly at Gasper. Who was the Mr. Boy you speak of? How did you know that mentioning his name could get us inside the city walls? Gasper's brow furrowed slightly. Chief Attendant, what do you mean by this? Are you doubting me? Ackman continued to stare at him. No, I'm just curious. You say you come from a small village, a free person working outside, escaping a bandit attack. But the ability you've shown so far is not something a common free person can explain. Come on, tell me who you really are. Facing Ackman's direct gaze, Gasper remained unchanged. Morgantown, Ballawang Village free person, Gasper Ballaway. Hearing Gasper's firm words, Ackman's suspicion slightly diminished. Tell me about Mr. Boy you mentioned. Gasper hesitated for a few seconds before speaking. Chief Attendant, don't you know of Boar Hansen, a local agricultural merchant, whose value has multiplied several times in just a few months and established a merchant guild? Ackman remained silent. Gasper continued. It's fair to say that Boar is the biggest merchant in all of Morgantown. Since that's the case, the lord who needs to trade should naturally know him, right? Of course, I was just trying, and it turned out to be successful. Ackman frowned slightly. Gasper's explanation seemed a bit far-fetched, but he couldn't find any angle to question it. After pondering briefly, Ackman said sternly, You stay in the room tonight, preparing for any contingencies. I'll take advantage of the night and go out to gather some intelligence. Gasper nodded. Yes, Chief Attendant. Ackman did not call any other attendants, went to the door, listened slightly, confirmed nothing unusual, reached out to open the room door, quickly walked out. While listening to the surrounding movements, Ackman scanned the area around him. After confirming he didn't see any soldiers, Ackman left the Merchant Guild Hall. Walking with measured steps, he moved through the shadows of the small town. The night was already deep. On the flat and clean red brick road, there wasn't a single figure in sight, except for the squads of armored soldiers passing by from time to time. These patrols were holding torches and wearing armor he had never seen before. Compared to the lazy and amateur guards in the Aiden mansion, these were real patrolling soldiers. Hiding in the shadows, Ackman watched the patrol soldiers disappear into the distance. He stepped forward, slowly making his way to the large castle ahead. Barely walking a few dozen meters, a squad of torch-holding figures appeared in his path. Their steps were orderly, and their destination was clear. Exactly the shadowy corner where he was hiding. Ackman's body tensed, and he quickly turned back the way he came. But on the road he came from, there was another squad of armored soldiers approaching him. Flickering torchlight shone on his face. Staring at the soldiers in armor before him, and a tall, burly man. Ackman awkwardly explained, I'm the guard captain of the Merchant Gasper. I got lost accidentally. This place is just too big. Red ignored his words and said, The Lord wants to see you. Hearing the low voice of the burly man, Ackman's brow immediately furrowed. The owner of this territory wants to see him? Shouldn't he be meeting Gasper, the merchant? Ackman realized something. From the moment they entered the territory, the Lord had been observing them, but had never shown himself. and directly instructed these soldiers to come looking for him, indicating that the lord of this territory already knew their identities, and their every move was under his watch. This explained why the soldiers were only looking for him, not for Gasper. Before Ackman could respond, the burly man began walking toward the castle ahead. Behind him, the soldiers held torches, staring directly at him. Since they already knew everything about him, Ackman felt no need to ask questions. Following the burly man, he walked away, walking over the red brick road, entering the castle walls, through the winding and dim corridors. Climbing the stairs, he quickly reached the second floor of the castle. Gazing at the spacious and bright reception hall before him, Ackman's eyes held a peculiar light. Such scale was far beyond what the reception hall in the Aiden mansion could compare with. After walking a dozen meters more, the burly man stopped in front, bowing toward the high-backed chair ahead as he spoke. "Lord, the person is brought." Ackman didn't speak, instead staring straight ahead. There was a side profile of a man who felt both familiar and extremely unfamiliar to him. When the man turned around, Ackman's eyes slightly contracted. Before the city walls were even constructed, as an attendant, he had followed Ackman into the woods. The young man before him had presented a sealing document bearing the Duca's clan's emblem. An air of disbelief rose in Ackman's heart. It was only less than half a year ago, appearing so young. He had transformed the forest beyond recognition. Even the dozen guards with iron spears had become today's soldiers clad in armor and weapons. Lynn, still seated in the armchair, turned to glance at Ackman, speaking in a calm voice. "Aiden Morrison, Manor's chief attendant, Ackman?" Hearing such precise words, Ackman bent slightly, responding, "Lord, I am Ackman." The feeling he now had wasn't just that the Lord had started monitoring them after they entered the territory, but rather, it began from the time at Morrison Manor, already under surveillance. In Morrison Manor, there was a spy planted by this Lord. Beyond that, Ackman couldn't think of any possibilities. Lynn acknowledged, "Very well, then I won't waste words with you. I want to support you in becoming the new Manor Lord of Morrison Manor." Ackman, pondering over what this could mean, was momentarily wide-eyed upon hearing this statement. He incredulously said, "Lord, what did you say? Supporting me to become the new Manor Lord?" Ackman had imagined various dialogues for this unanticipated summons, questioning why he infiltrated the territory, torture, extorting all sorts of intelligence on Aiden. But he had never thought that the Lord before him would say such words. Ackman did not respond immediately, but instead asked in confusion, "Lord, I don't understand what you mean." Lynn, unbothered, repeated, "I want to support you in becoming the new Manor Lord of Morrison Manor. Everything controlled by Aiden Morrison will be yours. You will be their master, free to do as you please." At this point, Ackman dared not say another word. Once again, he felt the terrifying presence of the young Lord before him. In those simple words, he detected the Lord's control over Aiden Mansion. Furthermore, he sensed the Lord was subtly hinting at him. "It feels like this Lord already knows about the matter between him and Justin." Ackman remained silent, and Lynn also fell into silence. Lynn knows that Ackman needs time to think. Even though Ackman is a chief attendant, he is ultimately just an ordinary person. To overthrow a Manor Lord appointed by Marquis Duca as an ordinary person would undoubtedly require immense determination. It wasn't until a few minutes later, Ackman, with his head down, seemed to have made up his mind. He suddenly raised his head, looked at Lynn, and asked, "Lord, what do you need me to do? If not for the sake of survival, who would willingly be called upon and ordered? If not compelled by circumstances, who would willingly become someone else's minion? If given the chance, who wouldn't aspire to be above others?" And now, Ackman seems to feel that the opportunity is right in front of him. As long as he seizes this opportunity, he can become the Manor Lord. He can have everything he desires. The twin mates he dreams about daily, the power to wield at will, the endless wealth and gourmet meals and fine wines. Seeing the bright and flickering light in Ackman's eyes, it is a longing for power and status. Lynn smiled slightly and said, "I need you to organize those newly recruited followers for a revolution. A revolution with the aim of overthrowing Aiden Manor Lord." Though the Lord spoke calmly, it filled him with a strange thrill. Though it was a rebellion aimed at higher status, in the words of the Lord, it became a revolution. Feeling Ackman's rapidly fluctuating chest and increasingly urgent breathing, Lynn's words continued. Followers' rebellion will never gain recognition from Marquis Duca or nearby lords. Even if using force can pull Aiden down from the position of Manor Lord, it will still attract attacks and encroachment from nearby Manor Lords. Ackman quickly asked, Lord, what should we do then? Lynn looked directly at Ackman. With you leading them in defiance, and me leading soldiers to suppress it. From now on, the Morrison territory will become my territory, and other Manor Lords naturally dare not casually invade. Moreover, I can bestow the entire territory upon you, making you a subsidiary lord of that land. Ackman said nothing, his eyes constantly moving, seemingly pondering something. Ackman raised his head again, looking straight at Lynn, and asked, What benefit does this bring to you, Lord? Lynn said plainly, Eliminate an enemy. Ackman's eyebrows slightly raised, despite the Lord in front saying so calmly. But Ackman knows that this Lord has always remembered that scene, always considering Aiden as his enemy. Lynn always keeping a vigilant heart against Aiden is correct. Aiden constantly wants to invade this territory. Ackman nodded seriously. Everything will proceed according to your plan. Lynn and Ackman conversed briefly again. Only then did Red lead Ackman out of the castle. Under the torch-bearing guards, Ackman walked on the red brick ground, passing through house after house of red brick. Ultimately, under Red's watchful gaze, he entered the Merchants' Guild Hall. Climbing up to the second floor, Ackman pushed open Gasper's room door. Gasper, who had been sitting in the chair, immediately stood up, looking at him with wide eyes. However, Gasper did not speak, waiting for Ackman's words. Ackman, closing the wooden door, glanced at Gasper and said, I met the lord of this territory. To be precise, I was brought to meet him. Gasper still did not speak, continuing to wait for the next words. Ackman strode over to the glazed window, his gaze through the window looking downstairs. The downstairs guards were already marching away in orderly steps. Ackman pondered for a moment, then suddenly turned around, looking at Gasper. Gasper, do you want to become a chief attendant? Gasper's face slightly puzzled. Chief attendant? Ackman nodded seriously. The next words I will say may shock you, but I hope you can stay calm. I have always regarded you as my assistant and confidant. Gasper hesitated for a few seconds, then nodded. Ackman continued. This lord wants me to lead a revolution, to revolutionize Aiden Morrison. Gasper couldn't help but widen his eyes. Ackman ignored Gasper's expression. Then this lord will suppress Aiden Morrison's territory, occupying Aiden's territory and making it his own. After that, he will appoint me as the subsidiary manor lord of that territory. In other words, under his support, I, Ackman, will become a manor lord. Gasper frowned slightly. Chief attendant, it sounds tempting, but don't you think it's too simple? This lord is asking you to lead a revolutionary resistance, and you must bear the risk within it. It's fine if the revolution succeeds, but what if it fails? The ones who will die are us. Ackman fell silent. I need to think about it further. When the conversation stopped, the room fell into silence. After all the fine salt was loaded onto the carriage, Ackman led Gasper and the carriage team towards the direction away from the town. Compared to yesterday evening's overcast sky, where the outlines of the small town couldn't be clearly seen. Now, Ackman observes closely from a near distance, only to realize the scale of this small town. Entirely built from uniform red bricks, all of the same size. A group of townspeople are emerging from the red brick residential areas, merging into a dining hall, to start enjoying their breakfast. The sheer number of people and the scale, Ackman feels dazzled and finds it impossible to count, at least in the thousands. After leaving the town, Ackman notices carts loaded with coal being driven in from afar. No oxen or horses needed for traction, only the workers on the carts continuously cranking handles to drive them along the tracks. Such ingeniously crafted carts, Ackman sees for the first time, and alongside them lies a vast expanse of cultivated fields, planted with crops. Long and orderly rows extend into the distance. Ackman can't even see the end of these fields. As he learns more about this territory, Ackman's heart grows increasingly fearful of Lynn. With fully armed soldiers as sharp blades, possessing walls as solid shields, protecting this land. With abundant labor force and strange planting techniques, cultivating crops to fuel the territory's advance. Is such a territory something a mere small manor lord like Aiden Morrison can provoke? As Ackman ponders continuously, he traverses the fields into the woods. Finally, under the watchful eyes of soldiers on the walls, he departs from the walls, heading into the distance. Lin watches the squad on the holographic map leave his territory and vanish into the darkness outside the walls. With a thought, he closes the holographic map. Lin turns his gaze to Red beside him, speaking in a low voice. Gather all the guards, head to the walls. Lin strides toward his room. Watching Lin's departing figure, Red's expression turns resolute, without hesitation. Yes, Master. Red calls a few guards, instructing them to convey Master Lin's command. Horse after horse gallops out of the castle, heading toward various parts of the territory. After a dozen or so minutes, draped in black scale armor with a chain lining, helmeted Lin emerges from the room. With each step, a metallic clink resounds on the ground. Simultaneously, the black cloak on his back flutters behind him. As Master Lin passes by Red, Red follows closely without hesitation. Arriving on the first floor of the castle, Lin mounts his horse, straddling Emoing. With a nudge to the horse's side, Emoing instantly understands, letting out a neigh before galloping out of the castle. Red leads the guards, urging their mounts to follow. The sound of galloping hooves reverberates on the wide red brick roads of the small town, drawing the gazes of townsmen walking by on either side, watching that familiar yet unfamiliar silhouette. They can't help but bend slightly, saluting. They naturally know, at the forefront riding is their Lord Lin. Though sometimes they don't see their Lord, they see the Lord's statue in Lord's Square every day. As the cavalry passes, more and more townspeople watch Lin riding away from the town. In their eyes lay worry, joy, and anticipation. They are just ordinary townspeople of the small town, without great ability. After Master Lin leaves the town, all they can do is continue working diligently in their respective positions. The journey from the town to the walls, 20 miles long, takes only a little over 10 minutes for a top-tier warhorse like Emoing. Looking ahead, under Rose's command, the guards and soldiers are lining up. Lin pulls the reins, slowing Emoing down. The thunderous sound of horse hooves naturally captures the attention of all present guards and soldiers. They widen their eyes, looking upon their lord. Upon reaching the lined-up soldiers, Emoing halts, and Lin leaps off the horse. Rose, stepping briskly, comes to Lin's front, immediately reporting, Master, as per your instructions, the total of 800 soldiers have gathered. 200 heavy cavalry, 300 heavy infantry, 200 archers. The remaining 100 light infantry, 100 guards, and 100 archers are stationed on the walls. Lin acknowledges, striding toward the crowd in front. Rose and Red follow closely behind. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Lin gazes directly at them, scanning over their faces one by one. Seeing 800 soldiers clad in standard plate armor, helmeted. At a glance, a menacing sense of black and gray metal kills the visceral feel. On their faces, there is tension, anxiety, pressure. But what Lin sees most on their faces is excitement and anticipation. Perhaps due to the mission-driven identity of a soldier, or maybe like Earl, they wish to prove themselves through war. All the soldiers are eager to achieve glory. Lin took a deep breath and shouted, Everyone, do you know why I've gathered you? Conquest! 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 3 unified shouts rang out. The roars echoed continuously throughout the forest. After the 3 shouts subsided, Lin continued, Yes, conquest. Overseas conquest. I will lead you away from the territory to the battlefield at nightfall. Your goal is to annihilate all the followers who resist at Morrison Manor. Resistors show no mercy. Following Lin's words, the soldiers' synchronized shouts resounded again. Understood. 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 The shouts continued to echo through the forest. Lin nodded, withdrawing his gaze from them, and walked towards the red brick house not far away. Behind Lin, Rosard and Wesley followed. Arriving at a command room specially arranged by Rose, Lin stepped inside and sat down on a chair. Looking at the 3 who followed him in, Lin asked, Do you have anything to say? Rose glanced at Wesley and read, without any words. Wesley hesitated for a few seconds before speaking up. Master, isn't this operation a bit too hasty? Of course, I'm not questioning your orders, Master. It's just my habit to want to consider every mission more comprehensively. Only in this way can more soldiers return to the territory. Lynn acknowledged, then looked at Rose, asking, Do you have nothing to say? Rose's expression was solemn, and he said, The direction indicated by the Master is the battlefield where Rose's enthusiasm surges forth. With just a simple inquiry, the difference in character between Rose and Wesley became evident. Wesley is more rational, thinks more, and considers more comprehensively. Rose is more suited for leading by example and charging into battle. Lynn acknowledged again, there might be more suitable methods for this foreign plundering campaign. But time is running out. Firstly, it's nearing the end of February, and the spring of the Karidi Empire is approaching. This territory requires a large amount of labor to enter a new cycle of reclamation and toil. To continuously enhance the territory's comprehensive strength, food is the foundation of everything. Without a large amount of labor, it's impossible to plant and produce a large amount of food. Rose and Wesley nodded in agreement. Lynn continued. Secondly, the workshops in the territory, the excavation of the 3 major mines, also require a large amount of labor. Only by investing more labor can we greatly improve the output of the 3 major mines and increase the production of armor and weapons in the workshops. Do you want the soldiers you've painstakingly trained to fight barehanded on the battlefield with the enemy? Rose and Wesley were silent. Lynn said, Then, from the intelligence gathered by the spies, it is known that Aiden Morrison has a backup plan. Although it's not clear now what relationship Aiden has with Viscount Chambers of Windhill. But the longer the delay, the more passive it becomes for us. If the two join forces, no one knows how much armed force will come to besiege us. Rather than waiting passively, it's better to take the initiative and catch them off guard. Finally, the carriage caravan that just left. They are Aiden's spies entering the territory. Wesley's brow furrowed, and he quickly asked, Master, wouldn't that expose information about the territory? Lynn nodded. Indeed, it will expose some. However, conversely, this might bring me a surprise. Rose and Wesley exchanged glances. Time slowly passed by. Once all the soldiers finished dinner and gathered again, Lynn stood on the city wall, scanning the soldiers in various formations below. At the forefront was the unit of heavy cavalry and heavy infantry led by Rose. Behind them was the archer unit led by Wesley. As Lynn looked at the soldiers, they too raised their heads, looking at Lynn on the city wall. Lynn glanced outside the city wall at the slowly darkening sky and shouted, Move out! The orderly and powerful response echoed back. Led by Rose, the soldiers marched forth, gripping their weapons, heading beyond the city wall. If you don't count the previous rescue of Boar and the chase of the Iron Blood Brotherhood Bandit Corps, this is considered the first real overseas campaign. Watching the soldiers continuously pass through the city gate under the wall, Lynn descended the wall, coming to the side of the soldier, holding Mo Ing. Taking the reins offered by the soldier, Lynn leaped onto Mo Ing, urging it forward to join the 1,000-man unit. Red said nothing, closely following behind Lynn. When all the soldiers left the territory, the heavy gate slowly closed. 800 fully armed soldiers, taking advantage of the night, marched into the distant darkness. At the entrance to the 3-story manor of Morrison Manor, Ackman leaped from his horse. He turned his head to the followers at the gate and asked, Where is the master? Before the followers could respond, another follower swiftly ran over from the mansion. The follower quickly spoke to Ackman. Chief Attendant, the master has urgent business with you. He's in the room on the 3rd floor. Ackman looked puzzled at the follower before him and asked, Did he say what the matter was? The follower shook his head. Chief Attendant, the master didn't say. Ackman replied, I understand, I'll go now. Not wasting any words, he glanced at Gasper and started walking towards the staircase inside the mansion. Gasper understood and followed behind him. As they walked, Ackman's gaze surveyed the 1st floor, not finding that voluptuous figure. Feeling a bit disappointed, Ackman shook his head and stepped onto the stairs. He climbed up to the 3rd floor in one breath and arrived at the door of Aiden's room. He took a slight breath and reached out to knock on the door in front of him. "Master, I've returned." As soon as Ackman's voice fell, Aiden's deep voice responded. Ackman reached out and pushed the door, finding it wasn't locked, and gently pushed it open. Once he reached the usual standing area, Ackman bowed his head respectfully and greeted, "Master." Lying on the bed, Aiden was assisted by twins to slowly sit up. Aiden stared directly at Ackman and said, "After entering the city walls, did the trade succeed?" Without any hesitation, Ackman quickly replied, "It succeeded, Master. We exchanged grain for a batch of fine salt." A gleam involuntarily flashed in Aiden's eyes. "Fine salt. Indeed, it's fine salt. Besides the fine salt, what else did you discover?" Ackman continued, "We saw fully armed soldiers." The joy in Aiden's eyes instantly dissipated, and he squinted his eyes, nearly questioning, "How many did you see?" Ackman hesitated for a few seconds and explained, "Master, just the soldiers wearing plate armor, helmets, holding long spears. There were at least 200 to 300. Even at dusk, they were still engaged in weight-bearing fitness training. As for what couldn't be seen, I don't know." Aiden did not speak, his eyes shifting, seemingly in thought. After a brief moment, Aiden continued to ask, "Anything else besides these?" Ackman didn't hesitate at all and replied, "In addition, there are large tracts of cultivated farmland, numerous houses built with red brick, water wheels, ships, mine carts, even a castle over 10 meters high. The key is, the ships were transporting iron ore, and the track mine carts were carrying coal." Ackman's voice grew somewhat excited. "Master, on that territory, not only are there salt mines, but also coal mines and iron mines, as well as a large population. As long as we can occupy that territory, relying on the city walls, it could even be developed into a small nation." Seeing Ackman's excited expression, Aiden seemed to be influenced by it as well. There are also coal mines and iron mines. Having salt mines alone was already a surprise to him. Yet the investigation revealed coal mines and iron mines as well. Salt mines implied endless gold pounds. Coal mines meant rapidly developing fuel sources. Iron mines meant capital to compete with countless powers. And there's also a large population. It means that wild land possesses all the necessary conditions for ascendancy. A strong sense of ownership arose within Aiden. "I must seize that territory. No one else is worthy of owning it besides me." Aiden didn't realize that, perhaps due to his excitement, his whole body was trembling involuntarily. With the twins gently patting his back, Aiden's breathing gradually became calmer. He looked at Ackman again and continued to ask, "Is there more?" Ackman thought for a moment and then replied, "Master, due to limited time, we could only find out this much for now. If there's another chance to go beyond the city walls, certainly we can discover more." As for his conversation with Lynn, he instinctively concealed it. If he were to inform Aiden of that part, no matter if he agreed or not with Lynn, in Aiden's eyes, it would be seen as betrayal. Aiden looked at Ackman with satisfaction. A hint of color returned to his previously pale face. "Well done, Ackman. I didn't expect you to have such ability." Ackman smiled slightly, without answering. He naturally knew that the reason for entering the city walls was due to Gasper's articulate efforts. Aiden continued, "Go find Justin." "No, Justin's body is still exposed, unable to prepare food and wine for you." Upon hearing this, Ackman's eyes widened instantly. He repeated Aiden's words, "Exposed." Aiden said calmly, "Yes, that slut Justin dared to have an affair with another man in the mansion behind my back. That alone is bad enough. That shameless woman even got pregnant with someone else's child. If I hadn't seen her morning sickness during dinner, I wouldn't have known about this situation." Ackman kept his head lowered, not daring to utter a word. Aiden continued, "Although I couldn't find out who really put a green hat on me. But no matter, I killed Justin and that adulterer's child at the same time." Aiden reminded Ackman, who was still standing there, "Ackman, you can go and rest now. Rest for a night, and start properly investigating tomorrow to find out who has been frequently entering Justin's room. Daring to commit such a disgraceful act under my nose. If I find out, I'll certainly feed them alive to the Greyhound." After Aiden finished speaking, Ackman bowed and exited the room. At the door, he closed it behind him. Ackman turned and walked stiffly towards the stairs. standing outside. Gasper originally wanted to speak. Seeing Ackman's despondent expression, Gasper gave up. He said nothing, following behind Ackman, slowly descending the stairs. Upon reaching the first-floor hall of the estate, Ackman crossed the hall to exit the estate. He took a few steps, soon stopping in place. In Ackman's view, on the open ground tens of meters away, a wooden post stood. On the post, a naked body was tied and hung by ropes. Even without approaching, Ackman could tell with a glance. Though the night wind stirred Justin's hair, she made no movement. She was already devoid of life. Looking at Justin's tragic face and the scars on her body, gory and raw, the words Justin spoke to him that night resurfaced, echoing in his ears. I want to live with your child. Although the time with you was short, every moment felt so happy. Ackman's legs suddenly gave way, falling back. A strong figure blocked behind him, firmly supporting him. Low and soft words entered Ackman's ears. Stand firm. If others see, even if it's not you, you'll struggle to defend yourself. Ackman was shocked, quickly forcing himself to stand straight. He glanced at the Gasper behind him, saying nothing. Standing a moment, Ackman stepped inside the estate. With Gasper, he headed towards the kitchen, smiling as he went. Master said this deal was a success. He permits the chefs to cook some delicacies. You're lucky. You've been here not long and already received the master's favor. Gasper, of course, knew Ackman was blabbering, trying to divert attention. He didn't mind, responding, thanks to the chief attendant's promotion. They walked through corridor after corridor, soon arriving at the kitchen. Entering the kitchen, they closed the wooden door. Ackman sat unceremoniously on a square table, his face pale, breathing heavily. Gasper said nothing, his body leaning against the doorframe, waiting. Ackman realized his back was soaked in sweat. Even his cheeks were dripping with big beads of sweat. He raised the hem of his robe and wiped the sweat off his face. Ackman glanced at Gasper opposite him, speaking in a deep voice. So, you knew all along? Talking to yourself at the room's door wasn't a coincidence, but a deliberate hint for me. Gasper did not speak, just looked calmly at Ackman. Ackman frowned, continued. Who exactly are you? Gasper asked in confusion. Chief Attendant, haven't I introduced myself before? I'm Gasper Ballawang, a free person from Ballawang Village. Ackman picked up a kitchen knife beside him, chopping it forcefully onto the wooden chopping board nearby. A chopping sound rang out. Ackman asked Gasper again. What I'm asking is, what's your current identity? Gasper looked directly at Ackman, his words calm. Gasper, sent by Master Lin to infiltrate Morrison Manor. A spot. Ackman's eyes instantly narrowed. The Gasper appointed as the chief attendant's assistant was an infiltrating spy in the manor? Ackman finally understood why Gasper displayed such unique insights among the followers. Finally understood why Gasper invited him to spend at the brothel. It was all just to catch his attention. If so, then it all makes sense. Because Gasper is a spy, he could speak of such a merchant called Mr. Boar, allowing them entry behind the walls. Because he's a spy, he could trade with the estate's merchant caretaker. Suppressing the complex emotions in his heart, Ackman stared at Gasper. Aren't you afraid I'll reveal your identity to Master Aiden? What awaits you? Is endless torture? Gasper nodded, saying, I'm certainly afraid. But I fear more that Lord Lin's territory would be breached and occupied by you, my wife and daughter imprisoned, toyed with by you, eventually dying without a trace. Rather than that, I would prefer to use my life to protect them. Was Gasper in front of him mad? Not to mention if he had a wife and children. Even if he did, they were behind the walls. With Aiden's current strength, breaking the heavily guarded walls is impossible. Gasper seemed to read Ackman's thoughts. He continued speaking. Perhaps you find my words somewhat insane. But for that territory, for Master Lin, for my wife and children, I'm willing to pay any price. Gasper's words were clear and precise. He knew exactly what he was saying. His words shifted. Moreover, with the intellect of the chief attendant, I wonder if you'd truly do something so unwise. Doesn't the chief attendant wish to become a lord? Listening to Gasper's words, Ackman was more convinced of his identity. When Lord Lin spoke those words to him, Gasper was not present. Seeing Ackman still silent, Gasper continued. Or is it that the chief attendant can continue to swallow his pride before the man who killed his child? Seeing that Ackman didn't speak, Gasper continued to add, "Or are you saying that Justin is merely the plaything of the chief attendant? The child in your arms is nothing but an unexpected gain, and the chief attendant doesn't care at all." Ackman's brow furrowed tightly. He raised the kitchen knife in his hand and pointed the tip at Gasper. "Shut up. You're not worthy to mention them." Gasper was unfazed and stared directly at Ackman. "This is the difference between us. I can willingly sacrifice my life for my family, for the territory, for the Lord. And you only hide trembling in the dark corner, trying not to be discovered by your enemies." Ackman's right hand holding the kitchen knife began to tremble slowly. Gasper extended his right index finger and slightly pushed down the kitchen knife in Ackman's hand. He continued, "Chief Attendant, your time is running out. If I were you, I'd be entering Master Aiden's room right now." The words were finished. Gasper opened the wooden door with both hands and made a gesture of invitation. "But there's still a chance now." Looking at Gasper's calm expression, an inexplicable anger arose in Ackman's heart. Gasper was clearly just an ordinary follower, whom he picked up and promoted to be the chief attendant's assistant. In his view, Gasper was no different from those peasants. But now, Gasper's identity has suddenly changed. He's become a spy for Lynn infiltrating Morrison Manor, and he's brazenly warning and threatening him here. Ackman suddenly tightened his grip on the kitchen knife, the joints in his fingers creaking. Gasper remained fearless and said, "Of course, you can kill me now. But even if you kill me, you can't change this fact." Upon hearing this, Ackman became hesitant. He seemed to suddenly realize something and questioned, "What do you mean by saying time is running out?" Gasper smiled calmly, looked directly at Ackman. "It means time is running out. Time is running out for this territory. Time is running out for Aiden. Your time is also running out." Ackman instantly understood. He said, "Will Lord Lynn's heavily armored soldiers invade Master Aiden's manor?" Gasper didn't speak, just stared at him. Ackman said incredulously, "How can it be possible? Even if Lynn has heavily armored soldiers and cavalry and long weapons. But in Master Aiden's manor, there are nearly 1,000 followers." Gasper merely stared at Ackman, shook his head, and spoke plainly, "Chief Attendant, time is running out." Upon hearing this repeated statement, Ackman's body stiffened. He knew that Gasper wasn't deceiving him. Ackman spoke, "I understand." After a deep look at Gasper, Ackman put down the kitchen knife and walked out of the kitchen with stiff steps. His steps were slow, seemingly in thought. Gasper followed behind without speaking. Walking through the corridor, they reached the reception hall. Ackman gazed through the window gap at the upright log under the night sky. He vaguely saw the body bound and suspended on it. Ackman's heart suddenly settled. He took strides and walked up the staircase. Each step was quick and steady. In just a few strides, Ackman reached the 3rd floor of the estate. Turning at the corridor platform, Ackman stood at the doorway of Aiden's room. He glanced at the 2 attendants guarding the door and said, "I'll take over the door duties tonight. You can rest." The 2 attendants were glad but soon hesitated. "But Chief Attendant, tonight it's our." Ackman didn't speak, just slightly turned his head, gave them a cold glance. The 2 attendants immediately retracted their necks and quickly said, "Yes, Chief Attendant." The 2 attendants stepped away from the doorway. As they passed by Gasper, they lowered their heads as a sign of respect. Confirming that the 2 attendants had gone downstairs, Ackman withdrew his gaze and looked at the wooden door. He took a deep breath, reached out his right hand, and knocked on the door. The sound of the door being knocked came slowly. Ackman tentatively inquired, "Master, Ackman has something to report." There was no sound from the room. Ackman frowned slightly and knocked a few more times. Just as he was about to speak again, Aiden's tired and displeased voice came from behind the wooden door. "It's so late. Talk about it tomorrow." Ackman immediately said, "Master, it's about the affairs of the Lord behind the city wall. I have urgent matters to report to you." The room fell silent. The sound of bare feet stepping lightly on the wooden floor was heard. The steps are light and even. Ackman knew that it must be one of the twins sent by Aiden to open the door for him. After the sound of the lock being removed, the closed wooden door was opened. A maid wearing only a thin silk drape stood in front of Ackman. The silk was opened and draped over her shoulders. The half-round Snow White and those long, slender legs directly entered his sight. Ackman greedily looked for a few moments before lowering his head. Aiden's voice came from the room. Ackman hesitated not a bit, followed the maid into the room. Arriving at the designated area, Ackman looked up at the wooden bed. Aiden's bloated body was lying on the wooden bed. The twin maids lay beside him, entwined around his thighs. Aiden's voice rang out again. "What's the urgent matter? Speak." Ackman glanced around and explained. "Master, the lord of the city walls has dispatched troops marching towards your territory." No sooner had he finished speaking than Aiden, lying in bed, suddenly sat up. The speed of his action, the agility of his form. Even Ackman, who had been by Aiden's side all along, was seeing such quickness for the first time. Aiden stared wide-eyed at Ackman, shouting, "What did you say?" "They dispatched troops towards my territory? Is the information accurate?" Ackman's words remained firm. "It's accurate. If nothing goes wrong, at most 1 or 2 hours, they will reach your estate." Aiden's eyes widened, and he rudely scolded Ackman. "Then what are you still dawdling here for? Quickly gather the followers for defense." Ackman's face was full of distress. "Master, you might need to personally gather those followers. You are the lord of this manor." Aiden glared ferociously at Ackman, scolding, "Useless." Aiden sat up on the large bed and, with the assistance of the twin maids, began to put on his clothes. He dressed while scolding Ackman. "If it weren't for your little bit of ability, I would have already dismissed your chief attendant position." Ackman lowered his head, not daring to retort. Aiden finished dressing and stepped towards the door of the room. "Did you scout how many soldiers are on the way?" Ackman replied with some difficulty. "Master, I really don't know." Aiden snorted coldly without speaking. Following behind Aiden, a chill flashed in Ackman's eyes. His right hand moved, reaching under his robe. When his right hand emerged, a dagger emitting a faint cold gleam appeared. Ackman did not hesitate, stepping closer to Aiden. The dagger in his right hand, without any pause, stabbed fiercely at Aiden's back. The sharp dagger tip barely penetrated a centimeter before being stopped by something solid. No matter how much strength Ackman exerted, he couldn't penetrate further. Ackman's eyes contracted immediately. However, before Ackman could react and strike again, Aiden, having turned around, bent his right leg and kicked hard into Ackman's abdomen. Under this tremendous force, Ackman's eyes bulged, nearly popping out, and his whole body rolled backward into the room. He only stopped when he crashed into the stone wall behind him. Ackman was horrified inside, wanting to speak, but a surge inside forced a mouthful of blood out. Aiden felt the pain behind him slightly, seeming to be no major issue. He snorted coldly and walked towards Ackman. "Did you really think I, Aiden Morrison, became the manor lord just because old Bob was killed and I inherited the position? I may be fat, but I'm not useless. Know that I'm someone who can break a wild boar's jaw with my bare hands." Watching Aiden coming closer, Ackman grew even more nervous inside. He wanted to move his body, to distance himself from Aiden, but found the pain in his body intense. Under Aiden's kick, his ribs were broken. Aiden stood beside Ackman, continuing, "Did you really think I didn't know about you and that slut Justin?" Ackman's eyes contracted. Aiden had known for a long time. Aiden's right foot lifted and was placed on Ackman's chest. The massive weight rendered Ackman breathless. He wanted to lift Aiden's right leg, but found he couldn't muster any strength. Aiden continued speaking. "If not for the convenience of using you, I wouldn't mind. But you shouldn't have betrayed me. It was I who recruited you as the followers of the manor, promoted you to chief attendant. It was I who gave you food, identity, and status. Even the greyhound I raised wouldn't betray me, yet you chose to stab me in the back." At this moment, Ackman's face flushed red, breathing heavily, wanting to speak, but no words would come. Aiden seemed to relish watching Ackman's expression, grinning. "Since you chose betrayal, you must be ready to bear the consequences." Aiden's right leg exerted sudden force, dropping the full weight of his body onto his right foot. Nearly 400 pounds of weight pressed onto Ackman's chest. A clear sound of bone breaking echoed in the room. Ackman's struggle slowed in motion until eventually, his right hand fell to the ground. His eyes wide open, staring directly at the twin maids coiled on the wooden bed. Confirming Ackman had ceased breathing, Aiden snorted coldly. "Waste." He tightened his robe around him, stepping towards the outside of the room. Footsteps echoed from below as people ran upstairs. In just a few seconds, 3 followers appeared before Aiden, bowing and speaking respectfully. Master. Aiden's gaze scanned the 3 before settling on one of the men. The man's face froze, hesitantly saying, Master. My name is Bruno Kent. Aiden said indifferently. Bruno, from now on, you are the chief attendant of this territory. Bruno's eyes widened, and he quickly responded, Yes, master. The 2 followers beside him looked at Bruno with eyes full of envy. Aiden continued, Bruno, gather all followers at the manor entrance. I want to see that every one of them has a handy weapon. Remember, everyone. Bruno's face turned solemn. Yes, master. Without any hesitation, Bruno dashed down the stairs. Aiden's gaze turned to the 2 followers before him. You too. Clean up the room and take Ackman's corpse to feed the greyhound. The 2 followers finally understood why Master Aiden suddenly appointed Bruno as chief attendant. The previous chief attendant had already died in Aiden's room. Without hesitation, the 2 strode toward the room. Entering the room, they saw Ackman's corpse lying on the ground, and their expressions changed. Ackman held a dagger, which was bloodless. No blood flowed onto the floor where he lay. All they saw was a sunken indentation on Ackman's chest. Even if they hadn't witnessed the event in the room, they could still imagine the scene. The 2 followers exchanged a glance, lifted Ackman's arms and legs, and walked out of the room. Even amidst the terrified screams of the twin maids curled up on the bed, they didn't spare a glance. Aiden was already striding down from the 3rd floor to the reception hall. Even before reaching the entrance to the hall, he saw bodies quickly gathering. Although it was deep night and their attire was disheveled. But faced with the enemy's attack, such things couldn't be considered. Stepping out of the manor gate, Aiden scanned the followers occasionally coming together from afar. Bruno, who was organizing personnel, saw Aiden and quickly ran to him. His face was full of excitement, and he spoke respectfully. Master. Aiden glanced at him casually and asked, How is the gathering of personnel progressing? Bruno quickly explained, Master, your orders have reached the ears of 780 followers. They are now gathering, and it will take at most 3 minutes to complete. Aiden acknowledged with a sound, his gaze still fixed on the gathering followers. They all lived in dormitories housing dozen-odd people, so instant gathering was unrealistic. To assemble in such a short time was already rather good. All followers were fully assembled. Aiden stood at the entrance, calling out to the wide-eyed followers watching him. A battle is about to strike. Upon hearing Aiden's words, the followers, who were still half asleep, immediately shook off their drowsiness. They widened their eyes, full of disbelief, as they looked at Aiden. They had only been recruited to this territory in recent days, with some arriving less than 3 days ago. They didn't even know who Aiden Manorlord was. And now, upon meeting him, they were told a battle was imminent. They hadn't received any training at all, so going to the battlefield was like being sent to their deaths. Aiden ignored their looks and continued. You are my followers, Aiden Morrison. I have provided you with food, shelter, and even pay. Naturally, as the Manor Lord, I need you to relieve my difficulties. The followers remained silent. Seeing the crowd's depressed mood, he shouted, As long as we protect the manor this time, everyone will receive a reward of 1 gold pound, and for every enemy slain, a reward of 1 shilling. Upon hearing this, the attendants' suppressed emotions immediately turned enthusiastic. Their faces were full of excitement. It's enough for their families' expenses for several months. Spring is soon coming, and this money can be used to buy some fabric for the family's clothing exchange. And with the remaining money, they could buy grains and meat. As if, when work was hard to find, the family's children hadn't eaten meat for a long time. Seeing that the followers remained silent, Aiden shouted, Isn't there anyone who wants this money? The followers glanced at each other, and the next second, Bruno spoke up first. I want it. I want it. Watching Bruno's fist waving, the followers also turned excited. The chaotic cries kept rising from among the crowd. I want it. I want it. Gold pound. Gold pound. I want to eat meat. I want to eat meat. Aiden nodded satisfactorily, shouting, Now, everyone grip your swords and head to the territory's edge to repel the incoming enemy. Kill 1 enemy and earn 1 shilling. I, Aiden Morrison, will have the gold pounds ready. waiting here for your triumphant return." Unified voices responded. Aiden turned his gaze to Bruno. "Chief Attendant, I need you to lead and direct them in battle." Bruno's back bristled with sweat, and he solemnly said, "Yes, Master." Aiden nodded. "Go ahead." Bruno bowed slightly, turned around, and looked at the followers in front of him. He drew the long sword from his hand and shouted to the crowd, "Everyone, follow me to stop the enemy." Under Bruno's leadership, more than 700 followers marched grandly toward the edge of the territory. Watching the team gradually recede, Aiden retracted his gaze and looked at the few followers beside him. "Quickly pack up, take all the valuables. I will stay for a while at Viscount Chambers's castle." A few of the followers exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. Aiden's expression changed, and he shouted, "What? Are you deaf? Or do you want to stay here?" The followers instantly understood the meaning behind Aiden's words. They quickly responded with 2 acknowledgments and hurried into the mansion. Aiden's gaze once again looked into the distance, where Bruno's army of followers was about to disappear at the horizon. If, as Ackman had said, there were numerous fully armed soldiers behind the walls, then these newly recruited followers would be completely unable to stop the soldiers' advance, let alone defend his manor. Therefore, as long as he could incite these followers to intercept, no matter how many gold pounds he promised, Aiden didn't care, as long as it allowed him to leave here and get to Viscount Chambers's castle to save his life. In time, then head to Marquis Ducas's castle in Bordeaux. He did not believe that Marquis Ducas would tolerate vassals engaging in mutual slaughter. This is a challenge to Marquis Ducas's dignity. A few followers, carrying a bundle on their backs and leading twin maids, came downstairs. They placed all the money and valuables onto the carriage. The followers helped Aiden and the maids onto the carriage. Watching the followers mount their horses, Aiden wasted no time in urging, "Set off." The followers responded, "Yes, sir." Under the escort of the followers, the carriage drove along the road at the back of the mansion. With an arm around each of the twin maids, Aiden glanced back at the mansion behind. His eyes were filled with a cold light. "Wait and see. It won't be long before I take back everything that belongs to me." A long army was galloping on the road. Upon nearing the edge of Morrison territory, from afar, Lynn saw a cavalry unit galloping towards them. Red, beside Lynn, spurred his warhorse a step forward, arriving at Lynn's front side. Until the cavalry approached, Lynn finally saw the face of the oncoming rider clearly. Gasper did not dismount, but instead turned and followed beside Lynn. His voice was filled with explanation, "Sir." He didn't incite the followers to rebel against Aiden, but instead tried to stab Aiden in the back on his own. The backstabbing failed, and he was counter-killed by Aiden. Lynn was unsurprised at all. Ackman might have had some of his own little schemes, but ultimately he was just an ordinary person without any talent or skills. Gasper continued, "However, sir, I think we must speed up. Otherwise, it's very likely Aiden will successfully escape the manor." Lynn was just about to respond to Gasper when cries rang out from the front. Gasper instantly thought of something. His expression turned serious, and he warned, "Sir, it's Aiden's followers. There are about 700 of them in total." Lynn acknowledged, "I understand." Then, Lynn's gaze shifted to Wesley. "Wesley, estimate the distance. Prepare for a volley." Wesley, who had been following behind, quickly replied, "Yes, master." Wesley drove his horse to the front, looking at the distant swaying figures, and frowned slightly. He began calculating the distance and feeling the wind direction and speed. Until a few minutes later, Wesley returned to Lynn's side and said, "Master, the test is complete." Lynn said, "2 rounds of volleys, arrow coverage, you command it." Wesley again responded, "Yes, master." Archers, step out, split into 2 teams. At Wesley's words, the archers orderly stepped out from the back and stood at the front of the formation. 200 archers were divided into 4 rows, with 50 in each row. He held the bow in his left hand and an arrow in his right, setting it on the bow, waiting for Wesley's next command. Wesley directly said, "First team, prepare to shoot. Bow at 40 degrees. With the drawing of the bowstrings, the sound of full tension filled the air. Beside Lynn, Rosard and the other soldiers watched this orderly and disciplined scene. Their eyes were filled with admiration. Even though they themselves had now become soldiers, seeing these orderly, well-trained archers. They couldn't help but feel a sense of awe in their hearts. To think just a few months ago, they were nothing more than ordinary people worried about their daily meals. Wesley commanded, "Release the arrows." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Upon hearing Wesley's order, the archers of the first team immediately released their arrows between their fingers. The arrows pierced through the air, aimed at the distant darkness for a comprehensive shoot. Wesley wasted no time, continuing to shout, "Second team, move forward, prepare to shoot." A few hundred meters away, groups of followers were striding forward, heading towards the edge of Morrison territory. Even though it was night, under the glow of the torches, their facial expressions were still visible. Nervous, expectant, even fearful and terrified. But as Aiden's followers, to earn more money, they had no other choice. Bruno, who was walking at the forefront, suddenly stopped and frowned, listening intently. Not only him, the followers nearby seemed to hear noises too, and they halted in their tracks. "Did you hear any sounds?" "Sounds? What sounds? So late. What sounds could there be?" "It's probably the sound of my stomach growling, huh?" Bruno suddenly thought of something, looked up into the sky, and shouted loudly, "No, it's a rain of arrows. It's a rain of arrows. Take cover. Everyone find shelter nearby. Take cover immediately." As soon as Bruno's words fell, the sharp and piercing sounds of arrows cutting through the air emerged in their ears. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. An arrow shot down under the cover of night, directly piercing the chest of a follower. The pained follower, with a puzzled expression, slightly lowered his head. A sharp arrow had already embedded into his body, staining with flesh and blood, the arrowhead penetrating through, revealing itself on his back. Without giving the follower any time to react, he fell backward powerlessly. Life extinguished instantly, as the arrows continuously rained down. One follower after another was hit and killed instantly. The cries and screams of horror continued from some followers who weren't fatally hit. "My leg! Oh, my leg! Someone save me, I've been shot." Bruno, hiding behind a pile of corpses, was panting heavily at this moment. "Take cover. Hurry up and take cover." Bruno never dreamed that the enemy master Aiden spoke of so casually would actually wield bows and arrows, and with prismatic arrowheads. Moreover, they could accurately determine their location in this darkness and directly start a coordinated rain of arrows, covering them with a rain of arrows. Facing such enemies, holding only knives and swords of a couple pounds, how could they possibly defend? This was nothing short of delivering themselves to doom. The rain of arrows came quickly and left quickly. Bruno lifted his head to take a look, confirming there were no more arrows. He quickly stood up and shouted loudly to the surroundings, "Is anyone else alive? Survivors, get up quickly. The rain of arrows has ended. The enemy will attack shortly. If you don't want to die, hurry up and gather together, form a defense line." With Bruno's constant shouting, one follower after another stood up behind the corpses. Their faces were full of tension and panic. But as free people, how could they have witnessed such a bloody scene? Followers chatting leisurely with each other a few minutes ago had now turned into corpses. Their eyes wide open, blood continually flowed from the places hit by arrows. The viscous blood pooled on the ground, forming a puddle of blood. Bruno naturally saw all this, his face full of gloom. In the cultivated and planted fields, there wasn't any shelter to be found. In such an area, without any shield for cover, the arrival of the rain of arrows was practically a deadly blow. Surviving in this environment was purely due to the insufficient firepower of the enemy's arrows and sheer luck. But at this moment, he couldn't care about those anymore. Bruno quickly counted the followers with fighting strength. After counting, Bruno's brows were tightly furrowed. In this rain of arrows, nearly 100 people had died. The remaining 20 to 30 were more or less injured. Just as Bruno was about to speak, a series of booming sounds rang out ahead of them. Bruno quickly turned around, looking into the darkness in the distance. As time ticked by, the roar grew ever closer. When Bruno saw the galloping cavalry in the darkness ahead, his pupils constricted instantly. Bruno said in disbelief, "Heavy cavalry? It's actually heavy cavalry." On tall steeds were figures clad in standard plate armor, gripping long spears, with spear tips parallel to the cavalry warhorses. This was not only heavy cavalry, but heavy cavalry that was charging. With only a weapon barely 1 meter long, They had no other protection. Facing the charging heavy cavalry, not to mention those long spears, just the iron hooves of the warhorses were enough to trample them into the mud. Despite Bruno's warnings, it was still futile. How could two legs possibly match for hooves? Especially the four hooves of warhorses. One follower after another was pierced by the spears held by the cavalry, blood splattering as they withdrew. Just one charge from the heavy cavalry was enough for 500 or 600 followers to instantly collapse, with the majority killed or injured. In the face of true armed forces, these followers who had just been recruited couldn't possibly withstand the power of the heavy cavalry's charge. The heavy cavalry broke through the followers' formation, killing most of them. Their pace didn't stop, but continued galloping towards the estate extended from the territory. Arriving in front of the three-story estate, Lin, who was riding on Moing, said in a deep voice, "Search." Dozens of soldiers strode into the estate,